Is it you or does this tank die easily? I mean, not necessarily easily. I think I'm definitely being a little bit more aggro than I normally would be. Let's say if we were playing ranked, like, and I needed to, like, I'm just, like, really working on the hero mechanically. So, that's where I'm at right now. That's where I'm at. One of the drops starting, they're already live. Drops already live. This team's also very, like, this quick play squad they got going here is, they're going next level here, so I gotta step it up. Your rank without enough play comp? Probably not. Maybe you can see what your placement would be, but even that's gonna be, like, not, like, exactly where it should be. This team went double flyer because there's a hazard. Like that should give you an idea of what's going on here. Uh-oh. I got rolled. Well, this is fun.
I'm not staying down. Will not be claiming that one.
Need a moment to recharge.
Interaction with the heroes? I think so, yeah. Wall. There's a way to... Okay. Stay here for now.
Take your shot. Tear it down. Taking the point.
I don't think they expected that one, chat. Oh, we hit him with that one. Oh, man.
Yeah, that'll get in the way.
That was cool.
Surrender to my will.
If they're cleansing Farrells, good for them. Hey, I'm trying, chat. I'm trying, okay?
Dusting off. Adaptive circuit engaged.
I'll be back soon.
Try me.
I got it. Damn. All right, we probably can get one more quick play game in before the matches start. Did I always play on PC or did I play on console? No, PC player. I mean, I grew up playing console. I grew up like playing on console. Like, I was like, when I was growing up, I was like, all I had was like a Super Nintendo, right? But hey, you know what, chat? Even playing against the 5-stack in quick play, we managed to get a good go with things on Hazard there. That was cool. When is the official Overwatch stream start? I mean, I think it's already live. The OWCS one's already live, but like they're gonna start doing commentary. The moment they do the walkthroughs, I'll literally leave the quick play if I need to. But we'll go and watch the matches. But I'm telling you, they're gonna like go in there. They're gonna be like, "Oh, welcome." You know, we're gonna analyze the match for 20 minutes, and then we'll get into that, okay? And then we'll watch the matches. All right, sound good? So I'll have it opened, and I'll pay attention to it. But I want to at least wait until I want at least to wait until the matches get like into like the actual part of the matches. So. Yep. I do see all the chats, yes. Yeah. Do I miss something that was in Overwatch 1 but not in Overwatch 2? I don't know. I don't know. I just vibe out and do my thing. I said cards after the match. Apparently they weren't used a ton, but like I think people like that sequence. Yeah, it was kind of cool. I mean, that's not like a game changer for me though. Like I'm okay without it, but I get people wanting it back. You know. If you switch to a different stream, will there be a same or will you start? No, you'll have your timer. Yeah, do whatever you think's best for you. No worries. Yeah. Yeah, do whatever's best for you. No problem with that. Would I say that Hazard is healthy for the game? Yeah, are people saying otherwise? You said you missed looking for group. I feel like they definitely need to bring back a social aspect like that in Overwatch, but I think like I would want a much better version than their previous looking for group one. Get the GM work in your position. I tell it to everybody. Yep. Crap. Why did I change my schedule to this time? Well, I didn't really change my schedule to this time. I mean, this is just it's OWCS finals and it's in Stockholm, so the matches start super early. My current schedule recently has been like 7 a.m. Eastern to about 5 or 6 p.m. Eastern. That's been my schedule. All right, we got one more game on Hazard, and then we got matches. This should be perfect timing. So, should be perfect timing. Feels good, man. The new tank. What would I classify the new tank as? A lot of different stuff. To get just to give you an idea, a lot of different stuff. I think is the way to go about that one. Log my WoW character out as I slowly grind back into my levels. Oh, great. A mob attacked me as I'm trying to log out. Even better. This is
you're
gonna be
in
good.
it for life.
Oh, no.
Let's proceed with haste.
Thank you. I'm kiting now because I do have frost armor. They'll buff them on the safe side of strong. Yeah, they could happen. Not an incorrect statement. I don't mind them making a hero on the safe side of strong. You know, like I don't think it's necessarily like a bad thing for a hero with. I think it's such a weird spot with tanks because you can right now, whenever I've played Hazard, like I'm telling you right now, most heroes get roll Hazard. Did he hope he gets nerfed? I mean, if Hazard gets nerfed, then Hazard probably won't be as good. Like at all. But at the same time, that's an initial reaction. Maybe as more players figure out the hero gets really good, you know, and like definitely needs like an adjustment. So, ooh, these games are tough today. Okay, I'm not. I gotta chill for a second on that. I'm in.
Through us.
We're gonna get a minor nerf before release. Okay, here's my take on buffs, nerfs, initial reactions to heroes. You ready for this? I mentioned it yesterday. Okay. When a new hero is out, two things happen. Okay. One, players don't know how to play the new hero, so the hero could be a lot stronger, right? Then the hero appears. Number two. Okay. Players also won't know how to play against the new hero. So, initially, it can take a bit to figure out if the hero will be good or bad, what can counter the hero, right? So it becomes, it's this difficult spot where until players really start to figure it out, it's not as, you know what I mean?
Staying down. Oh.
It's like, so until players play against the hero more and players play the hero more, it's really hard to see where the hero will land.
Time for the reckoning.
I'm just glad that it's always somber in quick play. Dude, I would not. I was just mentioned in the event. What do they say? That I'm an unreal hazard?
Oh. Toss me bum over Bahookie. Whoa. Whoa.
Oh, my ult got hacked. Good right click by that Sombra. Oh, I kind of saw that coming too. I just kind of hacked it up. There you go. Not bad.
Escort the payload.
Come on, hit me again. Are you kidding me?
Come here for healing.
Bring it on.
There you go.
Oh, thanks. Needed that.
I got rolled. Oh, I see. They were doing the coach favorite thing. I see.
I told me once, but that's it.
Oops.
Watch here.
I'm dead here, I think, unless my teammates do. Yeah. I'm getting much better at the hero, but like I feel like, and maybe it's just me, but I definitely struggle a little bit more when I like go up against like Zen and Sombra, and I feel like there's so much Sombra in quick play that it's like unreal levels of Sombra. I'm starting to think it's the most played hero in all of quick play.
For real? Whoa, here. Let's stick him with it. Tear it down! You're in the way.
Whoa, that's not where I wanted that. What the? Someone's gonna be confused on Horizon Lunar Colony.
Yeah, I'm a fire starter.
Holy crap.
Come on, hit me again.
Oh, you can LOS behind walls. I kind of like that. Like I can use it to scout areas. That's kind of cool. Like I gotta start doing that a little bit more. Matches will be live soon, chat. Don't you worry. Very soon. First time remaining comp? Oh yeah, I mean, I'm just saying like. You said it might be an NA thing. You don't think ML7 got anywhere? Doesn't ML usually make like custom lobbies against viewers though?
Yeah, that'll get
so that would be more like his stream going Sombra.
I'm reaching.
It's Kiko. On my way. Got it.
You see Sombra every game? Oh, there you go. That's funny. Oh, man. Hazard is fun, though.
They think
Hazard's very fun.
I've got you in my
You know what? I was gonna ask. Do I do a chat? No, not worth it.
Over here.
Got the health back.
Stop twiddling your thumbs and move the payload.
Well, I think we're gonna do like a Mythbusters thing tomorrow. Kind of. I think that's the plan for tomorrow. My nose is itchy, by the way. I just want to point that out. I don't know why There you go. Yeah, we're gonna try it tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, we just posted on my YouTube community section. If you want, like, if you have any suggestions, you can post in that one too. We're gonna try to gather some things that people want to see. Cool. Was the ult do it? It roots them for 2.5 seconds and does a little bit of damage. I don't know the exact damage output. Ah! You know, that's a perfect one to go right into the OWCS matches with. Oh, there you go. That's a perfect one to go into OWCS matches with. Let's go, baby. It reduces damage. You take a little bit of damage, but it's probably similar to how Doomfist works with that one. So I actually like the right click on Hazard. I think it's a fun concept for Hazard. If there is anything they end up nerfing, don't be surprised to see them nerf like the damage output on that, just by a little bit, you know, just by a little bit. All right. We'll go to the cast now, chat, since it's really close to match time. Does that sound good? Give me like 2 more seconds here. I need to move my World of Warcraft to the other monitor so I can play it a little bit while just sitting in queues. Sound good? We're waiting on matches. All right. Let me quickly go to options, sound, turn that off. So I want to minimized. Head over here. Put this here. Put this here. And then here we go.
Get involved with Overwatch specifically.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think first of all, Overwatch is a great game, right? We have a super passionate fan base. It's like amazing esports events, as you can see here again. And we feel like Overwatch has all the right ingredients for a competitive title. So when we started looking at redesigning the esports ecosystem for Overwatch for 2024, we saw a great opportunity to particularly strengthen the tier 2 scene in Overwatch. And through Faceit, we can provide teams and players with more competitions, more prizes.
I love hearing the background noise.
Opportunities to really get recognized and hopefully
where do we come in the Supervive comp?
Yeah, I mean, it's been
4th place, so we got prize money still.
Years and years of our community asking for that tier 2 support. Now we have it, and we have 1 year already of OWCS and Faceit. What's the feedback been like so far? What's the journey been like so far?
Yeah, it's been great. I think we had a really good first year on Faceit with Overwatch. We hosted 3 Faceit League seasons, each offering multiple divisions. So actually everyone is trying to be matched against other players and teams of similar skill levels. And yeah, across the 3 seasons, I think on average we had about 250 teams participating, which is great.
But that's a good amount.
We awarded over
Halos, thanks to the free fan, thank you.
dollars in prizing, in-game items, and other cool prizes to the community, which we feel is great. And yeah, feels like we have set the foundation for a really great future for Overwatch and Faceit.
You're gonna make a new character in WoW. Any suggestions?
How does a player
you playing
get
classic?
started on
Whatever
this
you want.
journey?
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, you assemble your team, right? Then you head over to Faceit, sign up for the Faceit leagues, and then we actually require you to pay a participation fee. And that is crucial for 2 reasons for us. First of all, it makes players more invested, right? If you pay your participation fee,
WoW
you
like
actually
Baldur's
want to
Gate?
make the best out of your season. You show up to the
Probably
matches,
not.
you give it your best, and that obviously also impacts the experience that other players have that play in the league. And second of all, we use the prize money to we use the participation fees to increase prize money. So the participation fees we get, we actually put right back into the prize pool, and therefore make it more attractive for players to play in the league.
Thanks for the gifted
So the
sub.
more
Thank you,
teams we
appreciate it.
have,
Nice.
the more prize money there is. And we've seen this structure work really well across other titles as well, some of which make up to $1 million in prizing for the Tier 2 scene specifically just through that. And that's obviously also where we want to get Overwatch to over time. And
Yeah.
we're excited today to announce that for next year, 2025, instead of having 3 Faceit League seasons, we'll increase it to 4, each of those having a minimum prize pool of $50,000, so a total $200,000 for the Tier 2 scene in particular.
Okay, that's
Tier
a
2.
lot. Okay, 200,000 already guaranteed down there.
That's
I
good
love
for
that.
Tier 2.
I love that for the Overwatch Tier 2
As I've
scene.
said, like
Now, is there
they
anything
definitely
else you
need
can
that
share
to
with us
be.
today?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, players need to
make
know
some
that
additional
too. That's
changes.
good
So in
for Tier 2. It gives
2024,
players,
obviously,
you know,
Faceit
I like
League
that. That's good.
seasons have run kind of in parallel to AutoWCS. And we feel there's an opportunity to make it even stronger by connecting the 2 for 2025.
Yeah, that's cool.
So as you can see on the graphic, you will actually be able to start your journey on Faceit in the open division, which is really for
Name
everyone.
my cats.
Right?
I have
Amateurs
Luna,
looking
I have
to-
Sully, and
to
I
really
have
start their competitive
Arnie.
careers, but also for groups of friends, groups of friends, sorry, to just that want to just
time
play
is
some
AWCS? I mean, it's live
more,
right now.
official competitive matches.
Yeah.
And then through that, every season we have a promotion relegation system in place, so you can quickly make your way up through the different divisions
Yes,
to
Hazard's
make
very
it to
fun.
Masters
I
division.
agree.
And if you're performing well in Masters, you actually have a chance to compete against the bottom-ranked teams of OWCS
Yeah, right,
for a
like
spot in the next
relegation,
OWCS season,
yeah.
which is obviously super exciting. And through that structure, we hope to really create a cool funnel of new up-and-coming players to regularly be making it into OWCS for next year.
So even players who play the lowest of low ranks can just like team up with their friends. So like someone like, I don't know, Costa could make a team and join the fray.
Absolutely. We really want Faceit to be for everyone, right? Whether you're groups of friends just looking for official matches or amateurs that
You said
really
Team
want
Overwatch
to make it
making its big
competitive and
comeback?
break into OWCS. And
No.
additionally, what we've seen this year was
Nope.
there were obviously very few chances to actually break
Sorry.
through into OWCS. So if you didn't make it on the day, you didn't have your best day performing well, maybe you were a newer team being paired against a really good team in the beginning of the tournament, you obviously didn't make it. And that's not as motivating as we want it to be.
Yeah.
So with this new structure, we obviously want to provide a more consistent journey for everyone. So you are required to perform well over time.
Will I
and
participate
therefore
in
earn your
matches?
spot
No,
for the
I
next
like
level,
I'm
on Faceit.
I like doing what I'm
therefore
doing.
Make your way through to OWCS.
Oh, that sounds amazing. So more opportunities for people to dip their toes into the competitive scene and see how far they can take it.
I mean, I
with their
think it's cool. I
friends
mean, like I said, I
also.
think-
I don't know who you're playing with. When is all of this
It's
happening?
good to
When is
have
all of this
new
starting?
things for esports.
Yeah, so the journey will start in January. What we want
Yeah.
to do is host open qualifiers for everyone. Obviously, not everyone was playing Faceit Leagues in 2024. So if you're looking to make your journey into the competitive scene in 2025,
Yep.
we host those open qualifiers for everyone to be fast-tracked into the right division, right? Whether it's the open division or up to OWCS, everyone can participate in
Separate
in
divisions is
January
a good way
and
for
kind of
players
make
to
their
be
way
able to
into the right
actually
division.
enjoy matches without
And
being
then
like.
from there for
You can
EMEA and
progress.
North America, we start first OWCS
Asugi,
season.
thanks for doing a big
And
appreciate it.
for South America and Oceania, we will also host
Hi,
Faceit League
emongg in
seasons.
chat.
However, they are not
Excited for a
connected
fun
to
day.
OWCS
This
yet.
has
Me
probs
too.
been
Want to
covered,
use
but
Faceit
why
Leagues
is
to
Maugg
really
being
grow those
played over
communities,
Winston?
provide more
Maugg
Is
is
it
being-
region-based?
competition and
Survivability.
uprising, and hopefully over time we're able to
Mauga
provide
just has a lot of
more
sustain and
competitions
survivability and works with team
opportunities
comps.
for these
Winston's
regions
good though. Just
so the
Mauga's
foundation
better
will be
than a lot of
built,
tanks.
now
The good
as
news
well
is,
in
if
all
it makes
those
you feel any
different
better,
regions.
they actually
Absolutely love
buff
that. Brian,
Mauga
thank you so
after
much
this
for
patch
coming
they're
here and
playing
sharing all
on,
of this
and then
with
nerf
us.
Junker Queen.
Absolutely.
So
Thanks so much
it
for
makes you feel
having
any
me.
better.
Make sure you head over to fce.gg/OWCS to sign up to Faceit Leagues right now.
Overwatch character? I played a
before we
lot of
head
different
off,
stuff.
we actually have one more announcement for everyone.
What's that?
Which is 2 new competition formats coming to Faceit in 2025, so take a look.
Yep. Taking a look.
What does it take to become the best?
Tell
You'll
me.
need the right environment, a place where everyone plays their role, communicates, and knows the meta. Perseverance, the will to grind elo, to compete again and again. And the right teammates, stacking together in order to face the toughest challenges. But to become truly great, you'll have to fight against the best. Your journey's just beginning. Ranked Pugs and FPL coming soon
FPL?
in 2025 on Faceit.
Okay.
Show your interest now to get a chance at early access. FCE.GG.
Okay, FPL is going to be pretty cool. So FPL is like this league. So FPL was a
Right
league
on,
they
you
did
heard
in
it here
Counter-Strike,
first. Folks, Overwatch 2 FPL
where basically
and
you
pickup games
can
are
play
coming
for like
in
a prize pool of
2025.
pugs. It's
Hope you
like
make note of that URL.
it's like a prize pool pug. So pugs are pickup games. So you like get like rated, and then like this prize pools for like first place, second place, etc.
Thank you so much
So
for
it's a good thing for like it's good for like the pro scene. So what I mean by that is like pro players or ex-pro players will generally end up in the higher tier of FPL. So rather than just like watch players play ranked and sit in 30 minutes queue, they can go into FPL and play for like prize money and get like pugs. So you'll like to see you get to see a lot of like your like favorite pro players or streamers. Kind of like I didn't even know they were gonna be doing this. Honestly, that's kind of cool. Where like your favorite like pro players or streamers can actually like basically just go into a pug system and then you pick your rosters and then you just like play pugs. So it's like pickup games with money as like the prize. So it wouldn't be teams, it'd be like, you know, what's an example here? I decide I'm gonna play a pug in FPL. So I queue up for the FPL pug, right? Play some games in the meantime, I'm waiting for the pug to fill up. Let's, you know, PGE signs up for it. You know, a few pro players sign up for it, and then there's 10 players. It then puts you into a lobby, and then you're just on like a pug team. So it's like basically ranked, but like with a different system. It was really big in CS. Really big in CS. So will that impact the queue time stream a bit, like splitting up the top of the player base? The top tier player base doesn't even play ranked half the time nowadays. They scrim and they just sit there in queues watching Gordon Ramsay videos. Like it's not. That's not an issue. That won't change anything. A lot of the pro players don't even touch ranked at a certain point. Like it's the queue times are too long anyway to begin with because right now. The way that to kind of give an explanation here, the way that top 500 currently works. Oh, the broadcast is louder. Sorry. There you go. Is that better now? Okay, so the way that top 500 currently works is like Stefan, thanks for the feature prize. Thank you, appreciate it. Is like it incentivizes not playing, and I've talked about it before. I guess we can talk about it now. Is basically the ladder promotes the idea of camping and playing at alt accounts. Camping means that once you hit a certain point, you don't have to play at all. Like, you don't have to do anything, and you'll barely budge in rank, right?
Start your climb to OWCS.
Basically, you get punished for playing on the current ladder. So a lot of players just don't want to deal with that. And then, because players don't want to deal with that at the top end, right, in like the top 20, because their queue time, because not only are the queue times long, when you lose the game, it isn't even worth it because somebody else who hasn't logged on in 3 weeks on that account will stay ahead of you the whole time anyway.
Welcome back, friends, to the OWCS World Finals here at DreamHack.
So, point I'm making here is the ladder ends up getting like that anyway, so then players get forced onto alt accounts, and because they get forced onto alt accounts, it makes the bottom half of top 500 a lot worse because you have a ranked 5 player playing at ranked 500, which makes those games worse. So the ladder is just incentivized right now to basically not play if you want to stay at a certain rank. Yes, I do think that eventually they should make the ladder to be more grind heavy. While you may not have your top best player in the world at rank 1 because of that, I think having a ladder that incentivizes playing and making players grind it out will be a more exciting ladder than having a player go, oh, I'm going to play my minimum amount of games and then not play.
I mean, there's always going to be cope. Rep that.
For the rest of the team. And that's a problem in itself. So, I definitely think they should add a more grind-based system because that would incentivize players to not log on an alt account and more about the grind. And I know that's
Just so-
people are like,
so
yeah, but
they
like,
go
should they
great,
make it
right?
grind heavy? I think in top 500 it's
But
okay.
brackets go hard.
Because most players aren't
A lot of
not
teams
playing games.
already
They're
headed
just
home.
logging on another account
Yep.
Yeah.
And
to play
You're
more
kind of
games.
enjoying that.
Does that make
just wanna
sense?
say,
So like you might
with
see
a
like,
smile.
longer
you know, the
stands
rank
for
1
Thursday
player have
part,
40
guys.
games,
No
but then you
longer
look at all their alt
stands.
accounts across the board, and they've played
Well,
300
we'll
games
give
in
you
the
some time,
season,
Jake, and maybe
but
you
it's
can
it's
figure
spread out
What
through
does
alt
it
accounts
say
once they
for
get to a
now?
certain.
Not at the
So
top.
it's not a lack of grind at top 500 at that point. It's the lack of players. It just isn't a reward and experience. Like at any time you say that
We're all
if
losers here.
you're better off not
gotta enjoy
playing
it.
to
That's
climb
right, you gotta
or to stay at your rank, that is a
Say we haven't
problem.
lost yet.
I've talked about that for years now,
Well,
and
okay,
I know
all
that
We might because we gotta get up, go up against
Blizzard's
these kind
heard
of
my
giants.
feedback on
Team
that,
Falcons
but the
roster,
problem
I
is
mean,
it costs
look,
money to
these
do
two
that.
teams, they're evenly matched. It will come down to like the
It costs
tiniest
money to
margins,
do that.
Individual players, they have to perform.
So
Jake, actually, when we talked about this matchup in the green room,
they look at it
earlier
as
today,
more of
you
a
said
niche
that
issue
Vikings,
that most
you feel
players
like
won't
they
care
might
about. They're
have
not
a
too worried
better
about the
time
top
for
end
this
feeling as
particular
good because
meta on an individual.
so that's why it's like
Yeah,
that.
like the vibe check for me has been so strong for Crazy
So
Raccoon.
at least in my
Honestly,
opinion, I
head
think
is telling me this
maybe
is the
more of a
meta that
grind-based
Falcons
ladder.
can
While,
win,
like I
right?
said, you
Double
may
flex
not have
DPS,
your
the Reaper Echo. I
top
actually think
tier
this plays to
player
their strengths.
ending
Like,
up in rank
theoretically,
1. They probably
they
could
should be
end up in rank
stronger. I
1.
mean, in the
But
core,
it
it's
allows for
game
more of a
metas where
grind-based
Lip
system
can,
that is getting
lock
more
in
players
like
to
an
do
Ash
that.
or a
But it would
Cassidy.
cost
They've
them
been
money
the
to
stronger
redo a
team.
system
That's
like
been a
that, to like
central part of
recreate
that
something.
success.
And when it
But I
comes
think
to
the
like,
Reaper
you know,
Echo should be
there's a
great
lot
for
of things
them as
that
well.
will
This
take priority to that, like
support
Jericho
backline
skins
with
and
Fielder and
other
Gio
things
on the break
like
Juno,
in
I
general.
think
So
really plays to their
I think
strengths,
eventually they'll
right?
get there.
For me,
Also, before
Falcons
anybody says
is at
anything
their
else,
best
I'm
when they
memeing
are
that
the immovable
Jericho skin
object,
and
when
that
they
team
just
is completely
stay
different
alive,
than
defend
anybody
each
that
other,
works with them.
endure through
I just
any
have some fun with
engagement.
that one.
But they're going up against an unstoppable.
It's more along the
force,
lines of
Crazy
like,
Raccoon, and
I
the
get
vibe
why they
check,
haven't
just
done a
visually
new
watching
system.
them,
I still
it's
think
been
that if
scary.
their
Yeah, I
goal
mean,
is to
Crazy
make the game
Raccoon,
feel
they didn't
competitive
drop
at a
a beat
certain
here in
point,
the
they
tournament
really
thus
need to
far, and they
redo the
are
top 500.
absolute juggernaut.
The ladder should
This
not
is
be.
a role MVP.
The ladder should not be
roster,
nothing but
plus
alt
season.
accounts and people doing the same rotation
like,
and doing all like min max and stuff. Like you're
you're
gonna get a lot more players who don't want to min max when they realize that like they can just get outgrinded on the top end of the ladder by players actually playing the game. You know what I mean? Min-max is where you basically get somebody to log on an alt account and play on a much lower account that can basically play within your range to get a little bit easier games and quicker queues.
This year, they are 9-4 against Falcons, having played each other 13 times
The-
this year.
and
Mostly in finals.
So maybe
stuff like
one day
that.
they'll do that, and I
Because
think it
they're
would make
that
a much
good.
more
But I think
exciting
he's
ladder
like,
system, and
has
you'd probably
really
see
made
a lot
name for
quicker
himself in this
queues in
tournament.
top
The other
500 and a
was
lot
great,
more
of course,
players grinding.
But he has been
But as
so
of right now,
spectacular. When in the past, Lip has
as
been
of
the
right now,
standout carry
they
for this
just
team.
they have
You
it as
look at
is.
OWC's
So.
Dallas. John
I
Wick
will
with
give
some
credit. They're
fantastic
trying.
performance on the road
One thing I
home,
will
and
say
also
on the
the
flip
wrecking
side of
ball,
that,
right?
and
This
this is
tournament, it's been
obviously
all
Gavin's
about
in chat a
Heisline
lot.
on that Echo,
They've
and
tried
Heisline
their
could be a
best to
difference maker,
make
where
it
if you
better
look at
across
last
the board
time
in
these
top
two
500
teams faced
with
in
not
the
being able
OWCS
to
Asia
redo the system.
main event,
Like they're
Heisline
actively
actually
trying to
quite
do with what they
struggled
work
on the
with, what
Genji.
they can work
He was
with.
eyeing early,
So.
he wasn't getting value from his Dragon Blade.
Anyway,
So
who
this
do I think
could
will
be a
win this?
chance for
I
redemption
don't
for
know.
Heisline. Wasn't
If we're going
comfortable
based off of
MVP,
pure performance
instead,
so
now
far in this
could actually
tournament,
become
I think
the
CR.
tournament MVP for his team.
I think CR has been playing really
The
good,
stage
but really
is
well.
set, everyone. We're ready for our
But
first match of the day. The
Falcons are
upper
just
bracket
like
finals between Team Falcons
one of the
and
best
Crazy
teams
Raccoons.
right next to them, so it's like a 1A, 1B situation. So this could come down to as simple as how the teams are playing, how they're feeling. Like, you know, if a player's having an off day, if a player is playing above their level for the day. So,
His space stations still have some game left in him. Toronto defiant.
Volume level's good?
Over the competition. Oh, that's not supposed to happen. Oh, that is absolute filth. What? What did I just see? That might be the kill that gets them there.
Good morning, everybody.
Run away with yet another map of his twisted minds and book their tickets to Stockholm. And he burns the prey.
so this is the upper bracket finals. Then we have the loser bracket finals.
Under their wings. The previous king of EMEA
So.
remains.
It's time for a showdown, everybody. Let's go.
Stockholm, how you doing today?
We're doing good, Golden Boy. How are you doing?
Yes. We have ourselves an amazing matchup lined up for you. And to quote what Jake said as well, is the late, great Gorilla Monsoon. It is a matchup between the immovable object versus the unstoppable force. So let's go ahead and bring out your two teams.
Let's
Up
go.
First, put your hands together for Team Falcons!
A team built to defeat the world. Proper superstar of this roster has yet been denied a global championship. Can he claim it today?
And it's time to bring out their opponents, Crazy Raccoon!
We have drops, yes.
Crazy Raccoon have been the best Overwatch team in the world in 2024. Crowned DreamHack Dallas champions after
The way they've been playing so far, like, they're such a fun team to watch because they play the Wrecking Ball comp too. See, this team right here, like, this is a 1A, 1B situation, chat. Both these teams, it's actually cool to have two really top-tier teams like this because they make for some really exciting matches. Okay, time for the half tuck. Get ready, chat. Actually, it depends who's cast in this match. Inky, thanks for the 2 months of the feature prize. So thank you, appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Yes.
Oh, not yet.
Championship Sunday for the OWCS World Finals. My name is Jaws.
There we go.
By the lovely Necro as we take you through the first couple of games.
Heck yeah, they got the suits going. They're ready to go. Feels like a finals.
I feel
Feels
like
good.
These two teams face up against each
Let's
other
go.
is a tale as old as time, and something we're going to end up seeing for a long time in the OWCS. But the fact that they've played each other 13 times before, and it's always been Crazy Raccoon.
You love her hair. Yeah, it's really cool.
Lead. Who knows if this is going to be yet another chapter in that same book.
Yeah, over the last 10 games, it has been a 70% win rate for Crazy Raccoon, like Johnny pointed out, over on the desk. Will we continue to see this kind of back and forth head-to-head? I mean, last time around, you're seeing Falcons winning.
Is that what map I think I see? Is it Oasis? First map?
I mean, it has just been such a rivalry over there since the start of the year.
It really has, and they've gotten such good practice against each other. But this is where the biggest stage in the world is going to test your limits. We've seen a couple of different compositions come out from these teams. You've also seen them just put everything.
Why is it Oasis? I think Team Falcons chose this map because it's not a good Wrecking Ball map for COD. So Control is. I think if CR, if they had the map pool, they would have picked Ilios. But Oasis is the map that has the least amount of Wrecking Ball based maps, which will force them more into like the Mauga comp that Falcons would want to play against CR with. So, yeah, that we've kind of seen that.
Up such a carry performance that he is absolutely.
Oh, look at those viewer predictions! Nice.
To try to grab that final MVP. And this is going to be another test of strength for him. Can he actually go toe-to-toe with one of the other best
69%
DPS in the entire world? This is going to be the match to do it.
Yes, it will. Crazy Raccoon. I think everybody was not too surprised to see them roll through the bracket. There was a small hiccup at the very start from Team Falcons. They did end up going down a map against Twisted Minds. Jumping on your screen there. Wrecking Ball specialist, and that has been another big thing for them. I mean, you look at the match versus NRG Shock yesterday. I mean, that Wrecking Ball comp, how hard and fast they want to go, literally jumping, touching the spawn door on the ball. They take no prisoner when they roll out on something like that.
Whether it's the Wrecking Ball composition or it's been some of the other
ready
that we've seen from Junvin, maybe even the Roadhog gets a chance to make another appearance. Who knows what is on the table for us today? But one thing's for sure is that we're going to see neither of these teams try to hold back those punches. We've got two incredible coaches behind both of these squads as well that are so good at being able to bring.
No, it's probably this one's probably going to be.
It's going to be great.
Upper bracket finals, first to four maybe. At the very worst, first to three. But definitely not first to two. No, the first to two was done on the first stage, so that way they could spend 4.5 hours talking about each game in between to save time.
Away from this one, it has been back and forth throughout the entire year, but this is where it really counts. This upper bracket final, giving you the confidence going into that finals game. Maybe you face Toronto to find. It does feel like both squads are head and shoulders above the rest of the competition, but anything can happen.
Is this basically a practice final for these two teams? I mean,
we get the first
I still think that like.
We're going to Oasis.
I think Toronto can still, if they bring their A+ game, could have some really good matches. But yeah, it'll be okay. So it's first to three to start. So.
What a crazy match to be able to kick off our championship Sunday of the World Finals of the Overwatch Champion Series. Both of these teams, as we take a look at Oasis.
So as you can see, by the way, CR's already running. No, it's going to be the Reaper comps. It's going to be Reaper Echo is my guess. Probably Reaper Echo. If they're both running these, they're going to run. Yeah, it's going to be Reaper Echo. They're using the sim to teleport them out, but I think it's going to be Reaper Echo.
And the gates are open. It's going to be
maybe Ash, but yeah.
Raccoon and Team Falcons, and the rest of the pieces.
There it is. See, Reaper Echo.
Those two teams.
Complete mirror, a complete skill matchup.
Yep.
Proper taking the first blow already, though.
Proper just went in immediately. Holy crap. What in the heck? What a proper start that was.
That was fast.
Well, it's always nice when you kill the Juno right away.
All the way back as the point unlocked.
Now, Proper's going to play tank mode.
Proper
right
wants
to
win.
Such a quick pick. Stalker's even going to be able to follow up on Heesang to delay.
So nothing says Overwatch 2 like 4 Maugas. Oh yeah, when they go Echo.
Some really big damage.
So a lot of the early like neutral fights, so neutral fights when we use that example basically means when there's no ultimates, when you don't have that ult rotation. Also with the volume levels, good chat. A lot of this is just slamming into the other team, being aggressive on the Mauga, forcing the Mauga to use cardiac overdrive, rinse and repeat. Once you get past these levels, it's going to start going into the ultimate mode. It's going to be all about ults. It's going to be about how you time those. Don't be surprised to see teams use 4 to 5 ultimates at a time. So, good start for both teams. Both teams have gotten good percentage. They both won a team fight. And now we kind of get into the rotation of ults. So, CR is probably going to come with Juno ultimate pretty quickly here. Team Falcons is going to start poking a little bit with Smurf here to get theirs also. But CR has a slight time, and they're going to lead in with this right away and probably Echo ulted too if they need to. You'll see what I'm talking about.
Team Falcons hoping that Crazy Raccoon used their orbital ray. Looks like the Stalker's going to go over the top though.
Okay, they went Reaper instead. There's the orbital rays. Now you're going to see a bunch of ults. That certainly was that. Now they're going to win the team fight because they already got the numbers. There it is.
And Stalker and Proper overwhelming Crazy Raccoon on the Reaper.
Yeah.
And there it is. There's the team kill and there's the flip.
We've seen a lot of teams take that Echo duplicate and focus down the duplicate onto the Reaper.
All right, so CR is going to come back with their own Echo ult. But, oh, what a pick on Lip. That's going to buy them some time. And these are the little things that are going to really make or break some of these team fights because they're so evenly matched, right? That is where they're going to make up, not just trading back and forth to 99%. Those early picks, that's an important pick. Team Falcons might be aggressive here with their Mauga ultimate. Don't be surprised to see that. We got the Venn diagram right now by both teams. Yeah, there's going to be another ult here, another Mauga ult. And then, yeah, so they just trade out.
A return team kill just by Proper getting the first pick again.
It was just a team coordination behind the cage from jumping. You got another one from Heesang just being able to give that little bit of...
Falcons does have a bit of an ult advantage here because of that Echo ultimate. I think the Echo ultimate for Falcons makes this very interesting because you can basically just have a second Mauga or Reaper, which is like make or break in these team fights. That was a good right click. They're going to have Juno ultimate really quickly.
Start the fight off from 4 Team Falcons. They're about 80% right
oh, Lip actually gets Proper there. See, I wouldn't have done the same. I wouldn't have hit the button either. What a play by Smurf.
It's on the brink this time around in a free rally for Stalker. Crazy Raccoon, they're going to lose control of the point, but they got 69% on it for Team Falcons.
Nice.
Now in final fight territory.
Nice.
One more fight to go. Team Falcons going to have Smurf at this door Proper with this Death Blossom.
CR has... I think CR should be able to take this with Juno Ultimate. Juno Ultimate is a game winner. They have to use it immediately, though. Otherwise, they're going to get ulted on. That was a great job by Falcons.
Kills Stu, that's 3 times in a row. Proper has managed to find Stu out of position. And from the high
wow.
He's staying in the skies. Team Falcons in control, overtime ticking down. Crazy Raccoon wonders what happened to their backline over and over again.
See what I was saying, though, right there, chat?
Goes to Team Falcons.
That is why I was saying, like, unless they Juno ultimate right away, which is what they would need to do, Team Falcons recognizes that. When you're down on that ultimate, you need to go make a play. There's no reason to sit back. It's really hard to disengage that. especially when you're that late in the game and you don't want to let them get back into the game by just like slow playing it. So it was a great decision to basically say we're going to go in as Reaper and just make this play. So that was very well done. Yeah. That was very well done. Proper's had a really good start.
Played during this tournament, I think a lot of people initially thinking, and more often than not, it's better to copy the tank, yeah, but we've seen Team Falcons and Crazy Raccoon a lot of the time picking up Reaper, a lot of sustain there, and a lot of hitting damage. We'll see if that continues, but it looks like Proper is going on the Genji.
Proper on the Genji, he's saying sticking to the Echo.
Difference of strategy. This just means Falcons is going to be even more all in here.
Getting access to that Echo.
But this also means that he's saying he's going to be able to kind of like spam out a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see. But Proper's had a really good Genji. Trades on the Briggs. Looks like it's going to go in favor of CR on this team fight.
And Stalker, and this is going to be the big problem for the Genji. Without those resets,
yeah,
you can get a lot of damage down, but you lose a lot
good
of
start.
that tank buster capability.
Genji is
Echo. He's thanks focusing beam.
It's a different strategy where like you just all in a little bit more. So as CR, you play like slightly defensive but also aggressive. It's like you're not going to play as aggressive as Falcons will, but you're going to be aggro on the timing's right, like right there. Like flipping on the point on them there and just going for like the Juno, like things like that. So you don't all in the Echo because the Echo would just get rolled. Right? And when you're Proper and Stalker, just turn that around. I don't know if it's winnable yet. It depends. Actually, they might be able to win that. Just because, remember, Juno was the first one that was picked off? It also means that Juno was the first one back. Stalker and Proper just won that team fight. Holy crap, that was great. What a good start.
Yeah, they can go early with this, and especially because you have the Death Blossom as well, and the Orbital Ray coming up. It's going to be much more difficult to be able to get rid of that Genji. So Chia's going to be hoping to get that online before Crazy Raccoon come back in and use
is there an unlucky Tau Cal? We'll try to get the timings good the rest of the way. Stalker. Holy crap. And they used everything. I mean, they've been good. How about yours?
No rally available either. Charon was 5% away, which probably would have been their saving grace.
It might be nice to have it, knowing that Smurf is going to have...
All right, are you ready for the Venn diagram ultimates, chat? Are you ready? Sam, thanks for the 2 months of the tier 1. Thank you, BJ. Here we go, Venn diagrams. Get ready. I love this aggression. But you know what the best part about this whole play right here is, chat? CR also got the point during this. Oh. Dude, do you know what's crazy about that team fight? CR just won that.
Really good,
like 4v5, right?
Playing really aggressively as well, just holding them back.
It won that 4v5, right? Because
to actually come back and contest this point.
They back capped the point. They back capped the point, and then also won the team fight in their spawn. 4v5 with Brigal, though. Oh, I know, but like even with Brigal, you'd be surprised. Like that like in this type of like this like heavyweight matchup, that could be a make or break difference regardless of the ults. I think the only guaranteed win for a team is Juno Ultimate, if they have that over the other team. And that's if they don't do, like, for example, what Falcons did, where Falcons went in early. So, holy crap. Are we going to university?
As Crazy Raccoons looking like they're going to finish out this round, 90% on the board.
A reactive duplicate saving the day here, as he's saying goes for that Mauga right into the thick of Smurf's cage.
Proper has Blade.
And wait, Charon spots it out though, so Stalker has to get out of there.
That's fine. They'll be at a touch point. Actually, I think there's a slight timing where Falcons can take this fight because the Echo was too deep out of the fight trying to get a flank kill. That's exactly what happened, yep.
The Blades from Proper should seal the deal in this fight.
Job is not done yet.
Okay, so CR has Reaper ult. Falcons has Reaper ult coming up.
One team fight away from being able to take us to round number 3.
I don't know what Falcons is going to do here. I think they expect Brig ult, so they might actually play this a little bit too safe. I want to see them just rush in. I think they know that too. They need to lead the charge right away.
They cannot afford to lose Charon early here.
Did I yap too much? No, I don't.
Absolutely correct. TP into the backline for Lip already. Shooting Smurf in the back, prompting a response.
Here we go.
Here. Looks like Stalker's going to run away, and Death Blossom right on top, so Stalker is just trying to LOS as much as possible, but Smurf will launch it a little bit too big.
So, great job by CR there. And I think what happened is, and this is where things get like really interesting, like across the board, is in that team fight is I think they predicted that the brig out was already going to be there, so they wanted to play it safe and kind of go to a disengage. But in reality, they had a very slight timing to make that work. But like usually you're going to be within like 20%. You can't really predict a brig out to like 100% accuracy most of the time, just because you don't know what their Inspire's doing, right? Like it's hard to tell how much healing brig is doing in a team fight, because a lot of the heals aren't as apparent as like, let's say, an Ana, right? Or a Juno, where you watch them doing it. Like brig's more based off of doing damage and like proccing that Inspire. So that's why they played a little bit more disengage heavy, is because they knew they didn't have a brig out, and instead they kind of actually let them get back into it with the brig out, and that ended up turning the fight. So on to University, chat.
Both teams TPing out. High ground control, pivotal on this map.
Who do I think will win this round? Falcons might have a slight advantage again because they're back on the Echo comp, but it's so hard to predict with these teams. Oh, what a 1v1. Oh! That's some good brig play.
Early point capture here for Team Falcons after such an aggressive play. Stalker picking up the...
By the way, don't be surprised to see Falcons not run that Genji comp like for a while, because it just it didn't go as well, because I don't think that CR is going to let them set up on that timing. So they had to make the swap back to what they were before. Fielder has ult soon. If Fielder can survive this, but Smurf is actually really low. They might be able to all-in Smurf and kill him. Yeah, they got the brig ults. They might be able to trade out one. Yep. Oh, what a good timing. And to be honest with you, that Fielder 1v1 like made the difference here, because that gave Fielder the ability to have that ultimate to win a team fight after they lost an important piece of the team, which is Mauga. Because Mauga brings survivability, brings like can kind of like distract. So that 1v1 brig at the beginning there actually led to that play. Now obviously CR is going to have their own brig ult to come back with here, and that might win them a team fight. But I'd rather win the first couple team fights. What a great play. Again, what you're seeing out of Falcons right now, and keep in mind, these teams will probably make adjustments. Team Falcons is going to not let them set up or engage. So what they need to do is they need to be prepared for that play. That's the second time they've been kind of caught off guard by it. They'll learn from that. Like if they're not, if they will learn from that. This should be a team fight win for CR. I think Team Falcons is going to rush in. There it is. They're doing this for two reasons. I'll explain. I'll let the team fight go. So the reason why they go in there is two reasons. One, to build ultimates, and two, to bait out ultimates, right? To make them reactionary. And guess what? Look at CR's ult. Do you think CR was a little bit reactionary to that play? Do you see their ults? That's why you do that. You don't let them get a free pick on you when you're in that neutral game, because then they can only use one ultimate. So you go in and force the issue, and then it forces out more ults. Ready, set, and ult time. 3, 2. Yep, they're going to have to disengage again because of the Juno ultimate. Oh, what a play. Oh, they didn't get anybody. Wow. Honestly, though, Falcons in about 3 seconds is going to pop Juno ultimate, and that's it, so.
He's running right now, but he's still proper, and he's still smart.
Yeah.
Oh, Stalker is looking sublime with these poppies. And
they're just staggering him.
Stagger out Jimbin for as long as humanly possible now.
They're going to try to touch with Tracer, but I think they're going to do too much damage to the Tracer. The Tracer will recall almost right away. Proper, yeah. Tracer did make it, but I don't know if it'll be enough. There just isn't. Maybe, yeah, Brig won't even. Yeah. So Falcons take map 1.
Kill the Brig, and that's going to be it. Team Falcons, they only need to kill the 4 now. Jumbins, it might be legendary, but it cannot step up.
There you go.
To the sheer amount of force.
First map going to Falcons. But you see why I said we're in for a treat today with these two teams?
That is a big.
You see what I'm saying?
Team Falcons to make to kick off this series.
Why I said we're like these are good matches. Like they're both good teams. Keep in mind, Just to give everybody an idea here, that was Falcons' pick. I want to point that out. That was their pick. The reason why they picked that map was to basically play to the strengths of their team and take away a little bit of what makes CR good, which is the ability to run Wrecking Ball, right? Not that they can't run the Mauga comp. They run it really good. It's just really well. It's more along the lines of, like, it just means they don't have to try to play against their Wrecking Ball one. I wouldn't. So it's not like hybrid map next. With the way they do it, and actually I love the system they have, is they make it so you have to choose between the rest of the maps. So based off of the game type. So what I think they'll do next is they'll probably run a. I don't know how their Gibraltar is. I don't know how their Gibraltar is. But whatever map can allow them to play a dive-centric type of team comp, they know that if they can go on like a Gibraltar, that will probably force Smurf onto Winston, which isn't bad, by the way. Smurf is an unreal Winston player. But CR likes the idea of those type of comps. Like run a Wrecking Ball type of comp. Run this style they want to run. It's hard to say, though. I don't know what map they're going to go with.
So are we really sure that they're actually going to try to play?
You know, it could even be something as like crazy as like Circa Royale, something a little bit different of a different approach. I'm going to guess. I don't know. Gibraltar? Most of these teams, we don't know what their map selection is because they've been dominating every game, right? Like, this is the first time, if I'm correct, this is the first time in this tournament where CR has to pick a map.
Part of the reason why we
right?
saw Smurf in this first map is just in case we did see something like the Wrecking Ball.
If I'm correct,
Smurf being able to
because I don't think CR has dropped a map yet.
With something like that Winston.
Yeah, Suravasa could be a map, you're right. Because Suravasa has a little bit of it.
Does he actually stay in?
So this is the first map that they've lost. Now, keep in mind they haven't played Falcons yet, so that's, you know, obviously. But yeah, that's their first map loss. So they haven't had to choose a map yet, so it's hard. I don't know their map pick rotation.
To be honest with you, Team Falcons doing a lot more healing damage. Death 60 on the side of Crazy Raccoon. No, way closer than the stats.
No, they didn't play Falcons day one.
Right now, at the very least.
We'll see if, why no Zarya in the match? We saw Zarya yesterday a little bit, but
of course, Crazy Raccoon,
why is Zarya not in these matches? It's really easy to focus down a Zarya. It's so easy. Two bubbles out, Zarya's dead.
The most dominant teams in the Asia region currently. I mean, their division, they've been kind of punching up as well, but it really just has been a story of Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons.
They got the cool suits going here.
Going back all the way to Dallas, we did see, and it was on City Center, that Oasis map where Junbin pulled out the hog.
Excuse me.
Unfortunately, we didn't get to see it, but maybe, just maybe, we're in for something a little special later on. It feels like a heavy map.
What map is next?
A lot of teams even, you look at NRG, they tried their own flavor of things, so I wouldn't be too surprised if there's some secrets that Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons are hiding right now.
I feel like both of those teams know they're probably going to get a rematch at some point, so you
is
can't.
0.6 KD good or bad at this level? I
want to keep a couple of pieces.
My opinion, I don't think. I don't think that the kill death ratio is as important in these games as they would put it out to be. This isn't like a
That's crazy.
A Counter-Strike match, you know. There's a lot of variables that go into it. If your team loses a Koth 2-1, you're probably not going to have a high kill death ratio.
I mean,
straight up, because you're just trading out. Like you're always getting traded on. So if you lose a map, it means that you lost more team fights on a control. So like, I'd be surprised to see in a control game where a team has the team that loses has a kill death ratio ahead of the other team. You know, you might be able to say like on a Dorado or something, like you can get away with that type of situation, but Suravasa, yep, good call on that. Suravasa is a little bit more open. It allows for a bit more variables to how you play. You might see a couple more hero swaps across the board here in these maps too on Suravasa. Because like there's one cool thing about Flashpoint is
confident and actually go in without hesitation.
You're able to switch a lot.
Like that
so
is what's going to happen.
There's Hanbin
for this next map.
Yeah, a goat. Honestly, a goat coming in for a goat. It's
ready to game. Got the gamer sleeve on. Ready to go.
Team Falcons have in their tank role. Smurfs always coming for that first map. Hanbin the next. They can just swap Smurf in again.
Yeah, I did
Maybe they
22
go
to make sure.
Maybe they do go to a dive map. Maybe they do go to
Did
a
Flashpoint and Cool in the same sentence? I'll be real with you. I like Flashpoint even more and more now. But this goes back to
Crazy Raccoon. We did see Max the other day.
In top 500,
in for
the maps and the game types get solved a lot quicker.
I feel like it has to
So
be the
I get
echo.
to
Maybe it
play those
depends on
maps
the
at a
game,
more
but I think just
optimal way,
echo
the way
versus
the
echo.
modes
Echo
are
has so
meant
much
to be
ability
played.
burst down,
So like it's a
and then
lot less
Malga,
of
as well as being
running
able
it
to
down
get
mid to
some
the point
really
now
good
and more
backline
like
snipes
taking
with
map
something like
control
the sticky
and
bombs plus
like
Reaper shotguns
it's a
or-
little bit
or
different than just
something
let's
like
just
that,
like
to be
slam
able
our
to
faces
shore it
against
up.
the point, right?
And so the echo makes a
Just
lot
like
of
with
sense.
push, I think over like
Yeah,
the
it's
past
very
2
hard to
years
stay
of
alive
push
as a
now, I
backline,
think
like, especially
in a
with
lot
the-
of ranks now, push is being played a lot
speaking
more
to,
correctly than it
Silver,
used to
the
be.
voice actor,
So you're getting more
yesterday,
exciting push games,
Freaky
right?
there.
So whenever a
And
new
I
mode
said,
gets
like,
introduced, it
Rick is
takes a
one of the
long
hardest
time for
supports to play,
everyone
like,
across the board to kind of
you have your consistent
find a way to
which is
play it.
fire, of course, but actually
So it
blocking
takes
that,
time. And
especially
yes, I
in,
agree.
like,
Having the speed out of
how
spawn has
quickly
made it a
they
lot
go
better.
here is very
It doesn't mean
good.
that if you
Your
hate
shield as
Flashpoint,
well,
there's anything wrong with
not as
that.
healthy as
Because
it was
I see where
when
people
it
wouldn't
was
like
released.
Flashpoint.
It's, got a little
But I enjoy it
and
more
so
now because it
lot
just
very
feels like
susceptible,
each
like you
point
said,
is
to
very
those sticky
unique,
bombs, to the first
and each way you
Echo
can
in
play it
general,
is like
amount
a
of
different
damage. Also, the Reaper dishes
is
out
a
too.
different
You know,
approach, and
up
I
close
like that
and
idea in
very
concept.
tough role
I
to
love the
play.
idea of
And
having
even
these
using
multiple
your
different
bash
ways to
roll
play the game.
can result in your team just
And
completely
it allows for more flexibility, which is really cool. It doesn't mean it's perfect, and honestly, there's game modes that I don't like, maps I don't like, so we all have different ways of that. So
on that Juno to start
I think it's gotten better. It doesn't mean it's in a perfect spot.
First picks on shoot
So you said you hate Clash.
I think it's so tough because you talk about a lot of these
Clash has
different,
grown on me a
micro
little
decisions
bit, but I
that
still
they
have
make,
too
but
many
you also need to be
scuffed
able to appeal
matchups to
to someone
enjoy it
like
as much
Juno
as I
as well.
probably
So
could.
how do you actually take
I
that
did,
choice
you know,
into
I see why
consideration
Gavin's
of,
been
okay,
really
am I
like
actually trying to block
wanting to
damage with
find
the
ways
shield?
to
Am I
make it
trying to
not
go
have
back
as
and
many
kill from
stomps.
Juno? Where
Because
am I actually
Clash,
using those armor packs over as
if you're
well?
gonna make
That
people
all
wait in
comes
queue
into the
times
decision-making
longer than
process
2
on top
minutes,
of what you already mentioned.
you probably
And then
shouldn't have
sometimes
people
you
have
take
a
look at
mode
Briggs,
that lasts
you
for
wanna
2
just
minutes.
use the rally to hold
You know what I
down
mean?
an entire door so that my team doesn't get absolutely chunked by
Missed.
something like
Thanks
a
to the Freakish Prize.
Blossom.
Thank
Well, we
you.
saw that early, yeah.
On the flip side of that, on the flip side of that, whenever I have a really close back and forth 5 to 4 clash, it feels amazing. Close clash games are so exciting.
Very nice.
Multiple team fights for 1 point.
I've
Back and
always
forth
thought
ult
that
usage.
Flashpoint is the
Clutch
better version
plays.
of COF
It's amazing,
compared to
but
Control.
we need to get
I
Clash
don't
to
like
get that to
NJC
happen
as
more
much,
before I
but
think people are going to
the
like
mode and
Clash,
concept.
right? So, you know, some of that is going to be how players play it. Like, you know, map control is more important. I'm starting to see it happen more in top 500, but I still think we're
I feel like it's so tough
6
to
months
take
to a
look at
year
Junos,
away
how do
from
you actually
really
use
getting
those
more
orbital rays?
consistently
I feel like a
fun
lot of
Clash
times when you
games,
take a look at that ultimate,
unless
you
they
use
make
it
some
as an
changes to how the
engagement tool,
spawns work,
help
which I
send it
think
down. You also want to play reactively with it.
that
so
is
you hold on to it until you
their
realize,
problem is they're
I
running
have
into the
better
2CP
positioning,
issue of
and I
having a
actually wanna
spawn too
flush them
close to
out
an
or push
objective.
them back.
And that's where
And
the issue
sometimes you
is.
just use it because
So,
you've got a death
how can they
blossom or
balance it
ability
to
and
move
you
a
wanna
spawn
make sure
back?
that your DPS don't
Right?
go down, whether
Like,
it's
how can
well.
they how can they have a way to move the spawn back
We're talking about how, like, your DPS for Crazy Raccoons
to be able to
all
give
stars except for one.
the team's opportunity to be able to cap a point?
Maybe heal.
But then how do you also make it so that those teams that are capping the point don't make it a stomp anyway if the spawns are further away? So easier said than done, and then that's why I'm a streamer. I don't have to make that decision. I just get to play the mode, you know? So, anyway.
Crazy Raccoons, map pick.
You're enjoying the finals? You said I wish I was here. You would have loved the meet and greet, maybe the next event. Yeah, I wasn't invited to the event, so it was hard for me to go there because I want to stream the events. I love co-streaming it, talking about the matches, doing this back and forth. But because I wasn't invited to the event, it just was hard to be able to make that work because I wanted to stream the matches.
Taking a look at these two
So they had already
teams.
invited a bunch of people to go out there. So
Interested.
it is what it is. I've been having a great time, and
for that
it's been awesome. So we'll see. There's apparently 3 events next year, so maybe we'll be at one of those, you know?
But that's not to be
We'll see.
both of these teams going back to the classic in the meta right now, those Emongg comps. Lip and Heesang on that Reaper and Echo, and similarly for Proper and Stalker. This is going to be the
I'm
comps
ready.
you see locked in as we head out to Saravasa.
As we charge in from both tanks, Proper's got his eyes on Lip, who's already forced that Wraith form.
So right away, the teams, as you can tell, chat, what do you notice? They're not slamming it down mid. They're not just sitting on the point. They're going at each other, right?
Just like Team Falcons right now, posturing very well.
No, the mercy skins are right now. Yes, you're getting the mercy drops.
But it's actually harming that full spray.
Yep. Like, you see that? No one's going for the objective. No one's trying to cap it right now. Now they're going to go back because they have a 5v3. But, like, This is what I mean, where it's not just like slamming it against the point. Yeah, CR is about to win 2 team fights in a row, as long as they take the time it's here.
So many finishing blows here for that first fight, and so Crazy Raccoon getting this first flashpoint capture. And take a look at.
He said Stockholm would have been a far trip.
They're gonna have this.
Believe it or not, I'm okay with that because all the flights I've had to take recently are to literally California. I'm from Massachusetts.
So this is gonna be an explosive fight.
I'm not joking. Like that is like. By the way, the reason why I said it was going to be a free fight for CR is because of the Juno ult advantage. It's like a 6-hour flight to California from Massachusetts. I think to Stockholm would have been about 8 hours. That's nothing to me at that point. You know? At that point, I'm like, whatever. Like, I don't.
With this orbital ray, and you just go down that main track.
Dude, even the trip to Dallas felt like a short flight because it was only 4 hours. Like, at this point, every event I go to is a long flight because I'm in Massachusetts.
As well as Chio's orbital ray.
Property being Liv already hit the race walk, but he's got the ultimate already. The rally comes through from Chorong and Fielder, but look at the dwindling health balls on the side of Team Falcons.
Actually, a pretty good disengage by CR. They're going to win that because of that. CR played that perfectly, by the way. To be able to disengage like all of that play properly and not allow them to get a Juno ultimate off, that's just a perfect dub. First point goes to CR.
Duplicate went to waste.
Team Falcons should be able to take this next point initially. What CR should do is do exactly what Falcons did. Just rush in and use your Reaper ult or your Echo ult to force something. Or even Juno ult. There you go. That's the right play. That's the right play. I do think they might have used one ultimate more than they should have, but I think they're okay with that. Sometimes you just need like an ult refresh to kind of get it back to that neutral. So Hanbin's going to have Mauga ultimate here. So that's going to be used right away, but don't be surprised if he's saying uses the ult to get Reaper or Echo, or not Echo, Mauga here. Or, ooh, that was a bad timing. That needed to be, what needed to happen there was it needed to be done right away, but easier said than done, right? It's easy to predict what they should be able to do, right?
They tried to go fast to get the contest
like,
before Team Falcons actually.
It's easy to like predict what they should do, but it's not. In actuality, if the team makes the correct play, you can ruin the on paper plays, right?
Flashpoint progress as well as these double DPS ultimates.
Love this play by Falcons. Do you see how they're engaging them off the point? They're denying them the space and not giving them any opportunity. By the way, chat, do you see what we're watching here? Do you remember how I just talked about how Flashpoint's becoming more solved at high levels? When you play Flashpoint right now, when do you ever see that? When do you ever see people go off the point right now to take team fights right there off the point? No, everybody stands on the point and just waits. But this is the correct way to do this. You deny the space. You don't let them get the, you don't let them get the map control. You don't let them do this. You just
well, the more you take out the Juno,
you do it because you're running it down on Lucio. That's a you problem.
And as we've seen, that can be just such a big difference maker for these DPS ultimates hitting their mark or not. And so with that, Team Falcons, they are going to capture this next flashpoint.
Next up we have, now it's going to be a bit more of an even fight. The ultimates go in favor of CR, but I think sometimes when you have a Juno ultimate, things can get wild. But on paper, CR should take this point due to their ult advantage. Straight up. It just depends what Falcons do right away. What'd I say?
That's what you want to see. That's a whole bunch of damage, and that is one dead bird.
4K, almost an ace there coming through from that Death Blossom. And so a quick team fight win here for Crazy Raccoon to unlock this next.
Okay, anyway.
Team Falcons, so they're going to be coming
Team Falcons have Juno ultimate. This should be a good retake. CR should go early on. There it is, the Echo ultimate. There's the Juno ultimate. And good luck to their team. Yeah, that's just a disengage out, go again. Remember, this is Juno ultimate when it heals for like a... Actually, no, this is the one that actually, I think this heals for 85 still. This is the really quick Juno ult build. After this patch they're playing on, because we're on a different patch. They nerfed Juno a little bit more, and thankfully they buffed Mauga and nerfed Junker Queen due to popular demand. Okay, Falcons have an ult advantage again right now. They're probably going to go in quickly with the Reaper ult right away. And there's a free kill. They didn't even have to ult. That's bad. That is tough. Because now Team Falcons kind of... I want you to look at their ult pool to only use one ultimate, and Mauga ultimate at that is huge. Like right now, CR's is going to be down on ults. Right now, they need to focus more on getting these ults out than necessarily winning the point. They need to reset this ult economy. This is pre-Mauga buff. Yes, this isn't even Mauga buff. Yep. If you notice, Mauga, when charging in, doesn't go as fast.
Stalker might not get a free death block, although 5 seconds to go, jumps straight in the front line, gets bashed though, but here comes the second blossom! Hugh's gonna easily finish that one up. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, tried as he must there.
I mean, they got ults out. That's the good news, but I think they committed too much. Like, I think that was one of those team fights where CR just needed to be like, okay, we need to give up the point. Once again, from a spectator point of view, it's easy to predict that because I know all of their ults. In real time, it becomes really easy to, like, you know, lose track of an ultimate or not know exactly where they're at. So we have the ability to see it from a different point of view, right?
Yeah, there's the early orbital ray from Gio as well.
Yeah, which once again, orbital ray is just a straight up team fight win when the other team doesn't have it.
Feels like Falcons right now being a little bit more proactive when it comes to these engagements, Rose.
Yeah, even though Crazy Raccoon were able to actually get to the flashpoint positioning first, the fact that Team Falcons had that orbital ray meant that Crazy Raccoon couldn't capitalize on any of that. Couldn't even use their ultimates to kick things off either. Keeping and Junbin just falling short of being able to get those out on time.
You know what Falcons are doing a really good job of? And I think, like, when CR gets back to, like, their, like, talking with their coach and, like, they're getting, like, they're not... CR needs to set the tone a little bit more now. They're letting Team Falcons constantly run into them regardless of, like, no matter what the result is. Like, did you see this? They're constantly on their back foot, so they, like... This is exactly why they're doing it, though. Look at this, though. Why not go in here? Yep. Like, for CR or Falcons, it's like, why not go in here? The worst case scenario for them is they get a bunch of ultimates out and they build up their ultimates, right? So, like, they don't even, like, for Team Falcons, you know what they're going to say? Okay, let's regroup. We have Juno ultimate in, like, 15%. Hanbin, go take a little bit of poke damage. Go in with Juno ultimate, and unless CR runs into them, they're going to lose. Straight up. Watch. All right, they're taking a little bit of poke. There's the ultimate. About 5 seconds now, you're going to see Mauga charge in. Here comes the Juno ultimate. 3, 2, 1. There's Brig. There's Juno. Now they have this out. Proper's going to ult in. They're going to disengage out. They're going to go in. They're going to go for the kills. Doesn't even matter. They have 2 Reaper ults to deal with. They got the major kill, and that's it. See? So, this isn't a lack of... To make this clear, this isn't about Falcons being a crap ton better right now. This is about the pace that Falcons are setting. So what Sierra needs to do is they need to come back and make it like a... They're going to go back in and they're going to do the exact same thing. Enough of sitting back and trying to disengage it. Go in there and make the plays. So they're gonna bring him to a dive map, though. I think they need a little bit of a slight reset for a second and bring him to a dive-centric map and see how that goes. Because right now, because we probably know CR will get back to the finals. Granted, Toronto still has opportunity. Don't get me wrong. Go to a dive map, see how they play, and it allows you to see what maps you can go next. But right now, what's happening is they're just getting rushed on. So.
Playing off the spawn doors of most teams, but you expect that from a team that is not only very aggressive, but has some of the best players to ever touch the game. But right now, Team Falcons are just beating them to the punch. They are going first. They are being proactive. They know how much this spot in the finals means to them. Crazy Raccoon will have to face Toronto to find if they
grabbing a water very quickly. And I'll be right back, okay?
Games in a row if they
what are they drinking water weird? Oh, yeah, there you go.
An exhausting day here
Be back, chat. Be like 2 minutes while they do this.
Here and then winning that lower bracket finals. Team Falcons up 2 maps already. And gonna be honest, Rose, especially to that latter half of Survasa, that did not look close.
It didn't, but a lot of that was off the back of that aggression, like you said, just playing with so much confidence, being able to push the tempo of a lot of these team fights, and not giving Crazy Raccoon any time to actually use their ultimates. How many times did we see them go down with something in their pocket? Or they used it and then immediately get killed after that point. Just no value conversion over from those ults, and yeah, Team Falcons make this look quite easy.
I mean, you look at that second to last fight, you replay that. You saw how far Hanbin was pushing up to Crazy Raccoon, and they didn't have ults. Crazy Raccoon had ults to use. They did not want to use them. They want to use them for a point fight where they can win it, secure it, get some percentage. But Hanbin was going in and forcing them into spots where, okay, using our ult here is awkward, because if we also lose this fight, we then don't have them for the next. Flashpoint as a game mode is very finicky when you take these fights, very finicky, because it ticks up so quickly. And you're not able sometimes to get 2 fights on a point.
Every second matters. And look at how often Team Falcons were like, okay, we're not even gonna let you just touch the point at all. Can't contest it. Look at the smiles on the face. They know that this has been a job well done so far in this series. A huge confidence booster for the rest of the team. And we're going to Runasapi as the next map up.
Honestly, seen some insane things on Runasapi yesterday. That turnaround from Twisted Minds was ludicrous. 128 meter lead to 0. A very flip map, a coin flip map. Be very tough. Even if you're down, it's still comebackable on this map. That's why I think it's picked a lot more than Colosseo and the other ones, because you can just snowball that small advantage. Even if you get pushed back all the way to your spawn, you know, like 120 meters, that's basically spawn touch, right? I was picked from Crazy Raccoon, and this is going to be, I would imagine, another mirror.
I don't think we're seeing dive here. I just don't think so. Another good reason why Runasapi gets picked is because sometimes you do have that flexibility to be able to play different compositions. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it, especially if you're Team Falcons.
Unless they want to play the Ashe. Unless they want to play a little bit more long-range hit scan, which we did see yesterday. And we've seen teams, if you want to battle with a team like Twisted Minds, we did see from Twisted Minds this long-range.
All right, so they went with.
Yeah,
I'm surprised by the map selection here. I mean, I'm not saying like I don't know what maps are going to be good at.
How quickly Team Falcons are playing, so it looks like Crazy Raccoon just going to stick to the same old, same old. It's a risky gambit. You require an ultra world-class performance.
Once again, though,
match point
here. CR just needs to be aggressive.
Falcons in the upper bracket final. The audience, the desk. Well,
like they can't let Falcons keep setting the tone. That's simple.
Crazy Raccoons are going to make it through.
I want to see CR going first right here. Yes, yes.
From the audience.
No, they slow down. Oh no.
All day, every day, right now.
Yeah, do you see it, chat? That camera. Do you see that, by the way? That camera point of view showed exactly the problem. Who charged in first, chat?
Come on, proper. 50% ult already.
Who went in first?
Team kill for Team Falcons, and now they can.
Hanbin just charged right in.
Very hard corner to fight on as well.
And even though it was like a second difference, that is the make or break, because already you're making the other team have to react.
Just wait back a little bit. You don't have to push that bot past that corner. Wait for
canned water? Yeah, it makes me feel, carbonation makes me feel a little bit more full. So like I'll occasionally just have this as a water, so I don't feel like I need to like. It just helps me like. I don't know. Gives me more full. Yep.
Chorong down, and well, he's saying you're not left for this world either. Oh,
it's the same thing. It's over and over again. Is there a tank meta that I want to see in the future? Just not like an Orisa or Mauga one. I think that last year of esports has kind of ran into that. So
take a look at that ult bank. Team Falcons are going to have almost everything to be able to throw.
I like streaming dubs.
And look at how far forward Stalker is playing. Knows that the duplicate is available. You can play a little bit more aggressive with that. And look at where Hanbin is hiding.
Yep, they're just set up. Hanbin's going to charge in. Get ready. Look at the ults. I mean, Team Falcons is going to easily take this team fight unless CR hacks something up.
Here's the duplication onto the Reaper. Stalker using that shift pretty early, but
Literally use one ultimate to get an extra 20 meters in map control, and then gets ready. There we go. I do think that the ult advantage is going to go in favor of Team Falcons, but I did like what I saw there. I did like what I saw there.
that rally too.
They at least started to do something.
Early for Team Falcons because they won back-to-back fights.
Turong just didn't have an opportunity to use it, but
Hey,
even if you did,
as we saw yesterday in the Twisted Minds match,
one Reaper. So perfect play
against
so
Toronto,
far. They're already rounding that final quarter. The Proper's got another
it ain't over until this map's over. All right?
Onto the Malga now from Heastang, but he's getting focused down. Cardiac Overdrive's going to heal him at least for the time being. Heastang eventually killing Hanbin, the payload. For Team Falcons, at least for the second, is stopping now, but Proper still comes back with 2 kills. DPS down, where's your damage now, Crazy Raccoon? You got to rely on Jumbin. Proper does not.
I mean, good kills by Proper. I think CR is still going to take it.
14 Falcons, they try and hold this corner, and they bought themselves time as well. Though that double kill was pivotal.
Proper setup.
This is going to allow time for Hanbin to come
The reason why
back
CR stopped is they had to slow play it. Really good disengage by Falcons. Brig ult time, and like, yeah, there's the Brig ult. Good job. They got to be careful here, though. Good job. Good team fight. Okay.
Honestly, that's pretty good.
Okay, so here's gonna be what's gonna have to happen. I think CR is gonna have to probably lose one more team fight to get back into this, and they need to make sure they get at least 2.5 ultimates out. 2.5 ultimates. What am I even saying? I'm just sounding like I'm trying to. They need to get 2 ultimates out, maybe 3.
We've seen this play out before as Proper goes in already, but has to hit the Wraith for him. He does get forced back as he waits for Hanbin to lead the charge.
I mean, but he's going in. It doesn't matter. He's only holding W. TP from Stalker.
Well, my mindset was, oh, 2 or 3 ultimates. What's the in-between? 2.5. And I'm like, that's not going to work. Like, what is that? Yeah, they did what they needed to do, by the way, chat. Believe it or not, that was a necessary team fight loss for CR. There was no way they're going to win that. There was no way they could slow play that. It was necessary. It sucks that you have to do that sometimes, but they were not going to get back into it with what Falcons have. Now, Falcons, if they're going to play the way I think they're going to, they're going to go aggressive with this Juno ultimate right away.
Do they know
But they still might try.
Focusing Q right now, he's got the orbital raise.
Okay, so we were wrong in that sense, but on the flip side, they saved it. So instead what they did is they set up for an aggressive flank play to force out an ultimate, and guess what they did? Now, CR in theory should be able to win their first team fight right here, like to get some meters, but I think Falcons might just try to rush in and use their 2 ultimates to force out the 4 out of CR. Because they recognize that they don't have the ult advantage anymore, right? So they might just try to force their ultimates because they know CR is going to reactively use their ult after. There's the Hanbin ult, there's the Juno ultimate. Now they know they're going to be able to get more ultimates out. And there it is. So CR ended up using...
I'm calling it, whoever loses
2 ultimates
wins the grand finals.
Vern, thanks for 17 months of tier 1. Thank you, appreciate it, thanks. Yep.
Crazy Raccoon can repeat history.
It's just, they're...
It's looking tough.
Team Falcons is doing everything that you could possibly do right now. Going in with Echo Ultimate, trying to force out the rest of the other ultimates because CR needs to use this, so they're going to Reaper ult in a second.
He's trying to get in there. Okay, focus fire is good enough for a kill. Stalker TPing up to the high ground with 1% to go. He dives down straight.
Holy crap, that was pretty sweet. I don't think CR needs to use Reaper ult.
Stalker, he's done enough damage, but it's not quite enough to win that fight.
And it stalls so
okay.
much time. 4 minutes left in the
CR
game.
officially has the ability to win 2 team fights in a row. But they need to set up. They need to put one, just set up. Go stop them. Don't let them run at you.
And that's been the biggest issue.
Just go in.
They're the ones that
because they're gonna teleport behind you with Reaper ult.
This DPS duo.
Yes. Good aggression. Good aggression. There it is. There it is. Shu might die though. Yeah.
Chong basically assisting in that kill. Heastang gets a duped.
Lip's gonna have to repro. Nope.
Will it matter? Lip and Stew are already down. Heastang's gonna try for another. Chasing Stew around the map.
Good kill.
Eventually takes him out.
Ooh, that's sticky. Okay. You know, sometimes you just gotta make a play, and that's called making a damn play. That was sick.
Finally get a chance.
There it is. So I did say 2 team fights, right? That's number 1. Was it? It certainly wasn't easy. Woo!
No way.
It certainly wasn't easy.
Proper gotten away with that
But they
one.
got it. Now this is where their opportunity comes into play. So they can use their Juno ultimate to win this, even with the counter of Falcons. If they can use just Juno ultimate, this is good. Okay?
They've got a lot of tools to play with. But it's about taking this checkpoint. That's going to be a huge deal for Crazy Raccoon to actually have a chance to make this ginormous comeback.
If you can do it, I can do it better. Here come the Death Blossoms and the Orbital Ray. Stalker with the duplications marching forward. The Orbital Ray escaping Crazy Raccoons now and the bot. They're going to need to make a move here, but the Death Blossom is good inside the cage. They eventually focus him down.
Honestly, this might go in favor of... This is like a good scenario for CR. They need to get the kill there. Smart play by Stalker there, by the way. Okay. Now they're going to get their first objective. They should. There's a slight chance they get back one more time because of wave respawns.
This is potentially checkpoint. Team Falcons are a little bit too far away to be able to try to get a touch.
They're actually going for the touch. Such a smart play. I'll explain why in a second.
But he's trying to stall as long as possible for Hansen to come back in.
Great play. So, for anybody who doesn't know this, when you get the checkpoint for the first time, it gives the other team instant spawns. So even if Team Falcons lose this right here, watch their spawns in a second. Watch this. When the bot captures. Watch everybody on CR in a second, outside of the people that don't spawn. So Hanbin just died. Watch this when they get the objective. Watch Hanbin.
1 minute and 30 seconds to go.
Notice anything on his spawn timer?
Finals lifeline teetering on the edge of defeat.
See? So the first checkpoint, why not try to contest it before then? Because you're going to get a quick retake on the next team fight.
5v5 until we enter into overtime. But it's going to be Death Blossom versus Death Blossom.
That's why it's really good to be able to not give the checkpoint early, so you can use that as a strategy later on. Lip needs to be aggressive here, but like, Brig out, Reaper L coming.
Hits the Death Blossom. A lot of that damage actually getting blocked by Strong, but Shu separates from the team and actually gets isolated. A little TP from Proper to help his own backline now.
Heck yeah, I'm glad you enjoy.
Well, he unstealthed, and there you go. There's a kill for Proper, and this time bank rose.
This was going to happen, by the way, chat. Just so you know, this was going to happen. It was bound that they were going to lose a team fight. This next team fight's the most important one. Because if Team Falcons does what they've been doing the whole game, even though CR has Juno ultimate, they will lose to Falcons being aggressive. So Falcons or CR needs to lead this charge. If they try to disengage this, I think they lose it.
But even if they win here, they're going to have to win the rest in overtime.
They're going to try with this race to start off with. The cage available from Jumbin could make this a rather disastrous fight for Falcons, but Harbin's already dead. End up trading with Proper there as Shu makes full use of the orbital ray. Jumbin not quite so lucky. They're actually just getting chased by Stalker, who is hunger is not.
This game might be over. That bot's moving and no one touched it, right? Okay, they finally touched it.
But it's in their side of the map.
It's so
good play by Fielder there, though. Oh, no. Was it Fielder or Stalker? Whoever touched the point.
Had Stalker steal this bot, force it all the way back to buy Team Falcons even
3 team fights.
To be able to get a recontest.
Question is, can they win 3 team fights?
Overtime is activated.
That is the question.
Raccoon cannot let this bot go. It's going to be a cage on the point, which will be pretty difficult to be able to fight against, but Team Falcons come back for the Death Blossom cage of their own.
Falcons deploying the speed ring. Small little bait there as they move around this corner towards the checkpoint. Cage.
Okay, so they're going to use... Falcons is going to slow play it. Once Proper gets ultimate, though, they're... Wow, that... Proper died, though. That's actually huge for CR. I was just going to say, that was huge for CR. Oh, but the pick on the Juno, uh-oh. That's... There's no way Team Falcons doesn't go right into this right away. They're going to come right into it, right? They're going to go... I'm telling you right now, they're going to get there, and they're going to immediately speed ring in Reaper out cage. They're going to give them no time. They're going ASAP. They know they have an opportunity here. They have numbers. They're going in.
Heastang once again going to try and go for a kill as Proper sets himself up in a Death Blossom over the ages. The damage is too much for Crazy Raccoon to bear. As Team Falcons 3-0.
So that came down to the that pick on Juno at the end was the game changer there. To give you an idea, that pick on the Juno was the game changer because the Juno wasn't going to be able to be there to help with the disengage. So normally they'd be able to kind of try to play that a little bit. But that pick last second was huge because then they're going to spawn up. Obviously the spawns are closer when it's that far away. And then even if Juno does get back in time, there's a good chance Speedring is down due to the cooldowns. So I do want to say this. This doesn't mean that the grand finals, if CR gets back, right? If, say, CR gets back to the grand finals, I think it's going to be a lot closer. I do think it's going to be a lot closer. So,
and just walk on towards the finals.
But Falcons set the tone. The good news is CR does have CR has a little bit of opportunity now to kind of flesh out what they need to in the next match, and hopefully it's a good one. Hopefully it's a good one. But they definitely have opportunity now to kind of look back and also kind of re-look at how they should approach the play style they're doing right now. They're very good, but they're relying a little bit too much on just winning it out like straight up mechanically. While Falcons is winning it not only mechanically, they're also winning it from a team like cohesion point of view. So they're probably going to show that, be like, hey, listen, it's like a couple second time, and you got to pick up on that.
I'm going to be honest, I thought this was going to be a close one, but that was not the case, and especially you.
And that's why that's going that way.
Such a talented player, but today you absolutely popped off.
Doesn't Falcons want to run their ball comp? I mean, their ball comp isn't like as played as it appears. But what I will say is they play it on like maps like Ilios. The problem is that because they lost that match, they don't have that opportunity anymore. There's no Ilios happening, so they can't rely on Ilios to be a map win now because they lost their map pick. Like if they get back to the finals, they don't have map pick anymore. They're gonna have map pick against Toronto, and they're probably gonna go Ilios. But like, you know what the power move would be? Also, Blue Eye Girl, thanks for the gifted sub. Thank you, appreciate it. Do you know what the power move would be? CR should pick Oasis.
Definitely had a clear.
They should pick Oasis.
Match, the day
because
before,
now,
even yesterday, I didn't
like,
really have breakfast.
They think they can win,
be a long day, so I had
right?
breakfast, and I think especially
and they think they can win. So if they think they can win, why not go Oasis and give yourself more opportunity to see that a little bit? So
right, proper. One more question. You guys are just one step away from becoming our champions. Proper. How confident?
But I have a feeling map 1 versus Toronto is going to be Ilios. So get ready.
토론토랑 라쿤 누가 올라오든 다 이길 자신 있어요.
Whether it's the Toronto Defiant or Crazy Raccoons, I am confident that I will win it all. All right, everybody, give it up for Proper. Thank you so much. Dusk, take it away.
All right, they're in the grand finals now. Good job.
Thank you so much, Danny, and of course, congratulations to Proper and the entire squad as they're now sitting.
Yeah, I mean, I've been
grand finals.
You know, I
Zoe here,
have
to
give you an idea. If you like my co-streams, I want to do these more going into next year. I always do them these way. I don't just sit here and go, yay. I like giving commentary. I like talking about it. So if you enjoy these, keep coming back for them. And if you also miss these, and like miss out on some of the matches on my second channel, we've been uploading the commentary on there. If you sub to my second YouTube channel, you should be able to find all the previous matches and things
I started
like
to
that,
get worried for Crazy Raccoon. There's a couple fights there, very uncharacteristic of them, where they're ult dumping, right? Like I saw popping 3 ults to 0. Yes, they win the fight with their 3 ults against Falcons.
And Malga killed the match,
and
yeah,
lose
true.
the next 2 or 3 fights in a row because Falcons are in such control of the ult game. You know, they're just meeting out their utility one ult by one ult. Yes, they lost.
They're very fun. I just love it. I love it. It's really, really cool stuff. That's how we do it. We bring the energy.
Like they haven't lost.
Bring the heat. Have a good time.
Frankly, this is what's going to decide the championship. I do think there's maybe some more options for Crazy Raccoon, but you've got to.
How many matches? That was the first match.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
my guess is they're probably going to end up talking about random stuff a little bit longer because they probably expected not to be a 3-0, so they're somehow going to extend out and overanalyze about 25 different things to give the teams a little bit of time.
Having had a really good run in the tournament so far on this Echo, but Stalker got the better of Peaceline in this matchup. We saw starting out, of course.
I could be wrong though. They might want to. They also there's a chance they want to stay ahead of schedule because it's a lot easier to start like unpacking everything sooner than later. So. I hope you feel better soon, Puppy.
As the Echo that is now flanking making plays for the rest of his team.
No.
And Stalker continuing the dominance here on the Reaper. The casters talked about it. We've seen a lot of duplicates placed on the emongg because it is so effective.
The next match is scheduled in 17 minutes. Yeah, but like sometimes you'll go ahead of schedule.
The Reaper as well.
So
Shadow step into the backline, put pressure. We saw Proper as well on the Reaper, putting pressure on the Shoe, getting picks early in these fights, and then the double death blossoms as well. They've been so efficient with these Reaper.
Why can't you see your chat on screen? It's a glitch.
A big reason why.
Only thing I've heard people say is you change like your Twitch like username color, it might put it up on there. It's just a glitch with it. It's not like we're not like randomly going like putting your name in a hat and shadow banning you from the chat.
Do you feel like Crazy Raccoon could have maybe taken it somewhere else where they would have potentially had the upper hand? Is there any maps in the pool that you feel like they might have given them a better chance of victory?
Yeah, I do think Crazy Raccoon has probably Gibraltar as a pocket pick, as here we look at, MVP Proper. No huge surprise for this match. I mean, he was putting up a huge performance. And this
Proper was unreal. I mean, Proper kind of set the tone of that match right there. That kill on Shoe, that just sets the tone for the rest of the game. You see that? Like, that was, you came into the first team fight immediately.
But honestly, I understand Crazy
Immediately
Raccoon
just
not wanting
rolled
to pick it here in the upper bracket. I mean, this is
then a video for the new hero. Like what? Like a MythBusters one? We're gonna do some interactions tomorrow. I think in the morning we're gonna go through and start looking at some interactions and get some stuff done. Tomorrow I have a sponsored stream. Also, so tomorrow's gonna be early. I'll be live around 7 a.m. And then we'll probably record and play some Hazard. And then at 1:30 I have a 3-hour sponsored stream.
Honestly, I think both of these teams expect a rematch in the grand final. I think it's
What's my sponsor stream going to be?
He's like, it will give them the best hope, but you're just saying, it's like, this is false hope. Don't fall for it.
I think it will become more obvious when Flats plays some video games.
Defiant, like, if this was a super close match, I think Toronto Defiant would feel pretty bad about that. But having a stomp like this, I mean, maybe you can take some of what Falcons is executing. I love some of the little details in there with the Reaper copy. I like that you mentioned that, Johnny, because Falcons, when they play up against the Rally, they send Stalker in first to pop the first Death Blossom. That gets inevitably stunned, canceled, and then Proper's right on top of it with the second Blossom.
You just had 2 major surgeries. Oh, damn. Well, I hope everything gets better soon.
But pretty hard to pull off, and sometimes in these
I'm sure it will. So you got this.
Executed these micro details in the ultimate fights. And
next thing you know, you'll be feeling a lot better, and it'll feel great.
That type of fight where they ult dump 3 for 0, like that's very uncharacteristic from this team.
At least you got the first step done, right?
I think they are feeling that this is not
At least you got the first step done.
I mean, when they smell blood, they just go for the jugular.
That's how you get back to where you want to get to.
We're going to dive deeper, of course, into what there was to maybe take away from Toronto Defiant. If they can,
you said you're a CS player, you love the tactic playing Overwatch? Yeah, boy, heck yeah. I mean, I used to play CS, so
that's going to be our lower bracket final. All of that after a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
Hi everybody, Danny Lim here. I'm joined by Team Falcons for OWCS World
put a little bit of a break in there. Just a pre-warning, chat. I'm gonna hit the.
How are you guys?
When I can, I'm gonna hit the ad button again so I can get ahead of this, so that way we don't have any ads playing in the middle of the matches. The rest of the chat. So you might see a couple frequently pop up over the next like 15 minutes while they get into this next match, so I can get ahead of that. Okay. So get ready.
Let's talk about your rivals.
Just giving the pre-warning.
I mean, I would assume
it allows me to catch up, so that way it doesn't randomly play in the middle of a match. Are the kitties good?
Biggest rivals.
We got excited because one of our cats finally used the new litter box we got. We don't know who it was, but the app told us it was a 6-pound cat, so I'm pretty sure I know who it is.
라이벌 없는 것 같은데. 아니 근데 라쿤은 이제 제가 이제 조금 그건데 전에 한번 살짝 이제 긁혔다 약간 라이벌이 아니라 그래서 살짝 긁혔는데 근데 라이벌 아니냐 쳤는데 그럼
How much time left to get drops? You got plenty of time for the day. What I will say is there'll be a couple streamers who will have them available, and then they'll also do a replay of these matches later on in the day, so you should have ample time to get it. Just kind of pay attention to what streams are live, etc., and all that. So. But I would say that's the first step for that one.
팔콘의 라이벌은
저희도 생각했을 때 라쿤 아닌 것 같은데. 그냥 모두가 될 수 있다. 근데
한 팀만 뽑자면 지금 현 상황에서
그럼 라쿤일 것 같아.
그럼 라쿤? 한 팀만 뽑아야 된다면.
Said your duo is the one to put you onto my stream, and now you think you watch one of him. Hey, I'm glad you enjoy.
Are you guys excited? We're gonna play games, guys. We're gonna do Overwatch Pictionary right now. Let's go. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. Fighting.
Fighting.
Oh, a good amount of the players have been available for me. Okay. A lot of up-and-coming players too, though. And that's why it's exciting seeing teams like like Nightmare and like NRG kind of like start to really become like as a good team, I really think those teams are gonna like start to really showcase their ability to get better and better going into next year. As long as those teams stick together with a core and they keep developing chemistry throughout the team, they're gonna win. They're gonna win games. They're gonna be a top team. One of the most important things that I think people underestimate when it comes to pro play is like the chemistry on a team, right? Like enjoying playing with your teammates, like playing games with your teammates outside of it, hanging out with your teammates, etc. So as long as those players keep doing what they're doing and they keep developing those like not only like getting better at the game but also like getting chemistry as a team, it's gonna go into some good results. So it'll be exciting to see where they end up later on. What is that drawing? I got nothing. I have my headset off, so I'm looking at that drawing without context. That looks like it's Zelda's throwing a boomerang. Am I right? While playing soccer. Did I guess it, or what was it? Or not Zelda, Link. Excuse me, Link. That's what it looked like. I saw a couple boomerangs, so Link was throwing one, and then he was playing soccer.
Welcome back to the OWCS World Finals live from DreamHack Stockholm. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny, and we're now gonna dig into our lower bracket finals.
By the way, Elo, I beat you to the punch on that one because I wasn't saying that was Zelda. I realized I was referencing the game, and then I said Link after. I realized it after.
And Toronto Defiant, which had a very tough road this tournament. They
Listen, I love playing Zelda. That's why I said Zelda, and I'm like, wait, I was referencing the game. Then I have to clarify I'm talking about Link.
It's a tall order, though. Even though Raccoon went down 0-3, they are still to be considered one of the very best teams in the world. So, Johnny, let's dig into
Zelda's
this.
great. I love Zelda. Zelda's such a fun game.
How you were recovering from what we just saw.
Have they come out with the Zelda game yet?
Fairly recently at the Dallas Major.
The one they showcased at like that video game thing. Is that out yet, or is it still like? There's like a legit Zelda game coming out.
Raccoon into the lower bracket now. That was a bit of a different.
That game looked kind of cool.
That was a 3-2 matchup.
It's called Echoes of Wisdom.
Like we saw today. But Crazy Raccoon,
is it good? Like is it a fun game?
That comeback in Dallas.
Like did people end up liking it?
The individual stand-up performances in the grand final. John Bin's Wrecking Ball.
Echoes of Wisdom. Okay, I'll have to look into that. That looked cool. It like looked really cool, but I obviously never got an opportunity to see it.
Form because it's something they relied on so heavily.
Heck yeah, I'll have to look into that then.
We've been talking a lot about Lip and the impact he's had on the long-range hit scan this year. Now Lip finds himself on the Reaper, and he's not able to have those same
cool. I'll have to look into
Another
that.
player, of course, is Shu. Now, because Team Falcons, they had the higher seed, of course, they were able to pick Oasis, which means
no one actually
it promoted
used it?
These Malgamers from
so someone went in it, though.
Whereas Crazy Raccoon,
it had to been
at some points put Shu
There's
on
no
the
way it
honor,
wasn't.
for
At least he went in it. Like, once he starts to go in, he'll probably get more comfortable with it.
Of course, they have to get past Toronto Defiant first. That's the match they have to focus on. But they need to use this match as some kind of way to find.
I mean, he was an outdoor kid, so of course he's the one that's going to go in. He didn't care.
Team Meta, that's very team-centric. It's going to be.
That's Sully, our biggest baby. Artie isn't an outdoor cat, but he was before we adopted him. He was like a stray outside. Like he was a cat. He lived. Artie's from Florida, and he was like a stray outside for like 7 months.
Last time these teams
and then they brought him up to Massachusetts.
Swatted them aside. I mean, it was not close. And honestly,
so of course he's the first one to go into the litter box. He's like, yeah, whatever. He's like, I don't care.
Even if you beat the team,
he's like, whatever. I'll just.
You're going up against Falcons, who just had a huge performance. Right, are going to be incredibly confident. You can tell from that proper interview, man. He's already thinking about wearing that crown. He's already thinking about lifting that trophy.
Okay, if we're looking at the other side here, though, Toronto Defiant, yes, okay, they faced off against one another.
Sully will use it eventually, but Sully's our biggest baby.
Yes, Toronto Defiant didn't have the best of time. But surely, watching the match, that just transpired.
Sully's our largest cat
He's
by a
boost the
mile.
confidence a little bit for the Toronto
He's
Defiant.
like massive,
down
like
0-3.
muscular, all
Yeah.
this,
He's
and then
gotta
he
do
just is
something
the
for
biggest
Toronto
baby we
Defiant.
have.
I mean, this is the dream scenario for Toronto Defiant. I would say, you know, probably last night they were probably feeling pretty tough about
He's the first one to
prospect
like go
of
run
whoever
under the
would
bed
come
if
beat
like
them,
he hears a
in
voice
this
of somebody he
lower
doesn't
bracket final.
recognize.
But
He's like,
I think
oh no!
watching Crazy Raccoon stumble so much in that last match, maybe you start to believe. I think really a lot of pressure for me is on Sugar Free. If he can, you know, find that crack in the armor in Heesang, keep punishing him the way Stalker did in the Echo duels in that last series, that could be enough. But the pressure from Crazy Raccoon is going to be immense. I mean, this is a team that for them to drop here would be a huge failure for Crazy Raccoon. Huge stumble for them based on the year they've had. Maybe it's possible for Toronto Defiant to find that confidence.
Did
They're
Sully
gonna
and
need to
Flats
play
ever
with that
become
same
friends? No, anytime
fearless
Flats
aggression
comes over,
they
Sully
brought
goes to the
against
litter
NRG,
box and he
I mean,
makes
can
sure
they
that
summon that
his
against a
presence
team that
is
has
known.
been
Look at it
so
that
far
way.
a nemesis for them? I
The only
mean,
when
in the
Flats
past,
is over.
We've heard even Sugar Free saying, I hope we can get a
Anytime
match
Flats
off
comes
Crazy
over,
Raccoon
which is
in the
really
World Cup.
rare,
They have a lot of
Sully
respect
makes
for
sure
these
his
players
presence is known.
This is the one of the best teams in the world, one of the best teams ever assembled.
Look at it that
Toronto
way.
Defiant have a huge effort cut out for them, and I think it's going to be this guy on your screen. It's got to be Sugar Free to lead the team to victory, finding opening picks on this Echo. For Merit as well, though, I don't think the Reaper, it's like he's in a similar story as Lip. He'd rather be playing the long
I mean,
range
hey,
scan.
you know,
So it's not
we
like
don't know
Proper
what to
where I think
expect
he's
from
absolutely-
Toronto. They're
he doesn't
obviously going to
love
go in
the
here
Reaper,
as the
but I think Proper
underdogs.
has a huge edge there, whereas Merit and Lip
But
are
you know
probably
what?
gonna be more
Sometimes you just
competitive
need a
on the Reaper.
good
We might
day
see more
two of
pressure out
Overwatch,
Lip,
which is
in
what
this
Toronto
series.
had.
More difficulty
Learn
for
from
sure
your
for Merit,
previous, you know,
to face down Crazy
things that you
Raccoon.
weren't working. You just go in with that confidence and just, you know, what do they have to lose at this point outside of like obviously the game? But just go in there and just don't let CR set the tone. And I think if that's one thing you learn from Falcons is that you cannot let CR make the engagements first. Their reactionary gameplay, their disengages aren't as strong. Is like is probably the weakest point they have.
Yeah, I mean,
so why not try to take advantage of that? And worst comes to worst, then they just play it better.
You know,
right?
Overlapping all
because like CR is really good. Their team barely has any weaknesses to begin with. But even if the one thing they have is like, oh, maybe their reactionary gameplay isn't as good as their proactive gameplay. Well, why not test the limits on that and see what happens?
An absolute dominant force.
Why not? I mean, you know, the first map's going to be Ilios. I am surprised 20% went for Toronto.
Look, North America is a big.
I'm going to be real with you. I am surprised by that.
There's a lot of people. That's right.
Yeah, that's big voting power.
I mean, honestly, going into this day, I was pretty worried for Toronto Defiant, but like I said, this is the dream scenario.
It's not even that Toronto's bad. It's just we just know like how good CR is. So it's just like it's a surprise. Toronto's really good though. Toronto's also a team that they'll continue to keep getting better and better and can compete even more so.
I mean,
so I think you know what's also important. That more and more of these teams getting good is also good for like the overall ability for the NA teams to play better in the long run. The more like really good teams you have at the top, the better practice these teams get. And when the teams get better practice, it allows them to play a lot better in matches. Good practice is a very underrated aspect of pro Overwatch. You know, when a region is struggling or you don't have as good enough practice, sometimes it can get a little bit daunting because you roll a lot of teams, but then when you get to play against a team like, for example, like Falcons, because Falcons is playing against CR all the time. And what's that other team? Is Zeta Division? Does that sound right? Zeta? When your practice is these like top tier Unreal teams, you get to learn so much about how to play. Like it's just such a big part of it.
Beautiful skins. Name cards,
so,
icons, you get it all, and all of that is available up until December 3rd. And
so it's good that we're starting to see some NA teams. Like, for example, we saw Shock do really well this tournament. We saw Nightmare do really well this tournament. So it's good that these teams are going to be able to have better practice going forward, because for a while, as you saw with NA, you know, it was hard to figure out who was going to end up being really good. There was some back and forth like struggles. There was a lot of things happening, so it's good that these teams are getting better practice now, because eventually that's how these teams are going to overtake these teams in these tournaments, is by having good practice going into tournaments. So,
and also of course make sure to connect your Batnet
account. This tournament is Malga Fest.
So you can also
there's gonna be one more really fast ad time, and this should get me ahead of matches the rest of the way. So when someone says something in the chat, I'm just letting them know.
Great. Free stuff is great.
As I said, I was using this opportunity between matches to catch up on that.
So, of course, a reminder, we have co-streamers as well who are following all the action. It's the last days, so make sure to send them your love, join their chats, and tell them we said hi. over there.
Also,
what's your favorite streamer, Jake?
What's your favorite streamer?
Who's your
favorite streamer? I'm gonna say Johnny.
Yep.
No, you don't watch my stream, Jake. Come on now. Once in a while? Okay. I'll take that. Thanks, Jake.
I take this broadcast as your
that?
stream because
Yeah.
you're mostly here, and you know what? I have the same favorite streamer. I love this one. I love this
I'm
one.
sorry, guys.
Because
I was gonna say like J3
you
or
said that
something.
if I was on that team, we'd be able to
this or
sweep
nothing, because
CR.
we got some good
Nah, my
games
man, the only thing I'd be
coming
sweeping
your
at
way.
that
We have
point is the
Mobile Bracket
Dorito
Final,
crumbs off
which
of
is
their
about
desks
to
after they're
start,
done
so
playing
make some
against
noise
us.
as we're sending it over to our stage
All
to
right.
meet our teams.
Thank you so much for that, Zoe. And I do agree, Johnny is my favorite streamer as well.
All right, here we
Let's
go.
go ahead and bring out our two teams. Up first, it's the last
It's time, baby.
hope of NA.
It's time.
It's Toronto Defiant!
With 4 first-place regional finishes, the last hope of North America stands against a titan in the form of Crazy Raccoon. This is their final chance to claim the trophy.
They look ready to play. They look ready to play. That is a team who wants to win.
Looking for the run back to get to the grand finals. It's Crazy Raccoon!
Crazy Raccoon taken down 3-0 by Team Falcons, but don't underestimate them in the
You know what the power move would be?
Today with a clean 3-0 over Toronto Defiant.
Wearing sunglasses on the walkout.
Here again today.
All right, folks. Here we go. The last match before the grand finals. One of these two teams are going to meet Falcons for
Wearing
that
glasses.
title, for that crown.
Like sunglasses.
Right there. Gentlemen, feel free to fist bump players, take to your stations,
Yep.
and let's get this show on the road. It's Crazy Raccoon going up against the Toronto Defiant.
I'm ready. I'm ready. It's time. Are we ready, Chad? Are we locked in? Let's go, baby. Ready for some Ilios?
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Yes, here we are, lower bracket finals. Crazy Raccoon wants some revenge on Team Falcons, but first, they're going to have to get through NA's best in Toronto Defiant.
And to Toronto Defiant are hungry. This is their last opportunity to really show what they've got for the season. A team that has been heavily invested in since the start. And look at where they've gotten themselves already. Top 3 at the OWCS World Final and hoping for another shot at glory.
This team was built for success as well. Toronto Defiant, no real big changes at all to the roster since the inception of the OWCS early this year. And they want to make it all the way. In Dallas, they had a very
Who am I rooting for? A good match.
This time around, top
It'd be cool to see Toronto be able to somehow
And
win.
look at how the team has done it
But
as well. I feel like this has been one of the perfect matches.
I just
for
want a
them.
good match.
This is a team that has also improved.
I want a not a 3-0.
over the
How does that
course of the
sound?
season. And that's what it sometimes takes. Is that
How does that
long-term
sound? A
investment
not
in.
3-0.
And they also have some big brains behind that team as well. Kasaurus, their coach, really helping them out with the playbook as well as making sure they're all prepped and ready to go for this tournament.
I think the obvious thing to kind of point out was they've already faced against Crazy Raccoon, and it was a 3-0 in Crazy Raccoon's favor. Will that be different here? A lot of Toronto.
All right, here we go,
fans
chat.
in the
It's
audience.
time.
Crazy Raccoon the same.
Wait, what map are we on? Wait, Ilios? What? Are you kidding me? No one saw that coming. I can predict that map pick from a mile away, chat.
Ilios, our first battleground between the two squads. And you know what that means for Crazy Raccoon.
Oh, he's hovering it.
By the way, Toronto, I think, is actually going to run the Diva here, which I kind of like the idea against
Teams
this.
in the past, if Jonathan does come out on the wrecking ball, it's going to be a tough battle to beat.
Why has everyone played Ilios? The dive-centric teams who have a dive comp like to play Ilios. Ilios is one of the only dive control maps right now.
All right, Toronto, how do you...
That's why you're getting Wrecking Ball versus Diva. You can play this comp on all 3 maps.
Move as a squad. They're on the cast.
So,
Seen this over and over again. You need someone to deal with him in the back line. Pressure him out so he can't dive.
But Merritt playing the Cassidy means he can play a little bit closer to someone on that Diva and just the rest of the team as a
yeah,
whole.
they're doing the right idea. You want to poke out the ball enough so the engages are rough. I still think that there's going to be an easy target on the cast, but they're doing the right idea.
Oh, Lips already found first blood, though, on to Sugar Free.
The whole comp is just play back, spam out, let the ball do their thing.
By by Crazy Raccoon. That's
So we'll
gonna
see.
Be the cap. Rune
Yep.
Ball finding himself with a 1v1 versus Junbin. I think it's worth mentioning too, Rose. Spoke to Space Station at the very start of this tournament that they were mentioning. Every time they play against Junbin Ball, he would not fall under 400 HP.
Ever.
Just an insane mechanical god on this character.
I mean, we already saw.
By the way, this is also why Falcons chose Oasis, right? Was because like this is CR's like really, really good comp. So it's cool to see.
Wants to get this barrage off, but not before.
You know what I'm just thinking of?
With this wrecking ball around this very first health pack.
I'm kind of curious now. Do you see CR's DPS line?
They're harder to pressure down the wrecking ball with the Genji, but better at dealing with
like what they're playing right now.
And the Pharah as well. Sugarfree can dash up into the skies as some of these squishier characters.
Chat, when Falcons lost the map in this tournament, what comp was that against? What comp was that against?
Complete disengage from Crazy Raccoon. Junbin's making it difficult though to actually cap the point.
Like what DPS line was it? Nice job by Toronto there to get Heesang. Nice. There they go. Let's go. They lost to the Falcons lost to Farah Ash. That was what they lost to, and they struggled against it a little bit. So I wonder if that's also a possibility if they want to run the Malga comp. That could be very interesting. So,
quite close towards that blade again. A very hard comp to
good job by Toronto there. A little bit low on ult here, but like this is a little bit different than how the Malga one plays. Like the way that CR is going to play it is like more randomness to their ults, but someone in Sugarfree just taking out the DPS line. Okay. Much better start here for Toronto. Love to see it. Good job. They're staggering the Ana there. That's why they just DM.
Let's see if Crazy Raccoon can keep this.
They actually technically have a free blade right now. Straight up. It's just a free blade. They know that. Oh, Widow.
Can sit even further back now. Try and make Sugarfree overextend. Blade available though for the Genji. This is now an eagle.
Where is Sugarfree playing? I mean, honestly, I think what Toronto might do is they might slow it down a little bit now because they realize that there's no ultimate. So why even now they can force the issue. Now they can blade. Once they know what the Widow is, this is where they do their blade timing. Yeah, Sugarfree trying to set up for it, but what they're doing is they're going. They can't get a pick right now. So why? Yep, it's actually really smart. So Toronto wasn't even trying to like go in just right away. Good job by Sugarfree right there.
Is what you need right now. You need Lenny on fire.
I'm gonna be real with you, chat. Look at Toronto's ult charge. Do you see that ult charge?
Superb, and he still has the blade.
I mean,
they have everything.
Reason why they were able to clean up that final match.
CR has nothing right now. They have a free blade.
So with the blade, let's see what magic.
Why not Brig Juno ult this? Brig Juno ult blade right now. Don't give them time. Do not let them get into this. Go.
Toronto probably want to go fast. The rally comes in, does end up stunning Junbin as someone takes the first kill. There you go. He's sang down. And with ults to spare, Toronto to finally
get in there.
An aggressive play here, trying to take down Choron. Nowhere to run from the... I mean, come on.
Good start.
He makes it look
there you go.
easy.
There you go. Go for it, right? Don't let them take advantage of that. Don't give them time.
Good.
One thing that Toronto did, by the way, right there, was they slow played their gameplay.
Just beat them when
and when they recognized they were on Widow, they LOS because they knew that it was going to be really hard. They didn't have to worry about Farah ultimate. They didn't worry about a beat engage. So you slow it down, you minimize one team fight by not being aggressive at that point. Because I do like the idea of being aggressive. So a good start. But now you're onto the more consistent. These maps are a bit more consistent for CR. So it's very important Toronto doesn't fall into the take of individual 1v1s the whole time and really shuts down some of the initial pressure here. Because last time we watched CR play this, and I don't think you can see my mouse, but they run around in circles. They basically play it like a circle. So Junbin's going to kind of like go in circles. You'll see what I'm talking about. Like next thing you know, he'll be at like the lighthouse and just rotates around over and over again and constantly engages. So they can't just sit here and keep taking the pressure. They need to find ways to isolate this part of these maps. A good hint at a start. Very good start by Sugarfree.
This backline normally plays with impunity rows, normally can sit so far
Good
back
start.
as the
Did exactly what you were supposed to do. You don't give them time to set up this crazy play and just take the free picks. They did that. They took out the opportunity, and now they got the first fight. Good job by Toronto.
And you've got this Lucio to be able to help pair up with this Ana, but take a look at this Crazy Raccoon. They're done playing games. No more wrecking
Heck yeah, welcome.
as Jumpman switches over to the Winston. He's
Thank you, Nalts. I appreciate it. Hope you have a great day.
Lucio providing a bit more of that backline support to shoot.
I like, yeah, they got him off the ball comp because now they want to dive their backline. What they're realizing is that Toronto had a good game plan, so now they're going to go. Someone's going to swap off D.Va, by the way, I think. I actually think someone might swap off D.Va after, if they don't win this team fight. But that was a really good play by Toronto.
Nice little flashbang.
Great play.
And Sugar-Free just permanently
What can you say? Good job.
As Toronto Defiant have leveled up.
CR has no ults.
3-0 versus Crazy Raccoon.
I mean, what you need to do now is find out where the backline is and just go right in with Juno ultimate and try to eat the Ana grenade.
Well, did you see Merritt? Just no fear in his eyes, knowing that he could stay there on that Cassidy without the worry of being taken out because someone was there to back him up. Toronto Defiant now have ultimates to be able to throw the next fight. A big whiff from Lip.
There's a high noon. This is a great space, or get a kill on Winston. Either works.
Falls through his bubble and succumbs to the Deadeye and finds the head of Lip as well. Chasing the Mortal Spawn. If they can get another pick, this is going to be magical, but doesn't look like they want to go too far. Don't want to in just yet as they are just encountering spawners now.
And it's also the last fight, though.
All in.
You don't want to actually
Do not.
invest right
They're going to
now.
nano Winston. They're going to come back in with Juno ultimate and all that.
Can't mess this up.
There it is. Oh, it lagged us for a second. Yep. That's fine. They're going to flip the point, but it's just about getting the kills now rather than anything else. Yep. What they're going to do is they're going to flip the point in hopes to be able to trade out and win the rest of the way. But I think they kind of hecked up their positioning on this retake.
Jimin's hunting for RuPaul right now.
Oh! Vega going down. It's not a good look, though. This flip
Yep.
might have been what Crazy Raccoon needed. They would have been in OT if they didn't manage to find it. And actually,
that was a really good play, by the way. It was a really good play by CR. Flipping the point there. Flipping the...
do have that advantage where they get to push a little bit farther forward.
Flipping the point there was the correct play.
He's like, didn't just use the duplicate, so not something
by CR. Toronto had the right idea. CR just had a better reaction. Also, do you happen to notice what tank someone's on now?
Slowly but surely, Toronto Defiant trying.
Remember, as I said, D.Va is not good against Winston anymore,
currently on lockdown,
especially in pro play.
By Crazy Raccoon.
Yep.
Main is going to be the answer.
So you're going to get a hero swap now. So CR is going to have a slight alt time in here. So this is just going to be one more team fight where CR has a slight ult advantage. So good stick. That might give him ult charge for Ana. They get some kills. Oh, good purple. That purple might be. Yep.
Just going monstrous in the back line though. He's just so much damage out.
That Ana grenade is what won that for him.
Not enough to scare Lip away. Crazy Raccoon find themselves a team kill as they are now on final fight. 80% now for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, Toronto ended up falling pretty quickly there, so they get another chance to come back into this one and just close out the map here and now. They're having to deal with this nano from Crazy Raccoon, though. Junvin's gonna have the primal. But Toronto, this pulse bomb from Sugar-Free could be very volatile to open up this fight.
That nano time is gonna be really good here. This was a good recovery by CR. Yep. Yeah, but they don't have the percentages. In my opinion, just a really good recovery by CR. I want to point out because I'm sure they'll be talked about. I still believe that the play by Toronto to go into their backline was the correct play. I really do. I think that is just basically, you're basically making sure that you kill the ways that they would be able to win. What happened is then Toronto didn't properly disengage together, and they kind of split, which an isolated 1v1s. So the play was correct. The disengage out was a little bit, it was a little bit not what they would have planned, but it's easier said than done.
To decide this map.
Okay, so now you're going to get these are going to mirror comps. This is normal here. I do think a good thing for Toronto here, though, is that you're on the Ana Brig comp now, so you don't have to worry about having to rotate into it from the other comp. So this is going to be interesting.
He will do the rest of the work.
Ash versus Echo. He's saying has a lot more mobility to play around these buildings.
Ooh, nice shots.
But Merritt is such a sharpshooter. You see him grab this high ground access and take a look for the Echo in the back.
Merritt might be dead.
HP. Oh, the healing can come in time. Merritt ends up going down to Lip. The small rotation there from Toronto Defiant, trying to get onto high ground. Someone was up there as well.
Stop saying Toronto. Listen, I'm from Massachusetts. We half the stuff we pronounce is wrong. That's just how it goes, okay? That's a part of the charm of Massachusetts. The way that you think something's going to be pronounced, you know what? Go get, you know, I'm going to go drive my car later, okay? All right? That's what it's about. That's how we do it here, all right? That's how we do it here.
Oh, what a... Yeah, goodbye. One of the best, if not the best, Anas in the game. In Shu, up there with the likes of...
Oh, I thought they were talking about me when they said best Anas in the game. But Shu's really good too, so... Sorry, my ego was taken over there for a second. I thought they were talking about me. All right, here we go.
He's got Chorong on that Brig. Just way better peel, way better access when Junbin is also there to make sure we're staying up and healthy.
I mean, right now it's straight up just they're losing the neutral game. The neutral is where there's no ultimates and it just kind of 1v1s.
These things got to. They're going to have Nano shortly as well. The sticky bomb damage from afar is being...
Try refreshing Butler just in case and see if that fixes your percentage.
Trying to transition to a better, like, high ground, but it looks like a small dupe from Heastang's actually just going to chase them off. Third healer, don't mind if I do, and maybe even a free Nano too.
I mean, this is the correct play.
He's in the pool area. It's 2v3 right now.
No, Nano! Nano! You get like 2 seconds of it. There it is. The Nano will last for like 2 or 3 seconds or whatever.
Eventually ends up running out and someone
well, the reason why you go...
left on an island.
Oh, nice trade-off there. The reason why you go Ana is because you can grenade the Ana right away. So you go Ana from like the air and throw an Ana grenade down. You can't react to that, and then it's a free kill on Ana. Good job by Toronto here, though. They should be able to take this. It's okay. They're settling now. The only concern I have here is CR can turn this around with a Nano on Winston. Okay, the only way, in my opinion, Toronto can stay in this game, based off of what I'm seeing, someone needs to get into their backline and just Winston out. Like, before they Nano the Winston. So they cannot let this timing happen. You need to get into their backline. If you don't, they're just going to Nano the Winston in, and that's pretty much it. Unless the Winston feeds.
Nano primal Lip with the pulse. Jumbin looking at Merrick, trying to take down the carry.
Someone is, ooh, good sleep, 1, 2, and they're going to be up now.
For the time being, a little reprieve from RuPaul.
Now they're going to Nano Winston.
Behind him, has to check. A missed pulse bomb from Lip, but Vega's already down. A two-pronged attack from Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah.
Sends the backline of Toronto Defiant reeling. Toronto up to 40%, but Crazy Raccoon are going to have to get this flip.
Yep. That's what I was saying, is I think they needed to try to be a bit more aggressive on their backline to force out maybe a bad Nano or take the free team fight. I think once again it came down to playing it a little bit too safe. Once again, I have that information. They don't have the same information we do from an alt charge point of view. So, like, it's easier said than done, right? Like, I can say, like, that's the correct way to do it, but, like, it's not... I get the ability to see everything, right? Where they're playing, what they have, what their setup is, so...
But here comes the copy, Primal Rage and DPS players. They still got these tank mechanics. Someone's super low. RuPaul eventually chased down as overtime for Crazy.
Good stick, but... There's just no alt time in here. This is just about... That's it. Okay, so... If I want to point something out here, though, for Defiant. If you are Defiant in this situation, I would not be discouraged by that. You had a really good first round. You had a second round that just ended up being a clutch play by CR. And a third round that's the bread and butter of this is CR's map. Ilios is their map. Does rerun work for drops? Yes, the reruns later will work for drops. Yep. They've done a good job at that. So, I am looking at this and going, okay, we played that well. That wasn't a bad map for us. That is going to be CR's map pick. They love that map. That is where they're strong on. And you know what? You shut down their comp. So why not bring them to a map where they're going to feel comfortable on?
They're definitely not going to go to a dive map. Maybe just try and match him in the mirror.
Oh man, I don't know what map I go here if I'm Toronto. You could try Gibraltar, but that's going to play into CR a little bit. But they've had success on their Gibraltar.
3-0.
You wouldn't want to bring them into a Junkertown because that's going to enable the Wrecking Ball more.
As one of the map picks, and that was Toronto.
New Junk City.
And it was a roll.
Certainly ain't going to go Hanaoka. We know that. That's not happening.
5 point all the way to their
Hanaoka certainly ain't happening. We know that.
One of the most insane performances on the Echo.
Yeah, it was almost a 5-0.
Right.
Which is very, very rare to see for that type of map mode.
Yeah, we'll see.
But you could already tell as soon as Sugar Free saw the opportunity to get onto the Genji, he understood the assignment, going after the Pharah, going after the Widowmaker, and it made this Wrecking Ball composition completely fall apart. We have so many good highlights of these blades from Sugar Free and just how many dash resets he was able to get. And even taking a look at that second round was very,
Did Marin on Gibraltar?
competitive.
Yeah, but like you do play a little bit. Time for a
When they were able to
lasagna
play
recipe?
this
True.
Genji, but as
Can I
soon
tell you
as
why
we
TD's
saw
not playing the
Crazy
Metacomp? Well, it's not a Metacomp.
switch it up,
It's
go over to that Winston dive,
there's no
focusing on the
Ilios
Echo.
is not Amalgamate.
Toronto,
That's why
we're
teams
starting
go
to
here.
run
They don't
out
want to
of
play
chances.
Malgamere. Now, if they go to, let's say, King's Row next, they'll play Malga versus Malga. Let's say they go to, New Junk City, they'll probably play Malga versus Malga. There's only probably like 2 more maps that might be the dive map. Outside of that, we're probably getting Malga versus Malga the rest of the way. Unless Toronto decides to do something like, maybe, get wild with a different comp, but I don't think they're going to do that. I think it's going to be pretty much what we predict. So.
But it was also so much easier for him to be able to weave it in those picks because Shu was on Ana and then we had Torong on the Lucio. Just not nearly as much sustainability in that back line when you just have the Lucio to peel for you and you've got the Wrecking Ball that's going to be much more of a solo operator. Then Shu has a very, very tough job, not just to stay alive, but to also make sure that he's applying enough of that utility to these matchups.
Oh, I mean, despite Crazy,
I don't think they would go the Queen comp.
It was Toronto coming out.
No, I don't think the Queen comp's to play here. Shambali, okay.
Shambali Monastery is going to be the pick.
Makes sense.
No substitutions on either
Only
side.
issue I have with Shambali is.
Shambali, okay.
No, actually, I have no issue with it. It's a good pick.
So
it's a good pick.
Well,
this map, what I like about Shambali, and I think why teams like Shambali now.
I feel like that's just on the menu for both of these.
Shambali
teams.
takes
They're
like
so good at being able
at
to
least 2 minutes to get the card around the corner.
But it's also no surprise to see why.
So it's one of those team fights that you can kind of play okay and still get it down to last team fight. Marble Cat, thanks for the free trial. Thank you. So.
See for yourself.
I like this.
Yeah,
I like this decision.
The Falcons game
in my opinion. I actually like this decision.
Get as much time off of the timing as humanly possible. I can imagine we're going to go for a few little spawn holds here. If they had it
we'll see how it goes, though.
Can Heesan kind of repeat the performance against Toronto Defiant here on that Echo? Jumping on your screens now. There's been a bit of a rising star, especially looking at the Overwatch League last year. He's going up against the reigning champion, of course, in someone. Rookie status compared to someone, most definitely. Him.
You want a crazy
Max
comp on this map? Yeah, I mean, I guess this map is just...
These guys, this duo,
I don't know, we'll see.
They are the next gods.
And Peachy, thanks for the free prize. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Wrecking Ball looks
I wonder if they're going to hold close, by the way.
Very versatile. And if there's not something
I wonder if they're going to hold close. So what I mean by that is you hold close to create more team fights. So you're going to see some teams, they like to hold right at the spawn. And even if they get stomped, what it does is it establishes them a little bit of like alt charge against the other team. And when you're able to establish that alt charge, that can go a long way too. Even if you lose 2 team fights in a row, your third team fight is an alt fight. And those are fights that no matter who the team is, you can win that if done correctly, especially at this level. So don't be surprised to see Toronto go right up to their spawn doors, like on the other side of the wall, and just hold right there, and they might get stomped, or they might win a couple team fights. But usually that's how you want to set up, to give yourself 3 team fights. You have 1 team fight at spawn, you have 1 team fight at the archway, and you have 1 team fight right at the last part of the point. That creates 3 team fights and basically takes 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes off the clock no matter what. Now, keep in mind, it's going to be CR starting. And as you can see, what is CR doing? They're holding close. This is the way to do it. Right?
Already sniffed that out.
This is how you do it. You hold close, you buy time, you build ults. If you win the team fight, great. If you don't, you've already given yourself opportunity. So we'll see how it goes.
And this is something Keystang was doing a lot too, and you mentioned it in the previous series. Focusing down that Echo is so important. Save the focusing beam a lot of the time for the tanks, but if you land a few sticky bombs, one extra try shot and then a focusing beam, that is one very dead Echo, and you can see how much damage Keystang's already done. 80%
By the way, chat, thank you everybody for sitting here. It feels really cool to be able to just hang out
He just has it.
with chat and be able to watch esports grand finals of a major event, and we got drops going with it too. That is just a win. So thank you everybody who hangs out and watches you with me, and I hope that you continue to, you know, if there's more of these next year, that if you like these, to continue to come for the co-streams, because these are a blast. These are a blast.
Two DPS ults, maybe even
Thank
two
you.
support ultimates, as I know these fights have gone very quickly. But
Once again, they're holding close. It's how it goes.
Right.
CR is already happy with this. Truthfully, for Toronto, they need to get ults or get like a random pick. This is just how this goes.
Now he does.
No chance to try and force anything there. Just use sticky
Someone needs to start charging in. I'm telling you right now, it's happening. Okay, it's funny that we saw that team fight, because you got to see it from that like angle. Also, Devalue, thanks for the 2 months of the British Prime. Thank you. Who charged first, right? Remember when we were watching CR play against Falcons? Hanbin just was like, Hanbin and even Smurf were just slamming the charge button in. What happened right there? The opposite. Someone ended up charging second. There's something just about these team fights I'm noticing. The Mao gonna charge in first is getting better results. Not necessarily always winning, but having better results overall. Great job by Toronto there. How's it going, Beaver? Great job, though, in my opinion.
To invest this rally as well as that Death Blossom early on, but you still have so much else that you can rotate through. And that was the first big issue, just getting past that spawn hold. But you can see why that is so effective for a lot of our teams on the defense. Crazy Raccoon get a chance to recontest this twice now. One more right at this point, and right before that first checkpoint gets unlocked.
TP into lift onto the back line, looking for RuPaul. Hits the shift, goes sky high.
This is remember the second team fight I told you about, chat? Sugar free, okay. Remember the second team fight I told you about? So guess what? Is there one more team fight? Right where I said it was going to be. So CR knew that, went in, basically gave him a free team fight. Not like on purpose. They try to win it, but like if they lose it, they're okay. Sugar Free has the right idea here, by the way. You need to go for a play. The idea here is to pick off the Juno. That's the idea.
In a little bit of trouble, but luckily
get out, reset, 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 get out, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out.
It's going to be good.
Correct play.
Extra overhealth.
Yep.
To see them through the fight. I'm going to be honest, Rose, at this point, I wonder how close Crazy Raccoon are going to play. That payload, yeah, pretty close to the point, but you can really force something here. Just play at these doors.
These doors make most sense. You don't want somebody to just sneak that payload
Yep.
out from behind you. And look at Merritt wrapping around.
Actually, the shift, which is very awkward. Forced you to then
Correct play, by the way. Correct play. Because you're buying time, but Sugar Free ends up clutching a couple kills. Someone needs to be on point duty already. You better hope somebody was on point duty. Sugar Free has it. Good job. Iced, by the way, just so you know, that was the correct play by CR. That was the correct play.
No touch.
I love the idea of that. I just, honestly, Toronto clutched it out.
Rally now in their sails as they go through this.
Toronto straight up clutched it out. That was a great play.
This is tough. We've seen a lot of teams actually get stopped on this second point because of how close you have to play together.
So
Rally's certainly going to help with that, but Shu also has this orbital race. That's going to be support alt versus support alt in these very, very
well, Shu's going to win. The Brig ult won't win against the Juno ultimate if they use it correctly here. It just not even worth Brig ulting it. It's exactly why they didn't even bother Brig ulting. They know they have to deal with that ult. So right now, Toronto's probably predicting Junbin to have Mauga ult once again. Holding close is the correct play here. This is so that, like, Defiant will have to use their ult and spawn, so that way the next engage will be in a good spot for CR. This is the correct way to play this, and especially at the pro level. This is the way to do it. That is a bad ult, though. That is good for Toronto.
Locks a few people in place, tries to throw away the key, but...
Yep. But, like, I want you to see where the next team fight engage is going to be. It's going to be, like, not at the arch. Actually, with Shu dying last and not getting a wave respawn, that makes it interesting. But I think where you see merit right now is where the next team fight will happen.
But Toronto Defiant have the double DPS ult. So already looking at the
Toronto's the Defiance DPS ults won't matter if this Juno ultimate goes off first. But it has to go off first. They cannot wait.
Toronto need to get past this corner if they want to capture the second point.
Spots out RuPaul, and that's the target he wants, but he's actually been blocked out by the cage from someone. A perfect opportunity to strike here if you're Toronto Defiant. A death blossom from Merit, and
good play.
Off splits off the rest of the team, and Sharon can't protect him with the barrier. A duplication from Heastang to try and turn the
great ult. This should clean up the fight for them. Yep. That's going to clean up the fight. Good job. Perfectly played by Toronto. Great reaction. The most important reaction here, by the way, chat, was remember when they hecked up when the disengage happened on the Mauga ultimate? When that disengage happened on the Mauga ultimate, that was extremely important. Because normally what you would see is CR would just win that, they would wait and then push the cart. Toronto said, what are we doing? Charged in and kept the momentum going. They're going to get Juno ulted now, so this shouldn't be... Toronto will probably lose this team fight.
Being economical, that's what Crazy Raccoon need to be right now.
But we'll see. It's only because of the Juno ultimate.
With the fear that Toronto Defiant can run them over next fight. There's a cardiac overdrive, a nice little stun there onto someone, can't get back up in time.
Yeah.
The healing coming through.
Hey, a good pick though.
Insane.
Couple good picks.
Cardiac overdrive plus being pumped up heals. Yeah. You're
not
going to get taken out unless...
That's exactly what was going to happen though. That's actually ended up being a little bit better for Toronto because they actually denied a little bit of like extra healing for Brig, so that kind of kept their Brig ultimate at a spot to have a Brig ult advantage here as well as a good DPS ult. Well, not DPS ult advantage, but like even par. Great Reaper ult. Great Reaper ult. Great Reaper ult. Great Reaper ult.
Kills are going to be very tough on their time bank.
Oh, back away. Good attempt, though. You got no cardiac overdrive. That's a call that could go in favor. They could actually... They have a timing now where they know cardiac overdrive's down. This is their time into Juno ult. So cardiac overdrive is the lifesteal, which gives 100% lifesteal to Mauga. So because they had to save the Juno in their spawn, they saw that cardiac overdrive was used, which is why the pressure that Sugar Free did there was great. Someone's going to use ult here at the door to block him in. Tracer's going to try to go right side, but that should just block him out. Briggs going to go to point, that's okay. The idea by someone's good here. It's going to deny their space. I don't mind that ult by someone. The idea was there. It was a good touch. Good push regardless. Now, hear me out here. The reason why I think this is winnable, though, for Toronto, and I'm going to bring up a pretty valid point here, is they were 0.69 meters away from pushing that in, and that's pretty nice. That's pretty nice.
And there's a win condition on the board for them.
That's going to be good for Toronto. That's a confidence booster, right? If you're not going to win it, 0.69 meters away is pretty damn nice. So... Now, Toronto's probably going to do the same thing. I will say, I am very happy to see how Defiant played this map. They're not playing scared. They're being aggressive. They're going in. And most importantly, said I never read chat. Oh, yeah, you're right. Never read chat. Most importantly, they are doing a really good job of playing to win and not playing not to lose. I talk about it all the time. Playing not to lose means that you just basically are playing too safe. It happens in sports. It happens in esports. Playing to win means you're willing to take a little bit more risk, but the reward is far greater than just trying to like play it super safe. Can you win playing super safe? Yes, But against these teams, you cannot do that. They will take advantage of that every day of the week. So. Yep. All right, here we go. Hold close strat. Regardless of how this goes for Defiant, it's all about creating 3 team fights.
Here from Toronto, biding their time for Crazy Raccoon to make it out of the game.
They are way more defensive than Crazy Raccoon.
I was going to say, they played that too safe. I just said that, and then they did that. No! They gave them time and opportunity. They might be able to pick up a couple kills here, though. Brig might fall. Oh.
Tried for the inch, tried for the kill, but the support on Heesang was a little bit too much. Spawn hold has been broken, Rope. Still a few casualties, a little bit of ult charge.
That's what they wanted. That's fine. They built ults. The only downside is they kind of hecked up and they didn't get any Juno ultimate.
You're not going to get too off pace.
Like, they got no Juno ultimate timing. So
Toronto get another chance here. You can see how this close spawn hold is already paying off. Being able to play around this corner when you have a bit better sight lines.
How's the game been going? Good. There's the team fight. Ooh. What a play by CR. CR denied that play. I love that. Maverick with a huge play, though. If they can trade out and win this, that'd be huge. So, what CR did was, remember how I mentioned that 3rd team fight? Remember how I mentioned that 3rd team fight? They engaged them before they could get there, meaning that this team fight is going to be more of like only one long team fight for the second one. So, I mean, Sugar Free might have Wriggle in a second. This could be huge. A lot of Overwatch happening. The best thing we can say here is that everybody's having a good time. I couldn't tell you anything that just happened right there. All I know is that CR won that. But what really was good there...
There you go, there's the point. 4.5 minutes.
You can't hear the commentators? People said the sound was on a pretty good level.
That enemy territory has to go for that.
I have to find a way to be able to commentate on it, so I think it's good levels. I mean, that's what I've been told, at least.
Toronto cannot step up to the plate. But with the cage, feeling pretty good about being able to take this next fight. And have to deal with jump-ins as well. But playing around this corner is going to be very nice here for Toronto.
Yeah.
Maybe even another Death Blossom here from Merit if he's able to get that damage down.
I mean, you got to go first. Remember, Toronto. Don't play on your back foot. Make them play on their back foot. Be reactive. Make them be reactive is what I'm saying.
Someone's also going to use his Page 5 versus Page 5. Here comes the Death Blossom
Yep.
from Merit. Oh, and it's a big one too.
Exactly what I'm saying. They made CRB reactive, and then look what happened.
For Crazy Raccoon, no spawn hole by the looks of it for Toronto.
You can see how right after Junta hit the
They
cage,
but they
Merit said, "Perfect
that
opportunity
pick on someone though
in this," but now
did not allow for them to have that same spawn camp opportunity.
Great Death Blossom from Merit to be able to just stop.
This is going to be a tough fight for Toronto, but they need to engage them at the ramp. If they fall back, I don't know how this is going to go. I know why they're falling back. This is okay temporarily. Here we go. Now they're in. Yep. They were waiting on Sugar Free's ultimate, and they're going to have Juno ultimate to go with it if they need to. They might lose it, though. Do not use the ult. Do not use Juno ultimate. Do not use Diane Cart. This is the correct play. This is fine. This is correct. All of this is correct. Good kill. Perfect play. Now you're going to get a wave respawn with Merit. They can touch again, and now they have a good advantage. Good play. That was really good ult economy out of Toronto because they could have easily tried to win that and then lost anyway. I like this opportunity. They have to watch out for Reaper ult. If Lip goes in first, it could be concerning for them.
As they approach this end of the second point.
Please. Ready? Juno ult now. Go. Yep. I would have liked it even sooner, but it is what it is. I mean, good news is reasonable time going into the third. They do have good ultimates, so if Toronto can chain the next 2 team fights, you're going to look up at that clock and there's going to be about 1:45 left. You're going to go, holy crap, this is winnable. So if you can get 2 team fights in a row,
yeah, exactly.
That's the important part here.
3.5 minutes afford you a couple of chances at this. See Jumpin have to back away though. Doesn't want to take too much damage or give Sugar Free that free pick. As Merit looks for a big opening here for this Death Blossom in the back.
There's a charge play. Pressure out the cooldowns.
Snipes Sugar Free again. Merit's going to try and settle the score, ends up killing Lips. And that was just split from the team. But now he's holding the gate. He's once again delivering for Crazy Raccoon.
That's okay. They have a retake. This is fine. This is fine.
Heesang has a duplicate.
You missed the early game. How was it? Actually, it wasn't even remotely close as this one is right now.
After all of that damage that he was able to pump out in that last fight. Double DPS ults here for Crazy.
Uh-oh.
This feels like an overwhelming amount of force that will push
Slow play slightly. Sugar Free so close to ult. Someone has to ult as soon as possible. This is the buy time. Sugar Free needs to go Reaper now. There's the Reaper. They survive the ultimate. Juno ultimate now, both teams. Damn.
They dig Toronto a grave and seal the coffins shut.
Wow. Chat. I'm telling you right now, Defiant is like this close to being able to take maps. It's like this close. It's just coming down to like it feels to me like it's ult economy. It does not seem like it. They're always it's always like if Toronto has 3 ultimates, right? CR has 4. That's what it feels like right now. Or like if they're evenly matched, their Echo ultimate ends up being like a 1/10 of a second better. So like they get the better ult time and with like it's just like that's all it is right now. Like they're making really good plays. What map is next? I don't even know. Where do you bring them to?
Magic on the first map, being able to take a round off of Crazy Raccoon, and now we ended up seeing it go down to just the final.
You can't play. You can't play Escort anymore.
So they're so close.
So
they're within that striking distance.
Oh man.
Maybe they just need. Yeah, they just need a little more.
Much improved compared to yesterday.
Not Hanaoka. Not Throne.
Insane amount of aggression and just domination from Crazy Raccoon.
New Junk City, yeah.
Different look from Toronto. They're close, Rose.
New Junk City, Kings Row.
Coming up with a good. Can they actually round this out?
Yeah, it's gonna have to be either New Junk City or Kings Row.
They've been in very close games recently.
I don't think they want to try to bring them to a push right now.
The competition has got very
I think they need to build like a map win to be able to get to push first. The problem is that when you're down 2-0, you don't control the map picks anymore. So like, there's a double strategy that has to happen here. Is you need to think about multiple things. One, obviously what your best map is, but 2, if you win that best map, or if you win your current mode, right? If you win that mode, what is going to be the best option to get rid of one of their best maps? So you might look and go, okay, the only remaining top tier map for CR is this. Let's pick a map in that category to prevent that map from being picked when we win this next match, right? So there's a little bit of strategy there. So yeah, I wouldn't doubt it if like they go like a New Junk City, you know, to prevent them from going like Survivasa, or maybe you go, you know, get wild on maybe you do go Kings Row to eliminate that option in the future. Because the way it works is once you pick a mode, you can't do Escort again. So an example is they just picked Shambali, right? This is Shambali. They can't pick Gibraltar anymore now, right? Because the Escort maps are done. So Gibraltar's out of there. So like it gets rid of that whole section, right? They get rid of that whole section.
Pretty insane time bank as well from Crazy Raccoon going into that third point. Toronto getting it in OT, a minute and a half, then almost capping. Just Crazy Raccoon as well. Their ultimate economy is so clean. Very, very conservative when it comes to fights, but you need that in this meta. An ult-dependent meta. No substitutions on either side. So
good matches today, though, Chad, huh? This is great.
New Junk City.
New Junk City, there it is. New Junk City makes sense. Survivasa is a map that they like. So you go New Junk City. So that's going to eliminate Survivasa from being played.
Toronto really drive, but can they actually be the ones to set the pace? Can they actually be the ones to play proactively?
It's a good pick.
Because that's been very difficult against any of these Korean teams.
Yeah. I mean, we saw how, like, kind of the small differences. It's a mirror comp. Comes down to a skill matchup, but you can still see the stylistic differences between both teams. Crazy Raccoon want to play up to a spawn at every possible opportunity where they can just eke out as much time out of the time bank, and also the payload regressing. I don't think it can be understated, especially when you are that aggressive, how much the payload can just kind of dip back, and it almost guarantees you another fight in some cases. We'll see if Crazy Raccoon can kind of finish this one out. A lower bracket final with a chance at that world title. Team Falcons waiting
This is fun.
for their competition.
So they have a certain pool of maps they can pull from?
Pretty rigorously.
Yep.
Or looking at the Crazy Raccoon game. Again,
Exactly how it works.
They played a minute ago.
I like in the matches so far today. This has been a much better match than the first
Final
one.
Words of wisdom
I will say.
to Toronto Defiant. The last hope of North America.
I think Toronto's definitely playing a
They need
lot better
complete
than people
reverse sweep
expected, which is
as
nice.
we go to New Junk City.
Oh, thank you. Arnie did? Hi, Arnie. Hi, Arnie.
This is what I want to see from Toronto.
You said no
here.
more 03 today? Well, I got good news for you. Right? They could be... It's the finals can't do that, so it could be 04.
Exceptional blade potency.
Right? That's a little bit different. Did Falcons play much better than CR? Honestly, yeah. It wasn't really that close.
So much support for both of these
All right, here we go,
teams as
chat.
the gates open up and we get into New Junk City.
This one
The third
is
and
first to
potential
3.
final map in this series.
But
I know you said you wanted to see that sugar-free Genji. Well, it is here, and it is
The
right
finals,
in
the grand finals, I think is first to 4.
Toronto to buy it back in the series.
I will say that's not a good start, losing Vega that early. It's a lot of up close and personal damage, and if Sugar-Free finds himself in the wrong situation,
I mean,
he's just going to melt him.
Tough start, but this first point isn't the end-all, be-all of this map.
It's been a couple of times, though, that we've actually seen Crazy Raccoon put a lot of focus fire on making sure that this Brig is out of the picture for Toronto. Vega, the first to get picked on a lot of these fights, maybe need to invest a bit more protection into making sure that that Brig is around to actually be able to provide that support with those shield bastions and actually help out with these DPS duels. Crazy Raccoon find another
Tough start.
pick as Sugar-Free goes a little too aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting wiped here.
The only problem that Toronto's been running into since is they're losing the neutral. So when you lose the neutral, it becomes really difficult to get these first fights. Like, you need to at least split the neutral fights. Once again, just to give people, when I use like terminology, neutral is basically when there's no ultimates happening. You want to at least split those, right? Like 50-50 you can lose the first one, win the second. But if you keep losing those, you're like, especially on maps like this, it's just guaranteed to lose the first point. Great aggression here by CR, though.
That is going to be first point. Toronto Defiant aren't capping.
That's okay. I mean, Defiant shouldn't be too discouraged by this, you know?
The likelihood is that Crazy Raccoon
Well, I like the cap here. It gives them time to go regroup, so CR can't just run into their spawn to like stop their rotation.
For the low ground, and overtime does get triggered.
Yeah, Cardiac Overdrive has been pumped as well.
Wait a second.
The orbital ray, the cage comes in. Wow, someone's health bar just evaporating. Crazy Raccoon is just going to run over them now, especially with this rally. It was a worthwhile attempt.
You know what I don't...
Yes, ultimate, nor the rally.
How many times have you seen me watch this map chat and wonder why the team that is behind ults for that point when it's towards the bottom of it?
It's going to be so important.
I guess the good news is... How's it going, Vet? I guess the good news is...
Each of them can actually tick up in progress. And I even think, like, taking a look at this cage from Junbin,
is that they got, like, both support outs out? But, like, I just don't... Good job by someone.
It's already down as well, so that focus fire is good. Cage comes in, Merit is
it's just like, but, like, look at Toronto's ult pool again. It just feels like... I would have much rather... Can you still get the... no, you're looking at the current OWCS drop that we have is the Mercy one. It just feels like I'd rather see Toronto have like ultimates going into the second point than using it all in the first point. Because now they're just down on ults again. They're behind. And the one thing on Flashpoint is you win through ult economy. So
He goes in, gets a lot of damage on Lip, trying to force that race form, but Lip's got bullets with Sugar Free's name on.
Toronto was trying to force that play. I like it to an extent, but like it's when you go with like a in Overwatch terminology they call it like a dry blade, where you don't have any like anything else to go with it. It just is really tough to get kills there. Like CR could literally just use Juno ult here and win.
They want to go aggro. They want to get in your face, in your backline.
No,
RuPaul just succumbs to the Lip Reaper once again, but this orbital rate.
Wait a second. At first I was a little bit like, wait a second, but honestly.
A rally actually expended here by Toro. That seems like a rally.
Not bad. At first I was like, and then I'm like, oh, okay. I see the vision now.
Maybe just the sustain to allow Crazy Raccoon to get back.
You know, I see the vision.
Find the ultimate.
Now they got an ult advantage. CR kind of hecked up, by the way, there because they use Brig ult.
There you go. The complete spawn tech. Grip someone, speed them, and then change to Brig and bash at spawn. There you go. You're 1, 2, 3.
Brig ult. Yep, there it is. Oh no, you're gonna have to use your Emongg ult now. Yep. Didn't want to have to use it, but that pick on Juno was important. They should be good. I think that if Toronto does this right, they can take this point.
Good kill.
How often do teams have exactly the same comps? It's common. I will say this. When heroes like Mauga and Orisa aren't meta, you see a lot less mirrors nowadays. Unfortunately, Blizzard's been trying to figure out ways to get out of that meta, and then they end up buffing the heroes again, and they're back in meta again. So Reaper ult's gonna have to be used here. Oh, they went with Blade. No Reaper ult yet.
Choring in his place, he's saying as well, a deflection on the whip shot. As Crazy Raccoon, they're still coming up with the kills. Jumbin finds 2. Sure, Heastang can't finish off. RuPaul, the sticky bombs at the very end, narrowly gets the kill.
No! Oh no, it was looking so good.
And again, he comes up clutch.
One more flashpoint for Crazy Raccoon, and they get their revenge. And a chance at it in that grand final.
It was looking so good too, and then they just
You called out. Heastang is putting up numbers. He's getting the kills. He's having that clutch for Crazy Raccoon and giving them this opportunity. Sugar Free wants a chance to show us too.
I like that play by Sugar Free. I like the play by Toronto there. It's just Heastang was basically just sitting on the high.
Just microwaves him with that focusing beam. Nothing is stopping Heastang right now. Point captured.
Damn,
time in a row.
that was interesting.
Raccoon start off with a cap.
Heastang's proving everybody that he deserved that role MVP. And he might just do it if he can get Crazy Raccoon back into that grand final.
All right, see how this goes.
4 ults on the board for Crazy Raccoon. Toronto having 3 double support ultimates here to help them keep them in this game.
Yep. Well, it's going to be everybody pops their ultimates at once. It's just going to be like a all-in, everybody pops out. Oh, actually. Good job by CR. I expected them to overreact a little bit. There was some communication across the board where they said don't use Juno ultimate. See, CR's playing for ult economy. CR's playing for ult economy right now. That's why they chose not to use the ult. They chose to use a couple. They like communicated which ones to use, and now they can come back with the Juno ultimate. Toronto needs to make a play with Merit or Sugar Free here with their ultimates, and even that might not be enough. This Death Blossom is going to be the part. Yeah.
Doing an immense amount of damage, and Heastang's there to just tickle everybody to death. Crazy Raccoon just wiped the floor.
Welcome to Juno ultimate.
Final fight potential here. Crazy Raccoon are gonna play up Cage in 10%.
Once again, Toronto's hopes fall on the back of Sugar Free, one of the star DPSs for this roster.
Yep.
And it's gonna have to be the biggest duplicate.
We'll see.
Duplicate from Sugar Free, looking for a target, doesn't want to get taken out by Heastang yet again.
Probably go Mauga. You need the Mauga shield to like help with a little bit of this fight. Oh, Reaper. Okay, Reaper's good too. Reaper's good. I like Reaper too because you can get your ult really fast. Sugar-Free clutches out with the Reaper. Lip is going to be on Mauga though with no cardiac overdrive. Yeah, backs away. Sugar-Free clutches out, gets 2. Lip and Shu. Sugar-Free with another Reaper out there. Good job by Sugar-Free. Well played. Toronto now has the advantage going into this next team fight because of that Juno ultimate. Okay. You're going to see CR is going to slow this down a little bit because they're close enough to Juno ultimate. I think they will. I think they're going to start doing a little bit of poke damage. To just go in, just use your Juno ult. Do not. Oh no, that's the flank. No. They keep giving them the space and they don't use the ult. That's it.
Crazy Raccoon, and he's saying, "'Tis truly a master of work that creates beauty from what is so plain." Crazy Raccoon with a
good play.
3-0
Still though, I do think for a, if we want to take a silver lining out of this, I do think Toronto played much better than they did yesterday and proved that with more time, more practice against these really good teams, that they can really go into next year and start to take more maps and even win a series. So that was a 3-0, but it wasn't like a huge stomp. It was a much better map than yesterday. Obviously, CR was much better there, but it wasn't the same stomp that we saw yesterday. And there was opportunity here where it looked like Toronto was going to sneak a map in, or there was a chance to win a whole, win 2 maps. So not bad. Also, I don't really fault not using the Juno ult there by Toronto in a sense. There's an issue right now in Overwatch where flying heroes are very silent, so there's a very good chance that they didn't even hear that echo on the flank. I've been talking about this issue where flying heroes make no sound half the time. And at LAN, where your sound is even more muffled and it's a little bit less sound, there's a very good chance you didn't even hear the echo on the flank.
We're going to jump down to
That's why you've seen a lot of echo flanks, is like recently they made it so flyers make like no noise. I don't know if it was intended, but it feels bad sometimes. And that's basically what happened. So. Not bad, and pretty much what everybody expected. We got CR versus Falcons, grand finals. Can CR make adjustments going into the finals against Falcons and show that 3-0 was a fluke? Or will Falcons show that they are the team to beat going into next year? We'll find out soon. After this Orchestra coming up, because that's what they're playing in between. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Hope you're all enjoying. If you haven't hit that follow button, do it. Appreciate y'all. I'll be right back.
I just thought, if we just play how we, usually play, then it wouldn't be a problem. Did you sort of, because you guys are coming out from a loss, did that sort of hinder you coming into the match, though? 아무래도 첫 번째 경기에서 패배를 했기 때문에 좀 들어오면서 좀 걱정이나 이런 건 없으셨나요?
조금 걱정이 있긴 했는데 저희가 이제 팔콘전은 저희가 준비했던 전략이 좀 잘 안 통해가지고 좀 쉽게 무너지는 그림이었는데 토론토는 그냥 하던 대로만 하면 이길 수 있다라고.
Definitely, I don't want to lie. I do feel like, we were a little bit worried coming to Toronto match because we did lose again in our first match. But I think the first match we couldn't really play what we were preparing. But for the second match, we really go into the match because we just played how we normally played, and there wasn't a problem. All right, one final question: Grand Finals rematch against Team Falcons. How confident are you, Shu? 자, 급파밖에 남지 않았습니다. 슈 선수 어떻게 자신 있으신가요?
밸런스 때 기억이 날 거예요, 팔콘은. 지금 많이 후달릴 것 같은데 준비 잘 다시 해왔으면 좋겠습니다.
Team Falcons, I'm pretty sure you guys remember what happened in Dallas. So I'm pretty sure you guys are a bit shaken up. So be prepared for us. All right, everybody, give it up for Shu one more time. Thank you so much. Desk, take it away.
Thank you so much, Danny. Huge congratulations to Crazy Raccoon. They did it again. Brought it back, and we'll meet Falcons in the grand finals for the anticipated rematch. It worked in Dallas. Let's see if it works in Stockholm as well. But first, let's break it down. How did they get it done? Let's look at this series, though. Toronto defined, of course, not the favorite to win it all in this series. They just met yesterday. Although the score is the same, this looked a little more competitive. We have to say that, John.
At times it looked more competitive. Yes, they were spawn held at times on Shambali Monastery, but they were able to deal with Crazy Raccoon's signature Wrecking Ball for a composition here on Ilios and actually forced the swap over to a more traditional Tracer Echo kind of style. And honestly, there were a couple of missed opportunities from Toronto Defiant here on this round in particular as well. You're holding close, almost finishing off the round with an orbital ray, and you just weren't able to close down this map, which forced a third and final Lighthouse round. And this is the round that the Koreans are just fantastic on. They are so incredible when it comes to dominating these 3 separate high grounds and point control. Swapping over to Shambali Monastery, I don't think there's any doubt that, of course, Crazy Raccoon are better when it comes to this Amalgam mirror. But still, here in this final fight as well, someone holding close with that cage, of course, but wasn't able to trap anyone, and a final touch from Crazy Raccoons, which prevented the full cap from Toronto Defiant. And then on the offense, I mean, they are just unstoppable in this kind of composition as well, forcing another rematch between Team Falcons and Crazy Raccoon in the grand final.
Yeah, I mean, CR just the stronger team today, and I like that, you know, he's looking for that win condition on Shambali, right? He's looking to stop the touch from Tracer, you know, block the blinks with his cage fight, but he's saying just a little bit too prepared, and he's saying, I feel, really came alive this match, right? We talked about how he was struggling against Stalker, and maybe he can take some of the confidence from this match where he was decisively stronger to be able to snowball into that grand final and come back and challenge Stalker, I think, a little bit more competitively in the Echo duel. We'll need to see Heesang be a big player to make this a more competitive grand final. But in the end, I mean, for me, Johnny, this grand final is destiny. Honestly, I think both of these teams are going to look at that last upper bracket match as a sort of like a last scrim before the grand finals. As he's saying, does get MVP. I mean, definitely was a huge performance from him. I think he's a huge reason why they were able to take it home on Lighthouse, bringing out that Echo.
That's right. So maybe a little warm up, maybe a confidence booster here for Heesang. Maybe, yeah, exactly. Some momentum that can ride over into that grand final, which honestly, it did come down to those micro plays, right? It was a close. It could have been closer if those little mistakes weren't made, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple fights in there. Like, we even showed the highlight on Servas of like, wow, look, Crazy Raccoon getting a huge team wipe. Well, that's a fight where they dump 3 ults for nothing. And that's not the kind of trade you can afford to do against a Team Falcons that has looked clinical in this meta. I mean, when it comes to the DPS ult, the usage looks really clean with Proper and Stalker constantly following each other up. He's saying, though, I mean, the Echo, his performance in this match was perfect. I mean, like, really, really strong plays, consistently getting the better of the opponent Echo. Maybe he can have the time to get that review. I do feel that Heesang has had huge moments this year, right? You think back to Dallas. Heesang was a huge clutch performer, brought out massive flexibility, was a critical player, and I felt he was really pushing his limits harder in this match. Maybe with the more confidence against Toronto Defiant. This playstyle, though, is what you need to do. You've got to take risks. You've got to gamble your life when you play Echo. I mean, it's a glass cannon hero, but that's kind of the game you're playing when it comes to this meta. You've got to take risks on Echo. Believe that you are the stronger player, that you can challenge the enemy Echo out of the sky, because honestly, a lot of fights, it is that opening Echo kill who is most likely to die, but also most likely.
How we doing, chat?
Yeah, and while, of course, we see Crazy Raccoon in the grand final, Toronto Defiant are officially out of the tournament, but there are so many good things we have to say about these teams and all the players on that team.
So I think they're going to do like, what, an orchestra or something first, and then they're going to go back into the games?
4 stages in North America. That's about all you can ask for, of course, playing in the North American region, and then also placing second at the EWC. Now, they didn't have to play either Falcons or Crazy Raccoon until the final at even EWC, right? But this Toronto Defiant team, they pushed as far as they could, you know, as we've been talking about throughout this entire weekend.
This is hosted in Stockholm, Sweden right now.
And Crazy Raccoon, they are the 2 best Overwatch rosters ever assembled. So, like, how do you compete with that? Toronto Defiant, the fact that they've been able to do so well over in North America, maybe potentially coming up a bit short in Dallas, perhaps not getting the result they wanted there. But apart from that, I mean, it's been a spectacular year for this organization, and they have to be nothing but proud.
Absolutely. Nothing but love for Toronto Defiant and their entire organization.
I agree.
It's been an absolute blast to watch them throughout this first season of OWCS. Their journey has come to an end. However, Falcons and Raccoon, they are still in it to win it. Let's see which of our Korean super teams is going to come out on top here.
Hey, what are you talking about, Ven? On like the camera? It might be because of the
for now, we're heading into
the lights.
A quick break. And when we come back, we're not diving into the grand finals just yet. We have a very special treat featuring some of our beloved co-streamers. Don't want to miss it. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be seeing you on the other side of this.
I don't even know what they're talking about, but heck yeah. Certainly ain't me. 5-minute break. Oh, if they're gonna do that, they got some. They're doing some interesting things here.
One more time.
Did I get invited? Did I get invited to DreamHack Stockholm? No. Nope. They did not invite me to go there, like, in person. Yep. Favorite play so far? Oh, I don't know. There hasn't been, like, it's so hard to say, like, in these type of team fights, because it's just like they get very wild and like quick, you know? Thoughts on Hazard? Oh, extremely fun hero. Extremely fun hero. Like an absolute blast. One thing here. When's the next match? They're going to be doing something here in a few minutes, and then my guess, knowing how they work, probably 30 minutes. They're going to extend this out as long as they can. We'll see, though. Do I think Hazard will be used in pro play? I don't know yet. I can assure you one thing in pro play, they're definitely going to be able to dodge that ultimate with the current cast time. See, though. I'm not entirely sure. What DPS and supports work well with Hazard? Probably like Ana, Zen, heroes like that. What heroes do we almost never see in pro play? Like Lifeweaver and Mercy, I'd say. Target focus is too good. It's hard to... What did we end up getting in Supervive? We actually got 4th. So we ended up placing in the money, and we were like, I think 10 points off of 2nd place, because after we stopped feeding as a team, we started to figure it out, and we actually got like 10 times better by the end of it, because we figured out a lot of cool strategies. I will say this, Supervive is a really cool game. That game is super fun. That game's awesome. What was the prize for 4th? I think we got like 1,500 each. Ain't bad at all. I'll take that. Heck yeah. So despite feeding for 4 games, I mean, we fed the most. It was great.
Hey everyone, GB here alongside
We got a glider
Vega.
now.
Vega, want to obviously thank you for taking the time to talk to me, but also, I know this was a tough loss for you guys. How you feeling? How the boys feeling? I know you haven't had much of a chance.
Am I lagging or is the camera lagging here?
What's the lay of the land? I think after
Vent, thank you for the 1,500 bits. I appreciate it.
I think at the end of the day,
Thank
everyone
you.
tried their hardest to win today.
11,500 is a
you
lot.
really can't be
I'm proud of
disappointed.
you.
I hope next year we can really.
Well, it was 1,500, but thank you, Vent. Thank you for the 1,500 bits.
World Cup.
But also, let's not forget, you came into this one and you got top 3 and some of the greatest players in the world here. It's a massive accomplishment. How has this season been for you personally? What have you learned about yourself? How have you grown as a person and as a player for your teammates?
Oh, I think I learned so much this season. I learned a lot from playing with Ham, like our Tank and Lenny and RuPaul and Mare. I feel like I improved a lot as a player this season. I think just like as a person too. I really enjoyed my time in Toronto, and I hope that moving forward I'll be able to use this experience and keep playing and eventually win a world championship.
Hey man, if there's one thing, the tenacity, the desire to win is going to.
Yeah, Vega plays a lot of Brig. Yeah,
my friend. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate you, and of course, we're looking forward to seeing you next year, man. Take it easy. Back to you guys.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining Faceit League. Gain competitive experience in weekly Faceit
The heck?
League
That was
matches.
just like a-
Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Register now and start your competitive journey at fce.gg/s4.
Hello,
Wait, the-
everybody. I'm back.
That was out of nowhere.
No, I'm over here. I had to run. I also changed. I was sweating a lot, so I hope you forgive.
Oh, we got Jay, we got
non-formal attire.
Poco, and
Good.
SK.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good
You
group
guys
right
look
there.
great. Wow, you looking great. I'm sure everybody at home knows who our special guests are here.
Look, that's a good group.
Okay, go on. No, do your own intro. No.
my bad.
Do
I
your own
thought I was
highlight
doing
intro.
it.
Do your own highlight.
I'm J3.
Okay.
There you go, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
I need to introduce myself? Okay, I'm Poco.
Okay.
I'm SK Overwatch, full name.
There you go. Did you watch it yesterday and then Overwatch that happened yesterday?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes. Do you remember all the questions? Do you kind of like understand how the format kind of works? Okay. There is a button this time. So we brought back the buzzers. Jay, can you reach that?
Why you gotta put it so far up, man?
I'm reaching from over here and I can reach. That doesn't look good for you. But fastest one, and then you have to answer the questions. We have a total of 8. The audience obviously can play along as well, so if you know the answer, you can shout it out a little bit if you want to. I do want to ask, though, a couple of questions. Who do you think is going to win Grand Finals? Ooh. Oh, SK.
Crazy Raccoon.
Okay, that's a good choice. Okay, Jay?
I'm going with Falcon.
I like how she wasn't even supposed to hit the button. Like that wasn't a question for like the buzzer
my other
thing.
question was,
I love that.
be honest. How good is your Overwatch knowledge?
That was great.
Be very honest.
If people watch the CarQ video, they would know that I am excellent at Overwatch knowledge and lore.
Surely.
Is that true? Is that
No. Jay's terrible at that stuff.
No? Okay.
I'm
So am I.
You're pretty bad.
Pretty bad.
I'm pretty good at playing the game.
That's true. That's facts.
Mine's
okay.
bad too. Uh-oh.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Well, tough luck if you're not. So, here's a good one. What support heroes were available in Overwatch Classic?
That's easy.
Mercy.
Lucio.
Lucio.
Zenyatta.
and
Symmetra. Symmetra.
Classic.
Mercy, Lucio, Zen, and Symmetra.
I forgot Symmetra.
There it is.
Oh.
Come on, Jay. You don't remember the top tier support Symmetra?
I just play Classic too.
How are you getting this wrong? Disgusting stuff. Okay. This one's a little bit more difficult. We're going to have to ramp it up.
Okay.
It's a game show. You have to do that. Lip. Everybody familiar with Lip? Pretty good player. Pretty good. Just played. Lip's MVP skin was for which hero?
Echo?
No.
No?
It was not. Jay?
I don't have it.
You want to make a guess?
You know what?
Anybody from the audience know?
Sombra. You know what? I'm just gonna Sombra.
Sombra. It is Sombra. Yes, that is correct.
I didn't even know that. I'll be real with y'all, chat. I do that. That's a.
Yeah, the audience.
I wouldn't have got that
I
one
see what
right.
you did there. Too soon, man.
wasn't even making a joke about your height, bro. Being too soon. What, you only just gained a few more inches on your height or something? Okay, a couple of you were actually there, but at the Dallas Major, how many maps did Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons lose against NA and EU combined?
0?
Poco.
None.
Correct. It was 0.
Yep, I remember that. I was there.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Too good.
Yeah, I was scared to say that.
They are too good.
You're scared to say that? What's the worst that happens? It's wrong?
I guess sometimes you have to put your heart out there.
Just say it. 0? Oh no, I got it wrong.
Camera.
You know what I mean? Like, just send it.
Okay. The OWCS crowdfunding bundle contained a dance emote based off of who?
Someone.
Dude, Poco is lightning fast.
Someone, of course.
Oh,
Easy.
okay.
Guys.
Can you do...
For some reason, I was thinking of Dallas, but there was no... sorry.
That's not a player. That's a
Yeah, I thought it was Dallas because there was a skin for Dallas.
That has nothing to do with it. They're talking about the player, Jay.
What?
I'm horrible.
Can you do the emote? Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
What does Dallas have to do with it?
Question number 5. Junbin pulled out a couple of pocket picks last finals at the Dallas Major. What were they?
A couple of them?
2. There are 2.
Reinhardt.
Roadhog.
Yep.
Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, Roadhog and the ball.
Look at me, guys. I totally guessed that.
Yeah, no, I remember the Roadhog one. Roadhog was the tilt pick, remember?
Question 6.
It was great.
Toronto Defiant were pushed to 2 map 5s in Stage 3 main event. Name one of those teams. Bonus point for the other one.
Nightmare.
Wait, this was yesterday.
Stage 3. No, bro, we're at the World Finals.
Nightmare.
Stage 3.
Listen.
Right? Am I correct?
Yeah, nope.
No. Anybody in the audience know? Or Poco?
Team Falcon.
It was Nightmare.
Same region. So, no, it wasn't Team Falcons. Anybody in the audience know? It's a tough one. You down there. And?
Nightmare. Nightmare.
You got this.
It's the opposite of a dream.
A nightmare. Nightmare.
Nightmare. And that guy in the audience gets 2 points.
That's what I'm saying.
He's gonna win.
Wait, he's gonna win.
Wait, he actually might. Oh, God. That's not good. Okay. Oh, I like this one a lot.
Okay.
Brings back a lot of memories. Which World Cup year did Kevster play in? He only played in one. Which year was it?
2023.
Overwatch World Cup.
I don't know.
2023.
Yes, it was.
It was last one, right?
Yeah.
We were there, Jay. We were in person watching them play in the...
To answer the questions, Poco's kind of schooling both of you right
It's
now.
he's taller.
I don't want to get it wrong.
He's taller. You're not even attempting to go for it.
It's a workout to do that.
Okay. This is the last question. I'm pretty sure Poco's going to win, but you never know. The NA Stage 4 finals went all the way to 7 maps. Both Nightmare and Toronto Defiant went back and forth. But what was the final map?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my.
The final map. I'll give you a small hint.
Okay.
Sugar Free went crazy with the blade, deflected a high noon, and then won the game. That's not much of a hint.
New Junk City.
Okay, I'll give you the map. You have to. Someone has to guess.
Runasapi.
The map. The round in the map. It was Lijiang Tower was the last.
Lijiang.
Map, but which stage was it? This is just
Night Market.
You know what?
Oh, you were both at the same time.
Don't say Garden.
We'll do Jay first.
You can do SK first.
Okay, SK.
No, you go.
Okay,
Oh, Garden.
Go first. On Lijiang Tower.
Lijiang?
Yeah, there is one.
It's not Garden.
Control Center.
Wait,
It was the other one.
Night Market.
He deflected a high noon with the Dragon Blade
Market.
and just rolled over Nightmare, and that's how they won the game. So you were actually all correct.
So chat, the reason why I said don't say Garden is because why would you be running that comp on Garden to begin with?
Yeah.
I mean, even if they did, that's not going to be the map where that's the easiest play to make.
Got 2 points.
Oh man.
Easy clap. That is. Yeah,
It's Garden. That map is like, that's the last possible map that play's going to happen on.
Play the game, but that's fine. That's all good.
Control Center I get, right? But Garden?
Yeah. Well. Chat's been loving it.
Yeah.
Chat's been popping off. Oh hell yeah! I know because the French broadcast is here as well, which has been really exciting to see.
It is.
Cake and the gang.
Yeah, we're having a lot of fun. Everybody's so I mean, so nice, and the crowd and everything is so cool. So yeah, love it.
SK, anything you want to say?
I'm very happy.
W. Jay?
Oh, I'm having fun. Meeting people is probably the best one.
Yeah.
I like meeting people.
It's been great. The crowd's been great. Everybody here deserves a pat on the back from J3. He'll be giving those out individually a little bit later on. We are going to jump to a quick break, though. Do not go anywhere.
Orchestra time. Look in the background.
Performing some OWCS music right after this.
Oh.
What does it take to become the best? You'll need the right environment, a place where everyone plays their role, communicates, and knows the meta. Perseverance, the will to grind elo, to compete again and again.
My man, spamming the YouTube chat to say "shout me out, please." That's we're vibing. We're vibing.
But to become truly great, you'll have to fight against the best. Your journey's just beginning. Ranked pugs and FPL coming soon.
By the way, this FPL thing is going to be pretty cool for content. Being able to play in like professional pugs in like a structured setting is going to be really cool in my opinion. Little side note, I think it's going to be really cool. I was talking about it earlier. It's a really cool addition. Am I going to play pugs again? We'll see. I mean, it might be kind of fun, right? Because it's like, it's more of a structured setting. You know, usually prize money's involved. Like, it's just a fun time. No. So, FPL pugs are like different. It's like you basically have like a, kind of like a ranked MMR. And like, you basically can like have captains and you like pick your teams and then you just go and play. It's way different than like, and no, Overwatch is, I think Overwatch is not, no, I think Overwatch was we had our fun, but I don't think Overwatch will be returning next year. At least I won't be playing. If for some reason they decide to return and they need somebody to like be like a backup to like go in and play if they need someone, I'm down for that, but I'm good. But Welsh, thanks for that picture, man. Thank you for chat. Yep, I'm good on that one. You love Overwatch, but you're hyped from Marvel Rivals? I'll say it again, and chat's heard me say it a ton. You can enjoy both games, have fun, just make sure to enjoy it. Don't worry about meta, don't worry about anything like that. Just go have fun with Rivals if you want, if that's what you end up doing. So we'll see if I end up playing Rivals. There'll be a few things I take into account when it comes to that, and you know, oh, my WoW just minimized. Uh-oh. A second. This is not what I wanted. Uh-oh. Hang on a second. You're going to see my World of Warcraft in a second, chat. I have to move it over for a second. The mobs keep respawning while I'm trying to do this quest. Am I... Perfect. Give me 1 second here. Go. Okay. There we go. We're good. Do I even get to go here? Or am I just doing... Can I go here? Okay, it's here. I just can't find it. Where's it?
In 2024, the inaugural season of
Horde.
the Overwatch
They're playing WoW
Champion
Classic. Yeah, it's hardcore
set
WoW.
the stage.
Yeah. I guess I'll log my
Challengers
character out right
emerged,
here for now while they do
stepped
this.
up, and were crowned
And move
champions.
my...
And in 2025, OWCS is back.
Oh, man.
Welcome to Overwatch! With more streams, more live events, an easy-to-follow format where the best teams thrive, where rivals get relegated, and rising challengers become legends. Get ready for the 2025 Overwatch Champion Series.
Welcome back to the OWCS World Finals live from DreamHack Stockholm. Zoe here, joined by Jake and by Johnny, and we're getting ready for the big one, guys. It's grand finals time, and it will be fought out between two of the, no, that's not right, it is the two best teams to ever have
It's the two best teams in the world, Zoe. It's the two best teams
ever
in the
had
world.
in the history of Overwatch. That's it. That's just how it is. It's Team Falcons and, of course, Crazy Raccoon. Star-studded lineups, star-studded rosters. Those two teams have been fighting it out all year long with different results. So there is so much history.
All right. I'm excited for these grand finals, chat. These are going to be
Can you
good.
believe this? This is going to be the 15th
These are going to be
time
good.
they're playing this year.
What's the
Obviously,
score? What's the score?
OWCS Asia format, I had the score on my papers.
I'm sure you
just
do,
now.
actually.
It was
yeah.
9-4, I believe, in favor of Crazy Raccoon. So I guess now it's 9-5.
9-5?
Yep.
9-5,
All right,
yes.
all right.
Yeah, they're going to do a little bit of an orchestra,
Team
and then they're going to
Falcons
go into the
won
matches.
Recently. I mean, they won, they beat them in the grand finals of the OWCS Asia main stage event, of course, to qualify for Stockholm, and then most recently here in, in the upper bracket, Jake.
Yeah, I think this is a Team Falcons that is resurgent, that has been looking to claim a world championship, but has been so far stymied. These are players who, I talked to some of these guys after Dallas. They got second place in the world. They're the second best in the world, and they were pissed. Like, that was not good enough. That was just unacceptable to this team. Their only goal is lifting that trophy. Nothing else will be enough for players like Proper.
Yeah, I mean, even like thinking about this roster, right? Like the part of the reason why they came together is, of course, Chio and Fielder is a historically great backline as well. Overwatch League champions in 2022. Hanbin was part of that team as well. And Smurf is a two-time Overwatch League champion with the San Francisco Shock as well, right? So just looking at this roster, I mean, they're known to be champions. Like, that is what they aspire to do. They want to win every single time, every single year. And now with this roster, that was the goal in mind with Team Falcons, who many talked about as the best team going into the year. How were you supposed to beat Falcons? They had this like Dallas Fuel Championship core with Proper and picking up Stalker, who was spectacular for Atlanta Reign last year, right? But then Crazy Raccoon, I mean, they entered the stage with Lip and the gang, and they have been, taking a break ever since and been dominating.
Hope you're all doing chat. Hope you're all doing well, chat. So I'm just doing something very quickly. Food's going to be here soon, too. I'm excited.
Crazy Raccoon, they now have to play
back-to-back
matches, or back-to-back matches.
Well, I just want it to be a good series.
We discussed that yesterday already for Toronto Defiant. That's a lot. That's draining. There's a lot on
Hands
the
it up for a
line.
second. Charge it up a little bit.
Something back
we're waiting on the orchestra to start. Why not, right?
I think if there's anything that's held back, it's probably the
What time is it for me right now? It is currently 9 a.m.
Put Lip on the core hit scan. That's a place where I do feel Crazy Raccoon are the stronger team.
Do I think Overwatch will die when Rivals comes up? Do I think Overwatch will die when Rivals comes out?
That is really going to shape things. The exception is Ilios, so maybe if they
both games can succeed and do very well.
Again, I'd be surprised.
I don't know why people are trying to make it a massive competition with it. It's going to be just fine. Both games will be just fine. In fact, both games might be able to make each other better because
monstrous when it comes out. We saw what that looked like against Toronto Defiant, right? Like once they went.
I think both because games will then need to step up their game, draw inspiration. Like there's a lot there. So having competition is a good thing.
So Jake, I feel like
so no, it could actually lead to better things. For Overwatch, and for Rivals, and once again, I bring up this point occasionally. You're gonna have people that are gonna tell you to hate one of the games. They're gonna tell you how much it sucks, etc. Form your own opinion. Have a good time. If you want to play Marvel Rivals, enjoy it. Have a good time. If you want to play Overwatch, enjoy it. Have a good time. If you want to play both, enjoy it. Have a good time. Okay. Remember that. You'll love it. Tell you to hate something.
But in this very solid Mauga meta, is there even a possibility outside of Ilios, outside of Gibraltar, to flex it up and try to shy away from this Mauga meta at all?
I mean, you can, and I mean, I thought, all right, the interesting thing is I would have said no. Generally, I would say no, but I also felt in Dallas, I also thought that was true. I felt the Venture Genji would dominate, was ultimately the better strat, but it was Lips Cassidy that prevailed in the end there. So maybe there's some hope. I feel that the Reaper
it's possible for the multiple games people like to play. Hey, you can add to your cycle. Think about it. Think about this possibility. You like Rivals, You like Overwatch. They have different season cadences. Rivals has a new patch. You're not feeling Overwatch at the time, you get to play Rivals. Rivals patch, you're not feeling it at the time. Overwatch has something new, you play Overwatch. You see how you can kind of keep yourself... You can kind of keep both games fresh that way if you enjoy both, right? So there's a win there for that, too, right? Another thing, so the Features Prime thing, you said, or you hate both and Cryo. That's on you with that.
Taking a ton of attention, surviving with form, and trying to clutch with...
You already have that cycle down? I talk about it all the time. There's a lot of players who love the free-to-play game cycle, where you have 3 or 4 games, they constantly are cycling patches, and you have opportunity to go enjoy multiple games with new types of content. You know, Apex has a new season, enjoy it for a couple weeks. Not your thing? Boom, Overwatch has a new season. Enjoy it. Valorant has a new season. And you can have this fun, and you can do this. It's a good time.
Against Falcons again. Let's find out very soon. First, let's take a look at our threats. I feel like everyone is going to go for Crazy Raccoon. Do we include score lines, though?
You know?
Like, that's... Okay, we don't. I'm giving this a 4-1. I'm going to verbally include score lines.
For Falcons?
Not Crazy Raccoon. Yeah, Falcons. I misspoke earlier. Falcons, they're the favorite to win. They look so aggressive, so comfortable in this meta. Raccoon they did not have an answer to that oppressive aggression.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Falcons as well, but maybe 4-2. I mean, I think Ilios and Gibraltar are 2 maps that can both play to Raccoon's favor, but these teams are so closely matched. I could also see Crazy Raccoon, you know, even in the Amalgamir, finding a map here and there. They're gonna need to extend the series. I think it would be huge for them if they can push the series deep enough to reopen control and bring
this
that
the final
map pick 6. That could be really strong for them, right? That could put them on game point, but
yes,
you're gonna need to
they're going to do an Orchestra first, but this is the final, yes. Are they going to do like an Orchestra to lead the teams out? That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I had a Team Falcons 4-2 as well. I mean, how do you predict against Team Falcons after just seeing them obliterate the Crazy Raccoon 3-0? It would take...
Well, yeah, well, this is a rematch because...
monumental upset. But like,
that was the winner bracket final into the loser bracket final. CR1 back into the grand finals. Does that make sense?
Raccoon, I mean, they got the backs against the wall, and we need individual performances to really stand out. Like you said, Jake, T-Sang, he needs to be the member for Crazy Raccoon that really pops off here and helps this team get over this kind of edge when you're seeing Team Falcons execute team play and teamwork with such brilliant synergy.
Absolutely. Well, we're gearing up for our grand finals here. Gentlemen, thank you so much for setting this stage. We're now heading into a quick break.
What?
And when we're coming back, we get to witness the performance of a lifetime.
I knew it. I told you, chat. I was like, dude, they're not starting this. They are going to extend this out as long as they can. And they're going to come back and do predictions again. They're going to be like, okay, we thought about our predictions again. I'm going to go to the bathroom while this is playing. LS1, thanks for the breach press. I'll be right back. I'm going to the bathroom. I knew it. I knew that was happening. I knew that was happening. Oh, man. I made it here. We're here. We made it. That was cool. Hey, I know that song too. By the way, chat, an instrument I've always wanted to learn is the violin. If I ever have to learn an instrument, I want to learn the violin. Yep. Well, I always loved the violin in like rock bands. So I fell in love with that. Noel, thanks to the 87 months of the tier when you want to learn the fiddle. Probably fine. Probably fun to learn. Yep.
I want to learn the fiddle.
And Zinnia, thanks to the 60 months of the tier 1. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks. Love it. You said not the PvE? Yeah, true. Very well done. Yeah, actually, one of the BlizzCons I went to, Lindsay Sterling was, they had her on the stage doing something. Yeah, one of the things I went to. Lindsay Sterling was there. Yeah. And she was really, really good. Yeah. Really well done. Yeah, I think the first time I ever heard the violin was, if you've ever heard of the band Yellow Card. Chat, can we get some blankies in the chat for Anonymous with a 10 gifted? Thank you, Anonymous. Yellow Card has a violinist in their band. Yep. Thank you, Anonymous. I appreciate that. Very kind. Yep. It was really cool, though. Really cool. Yeah. You love Yellow Card and you just found out? Listen to their songs. You'll hear it right in there. Like Ocean Avenue. You're going to literally hear the violinist the whole time. Is it Nightwish? Okay, I'll look into it for sure. Yep. 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 There's a Korean band called Lucy. Okay, I'll try to remember these names. Yeah. Now, when you get a chance, crap, the bot accidentally rolled someone. If you're there. The person who just got rolled by the bot, it'll get fixed in a minute. That was good. The Orchestra's doing a good job. Oh, is it? Are they Grim? Heck yeah, I'll definitely look into them then for sure. Maybe when I go over to my house today. You know who's a band that I recently found? This is completely random, but just because their singer's voice is so good. Someone might know. Ever heard of a band called like OK One Rock or something? Does that sound right? Am I getting it wrong? Is that what it is? Or One OK Rock or something? Like One OK Rock? Is that it? Sorry, I heard it randomly on my a Spotify while driving. We get the blaze in chat for Anonymous with another 10 gifted. Thank you, I appreciate it. Dude, they have a... It's a really good... Like, they have like, I don't know, it was just really cool. Like, the way they do their songs is really cool. Thank you, Anonymous, I appreciate it. For some love, chat. It's One OK Rock? Okay, I was close, okay? Keep in mind, I just heard him recently, so... Oh, do they? Bam, heck yeah. They made a song for Sonic Frontiers. Oh, really? Okay, cool. Heck yeah. Thank you. What's the prize for winning? I don't know. How many gifted subs for a tank top stream? 1,000. Junkie, thanks for the 200 bits. Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you. That command should work. I think it's at like 55, Ben. Is it $25 of the crowdfunding goes to the prize pool, you believe? It probably does. That's why they don't show how much they give. Probably not wrong. See, doesn't the violin just sound cool? Like, isn't that cool? I love that instrument. I love that instrument. There's just something about it. It's just the sound of it is so good. Yep. Dude, that sounds so cool with the orchestra. I like that. That sounds cool. How's my day? Good. How about you? This is cool. This is really cool. I love this. So with all this hype, their nerves should be pretty high. See? I can only speak from experience. This is the stuff I love. I wouldn't have nerves. I'd be like, let's get this started, baby. That's how I am whenever it was like playing in like high-level matches or doing stuff. I'm like, let's go, baby. I'm ready. I'm locked in. There's no nerves. You just take that adrenaline and you just go in and play. That's what you do. Great production. Great sequence across the board.
Here at DreamHack Stockholm.
It's the end of the road. We played a lot of matches, but after this match, the year's officially over. So because of that, you gotta put your all into it.
This is the only match that really matters, like to win it all.
I've just always had dreams about playing on a stage in front of a crowd. And like being able to play like in a grand finals or like even winning a match on stage, that would honestly be a dream come true.
I was gonna say, that was infected, I could tell right away.
압박감, 그랜드파이널에 진출하게 되는 압박감은 약간 다른 거에서 약간 느껴보지 못했을 것 같은데.
Sleep tired? Thanks for the free sprouts, so thank you.
Playing in front of a big crowd, like, it's so exciting. There's probably no words to describe it, It's
there isn't.
What everyone plays for is really the end goal.
I've got my parents coming, I've got my girlfriend, some school friends have come along as well. So it would mean so much to win in front of them and just, have the crowd cheering for us the whole time as well.
Daisies, thanks for the free sprouts, thank you. Appreciate it.
We have a lot to show, and that I'm happy that we get to show it.
We don't want to have any regrets, so it's definitely all or nothing.
The Junker Queen comes in, and it's a triple catch. TBNT bleeding out. Bliss can't do too much. Twisted Mind exsanguinated.
그랜드 파이널과 다른
This is great.
다른 점은 이제 이기는 놈만 기록하니까 사람들은 마지막 경기니까 제일 중요한 경기라고.
Playing in a grand finals match compared to other matches can definitely be like a lot of pressure involved in it. It's kind of like a do or die moment. Like it's like the culmination of the whole tournament comes up to this one moment, and you sort of realize like we all want to win. Everyone in the lobby, all 10 players want to win, but only 5 of them actually can.
NRG shot eliminates ends a 3-0. It's not so easy anymore.
Grand finals, it's happy and sad. I mean, I have no idea what I'm doing come Monday, like what the next season looks like. So, there's
kind of know now.
To leave anything
January.
Fight goes down to the Death Blossom and income nightmare. They're riding this one home, and NA's number 2 hits the haymaker. Space Station are 1 point away from getting eliminated. Space Station Gaming is demolished by Twisted Mind.
Editors did a great job, by the way, with this. This is an excellent intro to the finals. Excellent. Gary, thanks for the free response. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Excellent.
The barrage all reflected. Blade has been popped, and Sugar Free yet again goes absolutely nuclear.
I've always wanted to win a grand final, like on stage, like ever since I
also
started
chat.
my career. So like that would mean a whole lot to me. It's something I really want to achieve.
This is how you build stories in Overwatch and let the players show their personality. Something OWL didn't do. This is how you do it. It's funny that you were saying that, Antenna, because I was thinking the exact same thing.
Get this show on the road. Make some noise for Falcons versus Crazy Raccoon.
We set out this year with an ambitious project, a rebirth of Overwatch Esports, a truly open system where anybody could compete and anybody could win. Our 2 finalists have
Should the test
Let's go,
apply?
baby.
Multiple challenges comes their way, Matt. One more question. Who is the best Overwatch team in the world?
Yeah, you say anybody can win, anybody can compete, but it felt like
You said no half tuck? Listen, Uber's got Uber steps it up on finals. He gives you the half tuck. He gives you all that. Come finals, he's got the suit. Okay, he's ready to go.
Right, and
right?
right now, Falcons looks to have the upper hand.
Memories are short in esports. There's no doubt about it. And the most vivid picture in our minds are the ones holding up the cup at the end of it here. Crazy Raccoon, obviously, were our victors out in Dallas. They managed to win that major and looked incredible doing it. But the balance of power, especially in that APAC region, as the competition came internationally, always left us wondering who would be the team left standing when the smoke cleared.
Now when you have these two teams on the stage, right? We already saw this match.
That was a bit quick right there. All right, get into the damn match.
What has Crazy Raccoon done in the last, obviously...
Even Uber was surprised. He's like, okay, all right, my bad.
It's a first to 4 series, folks.
It's very rare you can make Uber speechless, right? He's like me. We just love we love talking. We love doing our thing, right? So it's very rare to get, I love that.
We know what these two teams are going to play. The composition's not going to change that much. We'll just see who can play it better.
Here we go, baby.
Who's the stronger team.
And it's Mauga versus Mauga.
One more time.
All right, CR, engage first. Stop letting them engage on you. Double brig trade. Ooh, okay. Oh, we got a different start this time.
And that's got to be good there for Crazy Raccoon, right? Get a fight win early.
Well, it's not really a fight win yet. It's like an even matchup that goes in favor for a second.
They're going to try and contest, go on in, but Crazy Raccoon in a good spot to take the point first.
Good bit tucked into the corner here is going to force Smurf to move out more into the open. Lips looking for an opportunity, but it's a regroup.
Ooh, what a stomp. Good trade by Stalker.
Always seems to be there with that focusing beam. Crazy Raccoon still in control, but not for much longer at this.
Still a much better start for CR. I want to say, still a much better start. It wasn't like an early pick. Shu wasn't coming in there getting an early pick instead of Dot. Thanks for the finish, man. Thank you.
Just kind of getting on the point. You have it for a few seconds. The fight comes in. Falcons, but they have a few players that still linger there on the high ground, so they're able to kind of come from both sides. And Crazy Raccoon not able to deal with it.
Lip knows that he's being tracked as he pops out of the Wraith Walk. He gets stunned.
Okay, you're going to get a Team Falcons Juno ultimate very quickly here. They might try to do the TP play first. No, they have to counter Juno ult. Yeah! I only say that because I'm so happy to see CR do exactly what they're supposed to do. I love that. That's how you do it. See, earlier they were letting Team Falcons dictate everything. CR said no. That's why I was excited. That's why my reaction's like, finally!
Did really well in the last series against Crazy Raccoon.
CR
Stalker goes for the dupes onto
has come back.
That Death Blossom, and then ends up using it right. You're trying to get the bash out of the brig. Then you come back with Proppers.
Reaper ult from Proper soon.
Got taken out right away.
Yeah, this is to also help destroy the brig ult, not the brig ult, the Mauga ultimate. Good pick by Stalker on the lip. That's going to give them a little bit of advantage. He's saying it's a lot more trades now, though. A lot more trades. They're going to lose the team fight, but because they engage here, they get a little bit more point time. He's saying gets 2 picks. Still, though, not a bad team fight. Taking the fight to the Falcons rather than letting them take the fight to them. Good start. We got a good start here.
By Crazy Raccoon. So they're trying to take an early fight, maybe get that rally out early, maybe catch a player off by surprise. Doesn't work. Point back in favor to Falcons.
Big day for the Raccoons, but both their series were...
Now we're in the neutral. Until Stalker gets that ultimate, huge pick by Hisei, because the Stalker won't get the ult now. Double cardiac overdrive, so both Maugas are going to have to regress in, otherwise they're dead. Yep. And CR takes that. So, just to point out, the reason why they need to charge after that is because they're just so vulnerable that they're better off getting value. Yep.
Much more competitive.
They're going to take a little bit of poke damage here to build up Juno ultimate, so Shu can use Juno ultimate. If not, they have to be ready to just charge in.
This will be interesting, though. Both orbital rays here available.
Okay, double orbital ray coming up in about 5 seconds. Lip now has Reaper ult, so they're going to go in with both. Ready? Set. Go, 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 go. There it is. Charging in. They're going to have the Reaper ult to go in. They do have the Stalker's ultimate, so it's going to be a little bit here. Lip used ult, got rid of a little bit. Double Echo ult. Stalker has the ult, but doesn't have much opportunity. Gonna go right into the Brig with it. The Brig disengages. Gonna die there. The Brig, that is. Oh, the Brig gets the health back, though. Stalker has to go back and help. It's still okay, though, because it's an even fight. Falcons have 0 ultimates going into this next fight. CR has their Mauga ult. If they can get aggressive. Team Falcons recognizes this now. They're going to go for an early play for the Juno. They're going to all in.
Not able to kind of play with the Crazy Raccoon squad on the point, so Team Falcons doing a nice job separating the supports from the rest of the squad. Flips the point.
Strong gets such little ult charge from that fight. He's been aggressive.
Stalker with a huge pick on Heisei, though, but they trade on the Juno. That Juno pick is huge. They're going to slightly disengage and start slow playing it a little bit. Yep, Stalker gets 2 important picks and then trades out. Oh my. What a clutch by Stalker. That's it? Wow.
Team win 2 fights in a row, right? It may end up deciding everything.
There's not enough time here for Crazy Raccoon.
Even with all of that.
Recalls the whip shot, wrong out. He's going to have to avoid proper. Who's more than happy to take the fight?
This is so much better than their earlier match, though. You can tell. I got to give credit to CR's coach, by the way. CR made adjustments already, and you can see it in real time. Just so you know. You're seeing it in real time. They're taking the engagements earlier. They're not letting them set up. It is a good sign that CR's playing this way, by the way. A much better performance by CR. Falcons, what can you say? Sometimes
everybody from Falcons kind of went out the upper.
You just make a play, and that's what Stalker did.
That health pack is you end up getting a kill early on.
Great start. Great start.
Playing around the outside of the cage, just like, surely someone is close enough for me here. Too dangerous for him to get in and find a kill. Just a small error for Crazy Raccoon. Falcons with the maneuverability there. All right, so let's run it back to City Center. Sim TP's out for both sides, and we are in the fray.
Yeah, it'll be Crazy Raccoon here and Falcons both trying to fight over this high ground, right? Is proper. He's gonna go up the lift.
All right, it's always loser picks after this first map. Sorry, I accidentally muted my mic. I was gonna eat a piece of bread, so I muted my mic so I wouldn't chew in the mic. My mistake.
Crazy Raccoon get a good fight to start.
Yeah, you get control of the point first.
Great start for CR.
It's a point that you can hold on for
much better
a
start.
Very long time, especially with these type of comps, which are pretty high sustain. You can kind of play around that central killer. You can just have players just flood in from the
Chat, I'm sorry for the upcoming unlucky ad. After this will be good. It won't happen again.
Falcons really knew they had to kind of commit. Doesn't work out for them, so now through the choke, but here comes June Big first with a stop. He's staying over the top.
I should have played it during the Orchestra. That's on me. Duckman, thanks to the Features Prime, thank you. But the Orchestra was too good to skip out on, too. I couldn't do it. It was too good. After this, it should be good.
Still plays on that close corner, right? With the rest of his team just kind of
so CR can slow play this a little bit right now. I wonder if they're gonna. CR. Okay. One thing I want to say so far is CR did a really good job right here. Did a really good job here. Chat, can we get some blankies in the chat for Forkmore with the 5 gifted? Thank you, Forkmore. Forkmore says he's gonna save 5 people from the ads. Once again, I'll make sure the timers are good after this. I just kind of forgot during the Orchestra to keep up with the timing, so my apologies on that one. Thank you, Fork. I appreciate it.
The corner and tries to just land right on top of Junbin, stun that Maga, get him taken out early.
So now you're going to get into that alt mode now. So CR did have a good opportunity here to be able to win the team fight because of that, but then they ended up trading out. Holy crap.
Falcons want to play around the point if they can. Stalker's going to have a free death loss on Cuban, doesn't have enough time to get a full channel off, and now he's going to be caught in the cage.
You know, I don't mind that. I get it, but I think it's just like, it's ambitious.
Falcons have a chance here to extend into the lead.
Yeah, I don't think this is winnable here for Crazy Raccoon because you still have proper and both supports alive against like 2 or 3 really weak players there for Crazy Raccoon. And there's no way you're going to just kind of barrel into the Reaper, even though he doesn't have great,
So CR has no ultimates right now. Smurf's going to be pretty aggressive here soon. The moment that you even see CR get in, they're going to start charging in. Give it about 3 seconds.
Good stickies on Chio that forced him out of line of sight. Proper also went low in that same.
There it is. Okay, actually played it defensive. I'm surprised by that. They were setting the tone earlier, but a good job by Falcons.
This decision awful quick. June desperately trying to stay alive, and Smurf charges on through. Big bad
Pac-Man, thanks for the gifted sub. We get some blaze in the chat for Wyland. with a 5 gifted. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
75% on the point, right? Huge.
Oh, I know. That's why I'm saying I'll make sure the timings are good for now on. Thank you, everybody, for all the love. So now we're kind of in a neutral fight. What's going to happen here is Falcons are going to charge in and Reaper ult.
It's going to be damn near impossible.
That's why they're playing here, to get cooldowns out early. That's why you poke here. Now, Proper has the ability to go in. Here it is, and there's the Reaper ult. Yep. Yep.
The riot act. Overtime, you will take down. Who's supposed to touch it? Just P-State.
That's it.
It's a forlorn hope.
Damn, honestly, that was a little bit of a worse map there for CR, but I think this is going to be a good match. So, now here's the next question. Let's think about this now. Where do Falcons go next map-wise here? Where would you pick a map at? Like, what is a map decision that you would go with now?
Especially in this meta right now.
If you're CR. I'm trying to think, where would I want to take?
When they want to push, when they want to get aggressive, when to bail out. They have a great read.
You know what?
Of the ultimate economy. They're just clicking on all cylinders.
You know what map ended up going really well for CR?
Away from Junbin's cage fight, when Lip is trying to push up and trying to get some extra kills in that second round on City Center.
You know what map I'm thinking?
After taking control, and they dive in with Smurf.
What if they actually go to? No, they can't go Ilios, I don't think. Unless the map pool's expanded. If they can't go Ilios,
seeing everything kind of come out from the other side. Why not be the aggressor, right? Why allow them to come in?
You know what I'm thinking?
They go right in.
Runasapi.
2 kills, and at that point, the round's over. And
remember the Runasapi map earlier where they had a really rough start, but they almost brought it back?
Or even I think, you know, we saw Junbin just try and get Stalker inside one, right? He was like a Duke's Reaper.
I think Runasapi. Because Runasapi, they lost by about 30 meters, but they had a terrible start. A terrible start to Runasapi. So that's when they started to see that. So I actually think bring him to Runasapi.
On the other side, right? Whenever Kisang goes to that dupe, it's like a cage, and then he's
bring him to Runasapi.
Like,
One second, I'm going to quickly eat my food here.
Back into Echo.
I'm going to mute my mic for a second.
Great job over on the Falcons side of focusing down that Echo, not letting get tons of value out of adding another Reaper out there on the field.
That's something we've seen emerge today, at least, is the Bricks trying to save that shield bash, but when you have a Duke Reaper that comes in and gets a free Death Blossom, it kind of forces that rally bash out, and then the real Reaper, the genuine...
Well, that's not a risk.
With the Death Blossom after
the problem is like, think about the map pool they have. So unless they're going to go and like, unless they're going to go and play against them on like, you know, a map they haven't played like Gibraltar, look at the maps they had somewhat of a success on during the 3-0, right? Who won? I'll be honest with y'all didn't miss much that second map. That second round wasn't even close.
It's going to be a fight.
The Falcons are... Falcons lost the first team fight, then dominated the rest of the way.
All right, thank you so much. Yes. I am
it's
here
Avril.
with someone who y'all might know if you watch a fair amount of Overwatch. Folks, give it up for Avril! All right, man, we just saw Falcons pick up that dub. Give me the analysis. Break it down. You're way smarter than me in this game, so let's go ahead. What should the fans be expecting going into map 2?
Yeah, I think this is a final that is really looking like what we saw in Dallas already. It's Amalgamator again, and in this type of matchup, Falcons have proven themselves to be better than Crazy Raccoon in this particular mirror. Now, in Dallas, we saw Junbin. He won the MVP for that tournament by playing a lot of ball, playing a lot of hog. Falcons are not letting him do that. They have first map choice. They got Oasis twice in a row. There's no Ilios here. There's no Balk here. We're not seeing Lip playing some of this hard hits on the Ash, on the cast. He's been forced to play Reaper. A lot of his carry potential is gone. This is where the proper Stalker duo, you see, they're currently outplaying Lip and Heesang by a lot.
What does Crazy Raccoon need to do in order to be able to pick this up, at least stay competitive, since they're, well, pretty much down 4 maps right now to what Falcons have been doing today?
Yeah, I think right now Heesang needs to set up versus Stalker big time as well, but if there's an opportunity to put Lip back on a hard hit scan, find a map we can play the ball. I mean, this is a first to 4. I mean, you could see this go back to the control. Ilios could still...
I'm not sure if this is a good idea or a bad idea, chat, by the way. But I want to point something out. That Falcons had a little bit of a problem against that Ash Farrakhan. I'm serious. There's a world where they could run that.
Hello, Avril. Long time no see.
Well, you know what? Chat, here's the good news. I can now catch up ahead on ad timings now. So you're going to see an ad pop up. This is going to allow me to catch up so that they don't play during the match, okay? So I'm going to use this opportunity to catch up, so then we're good. Give me 1 second.
And there's a lot of highlights to watch as well. So let's dive into this.
So this gives me opportunity. I'm just saying, like, Falcons struggled against Ash Pharah,
like what we've seen in their first
right?
bout, really. There's just a lot of
Remember,
aggression,
Twisted Minds took a map
players we can
off
highlight
of
from the Falcons.
Falcons with that comp.
Falcons, they look
So maybe try
solid.
that
We
out.
saw them on Oasis last time in the first round.
second chat.
Really competitive, really close, but I feel Falcons are staying confident, staying aggressive. I like that focus on Keystang. They're not letting him get value. They're continually punishing him. And I think Chio and Fielder right now are just unkillable, right? Even when one drops, they're so quick to trade. They're so quick to strike back. These two supports, I think, are really making a huge difference here.
Yeah, and as well, I think Smurf is doing a great job on the Mauga. You know, we see a lot of these engages. We talk about how big of a difference maker Echo can be in these, getting individual picks, of course, but also the way that Falcons are maintaining space and protecting space as well. We see as well Smurf utilizing the cage, of course, to sometimes shut down the potential pushes we saw here in the second round, for example. Keystang goes for an aggressive play, duplicating the Reaper, trying to go in somewhat, and Smurf shuts it down with the cage fight. But also, we've seen them utilize Smurf, for example, using the counter charge to knock down the enemy Mauga as well. And that as well, that protects that space. They make sure that your Reaper has good angles and get a lot of damage out within. So I've been really impressed by Falcons, of course. They have the individual play and the offensive pushes they do around corners, but also the way they're protecting space and making it difficult for Crazy Raccoon to play their own game.
Now, of course, map pick for Crazy Raccoon. Where do they want to take us?
For me, Zoe, I think it's time to bring out Gibraltar. I think it's time to change the tempo and just put a map win up against Falcons. You haven't done that yet today. You've got to start somewhere. If I were Team Falcons and I lose a map, I would also instantly pick Escort to get it out of the pool, to deny that possibility for Crazy Raccoon. So I think if they're gonna make the comeback, it's.
Are they just taking 20-minute breaks between each map?
That's kind of a one and done play, right? Yes, you could pick Escort now, you could pick Gibraltar, but that's your last chance at it, and it's gonna be gone. So we'll see. Maybe they have a different read. Maybe they, I mean, in the end, you have to be confident that you can win the Amalgamator. In the end, nothing else matters. Looks like we did get confirmation. It is going to be a Suravasa pick coming out. So the same strategy, essentially, that they ran last time, maybe some adjustments to the team play. They did win that first flashpoint on Suravasa, so maybe there's something they can build off there.
I mean, they look dominant in that very first round, 100-0. So obviously, maybe feel like they can change something up in the consecutive rounds, Zoe.
Yeah, so they looked dominant in the first round. You're saying what went wrong in the second round then? Like, where did it fall apart? Was it, once again, just bad ult usage, little mistakes?
I think Falcons just has a better read on.
I hope you're having a good time there, Wade.
Aside from the first,
hope you're having a good time there.
Yes, they lost the first fight and kind of got snowballed out from there. When Falcons gets map control, when they're able to set the terms of the engagement, they're fighting so effectively at the perfect positions in the map, not letting the opponent really take any position for free. Or sometimes, based on the map, they're playing really passive. They're sitting back. They're letting the opponent come to them. And I feel Falcons just has a really sharp read on which is better in which situations. Sometimes they're very passive. They're allowing the other team to go first, confident that they can react perfectly and make no mistakes. Here we see in this team fight, typically we've seen this comp be all about going first, teams charging into the enemy spawn. But here Falcons says, no, we're going to sit back. We're going to let you come to us. We're just hanging out on the back of the point, waiting for some kind of initiation to come in. And Falcons has point control, right? Like, they don't really have to force anything. They run the clock down. Here we see that Reaper copy instantly focus, instantly burn, and the cage fight in friendly territory is just too much for Crazy Raccoon. They can't get in. Even a stagger kill onto the Mauga delays this fight, right? Staggering it out, buying more time. Each of these few seconds, they do matter. And so
I was seeing food by the way, chat. This is a downtime.
It's not one note. They're not only aggressive, only passive. They're just perfectly reading the scenario and reacting.
Yeah, let's see what Raccoon got up in their sleeve as we're heading into our second map of the series. Falcons won one, but it's a long road to go to hoist that trophy on stage. So let's get back into the action and send it over to Mitch and Matt.
Thank you. So yeah, first of all, it's a long series, right? It's the kind of series that we reserve for games like this. We can truly put the team through the ultimate test to decide who our champion's going to be.
And I agree with like a lot of what Jake said there, and I think you kind of see it with the Suravasa map pick. I don't think there's anything that Crazy Raccoon. You're not going to see them go with like a ball or try and use some type of comp like that. And maybe Escort, you can play a little bit more dive, especially like on Gibraltar, but you're going to have to beat them in the Maga mirror at some point, right? There's only just so many games that you're going to have to kind of take it to them, so they feel like Suravasa may be the best bet.
Well, Team Falcons, after winning the first map, said, hey, we got any other world champions sitting behind stage? Oh, Smurf out, Hanbin in, yep.
Yeah,
sign me up.
Embarrassment of riches for Falcons in more ways than one. And I mean, you see Hanbin, right, you know, coming in here. We see typically Smurf, right, plays a lot of the control maps. Then we kind of see them like alternate bringing in Hanbin. I mean, another phenomenal tank.
And again, stylistically, like, these two players have shown us much of the same, but we have seen Humbin come in and show us the clean on occasion. Right? We talked about, yeah, you're going to win the Malgamir at some point, but we've seen this team be able to flex over. It was against teams that
here we go.
try and buck the Malga trend. You might see Falcons be very confident playing the same way all the way through.
I really did like how CR was playing. But one thing I'll say, by the way, when they bring Hanbin in, I feel like Falcons play even more aggressive. Like, even more aggressive than before. So, CR needs to be ready for that and be ready to just match that.
I mean, if they're going to clap for you, they're going to clap for Pigeons, Matt.
I mean, hey, look. I think I'm...
So we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Just by a tad.
Yeah, duly noted.
Just by a tad.
Well, let's see here. We have our Malga comps hovered already. Lucio, a little burst of speed to get you out of the spawn, and then we will be off and running.
All right, here we go.
Saddle up, nerds. It's time for map 2.
Both teams mirroring again. So no change on that. Excuse me.
Interested in being the instigators in that last.
Remember that this happened last time. They don't engage on the point. They fight off of the point because what matters the most? Winning the team fight. Doesn't matter if you grab 15% if you lose. Good trade though. They traded Malgas. They're gonna need one more trade to make this even remotely even, but yep. So they do lose the beginning part.
Falcons confident enough still to move to the point without their tank.
Yeah, and you can't exactly push in without your Reaper, right? You lose your Reaper early on there. Poor Crazy Raccoon, there's no way you're going to send your Malga into a...
Oh, Proper's just a really good player, I agree.
On the point.
Chasing his first world championship still, Matt. Isn't that crazy?
Crazy to think about.
He's staying over the top here. The torpedoes come in for healing, but it might not be enough.
Oh, Stalker again. Dude, Stalker's been playing well, but Limp does get a trade though. So they're gonna try to all in the Reaper, but that's why the Reaper teleported away, but they actually got a free pick right away. Shu goes for this, and this actually might turn into a... Okay, so that ended up working out because Shu recognized it was winnable. Not bad. I mean, this goes back to what we've talked about. Falcons has a bit of advantage right now because they have Juno Ultimate. So CR cannot just sit there. Like, they need to do something here. Either completely run off the point and let them take it with the Juno Ultimate, or go the heck in. Go the heck in is the strategy. Yep. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. You don't let them sit there and go first. You go in, and that's exactly what they did. You saw them charge in, they led in. Team Falcons on paper should win that, but because you set the pace, because you set the tone, you win the team fight. Now we're in the neutral though, right? Hanneman's probably going to get ult in time. So what do you do here? You go the heck in again and look for the Juno. Get the Reaper cooldowns out. Got the Juno. That's what I... Traded Junos. Okay, that's fine though. That's fine. We knew that was going to be tough, but that was the correct play.
I mean, you give up one of your own, right? You give up Chio if Fielder's still alive, but man, the value that...
Love this play. So the reason why Team Falcons is playing here is to get them to use their cooldowns early and make it so they cannot contest the point. What's going to happen here is CR is going to have to kind of stray away at a certain point to touch point. So it's going to be a 4v5 for a little bit. See? So, and they recognize that. They know someone has to touch. Very good play. Very good play by Team Falcons. You said bro Juno was such a bad hero, so easy to kill? No. Oh no. Juno is one of the best supports in the game, if not the best. I hate to break it to you. That ultimate is top tier. Like, it doesn't even matter if you can kill Juno in a team fight. Orbital Ray is worth it.
Just to reposition back to the point now. In come the Raccoons, so they've got an orbital Ray to play with now. Death Blossom started off for Proper though. Oh!
Good job by Proper. It's the same thing. I think in theory they should still win this. Nope, there's the Juno ult. See ya. Bye. Good ult, good Mog ult. That could actually change the fight.
And Falcons kind of got the action they wanted there, right? They had the later orbital ray, they kind of push on in, but that time it's a really nice cage fight, plus a rally there from Chorong. They're able to actually kind of use some of the pillars to get away from that Death Blossom that Stalker had.
Orbital rays because of everything. Yes, the healing and damage boost is good, but it's the damage boost and the ability to get it really fast. Which this is the pre-nerfed version of Juno. So...
Now that we're working with the cage fight from Hanbin, that is the focus in this fight.
I mean, they're going to go in again. They're going to have Proper go to the back line, engage, pop the ultimate. Cardiac Overdrive's up, so you have a second for the Mauga to live. It's down. Mauga's dead. That boop by Brig was actually really impressive. It actually gave him an opportunity. So, just a reset. It's going to happen. Suki, thanks for the 200 bits. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm amazed they were able to keep him up for that long, let alone, right? As I know they keep him alive.
I never understand how they get ults so fast. Maybe it's a skill issue, Keck.
Well, a part of it's Juno, because if you get Juno ultimate really quickly, right?
But you're going to be able to even this up though if you're Falcons. Proper's going to get caught here. Comes out with a blossom instead. Okay, I'm going to find.
If you get Juno out quickly, and there's a bunch of damage happening to you, here's my question. How quickly can you build out? So think about this. So if Juno is constantly having ultimates where you get a bunch of increased damage, everybody else is going to build their ults really fast. That's why a lot of the time you want to not use it in, like, you know, you have to do it sometimes where you use like 4 people with the ultimate, but the idea is to use it just individually to build up ultimates, right? Great disengage by Falcons. Damn. I don't know who's winning this yet. Team Falcons. Uh-oh. It's ult economy now, too. It's so hard to say. I just don't... You know what it really feels like? Doesn't it feel like Falcons find more value in their Reaper ults? And I don't know what it is they're doing. I think what they do is they're really good at just saying proper, just go TP in, and trust that we will do everything for you to keep you alive. And it feels like Proper trusts that. So when they go in, Proper just ults. And trust that the team will do that. Like, watch how Proper uses this Reaper ult.
He's saying one of the preeminent echoes in the world trying to get away. But from the top rope, Fielder comes in with a whip shot and cleans him up.
It's just like how Jake mentioned, though, and it's like what we've been talking about, where a little bit more defensive there and just kind of changing up how these fights are being taken, right?
Like you're gonna see Hanbin just start sprinting in. Proper's gonna TP and just let the ult loose. Watch.
Then the cage comes down. Oh, Eastside was not ready for that at all. He always had a dupe available.
See? You said he's Reaper ult in the Juno every time? No, yeah, I mean, look at that. That's what I'm saying. So, like, while the Mauga goes in, Proper hits the button. Not Mauga goes in and then Proper hits the button. You see where you're getting that value from?
This orbital ray that Shu's going to build up. But if that doesn't work, I mean, you were staring down the barrel being 2-0 real fast.
I mean, this is the fight right here. Fielder has a rally coming up. There's going to be a potential Duke Blossom to fight against. There's the charge. Look at him go. Wow, Fielder just tries to take it to Chio.
I want to say that it should go in favor of CR for this team fight. This is a team fight they should not lose. They killed the Juno. The healing won't be there. You said clearly they're worse with the mirror comp. Why not change the comp then? It's easier said than done. That's how I see it. There's the orbital ray, and that's probably the map. Or not the map, but the... Yeah. Good job. Good job by CR to win that. I honestly thought that was going to go the other way.
But that's the type of fight that they needed.
Great job by CR.
Kind of break their way.
I honestly thought they were going to win that.
What happens right after that? It's 2 kills.
Now, Lip needs to do the same thing Proper's doing. teleport in, start Alton, run in with Mauga. That's the play. Ready? Set. Go. Go.
That was it. We are going to have 2 cage fights, though. This is going to get very volatile very quick. Hartman builds it, goes for the cage straight away.
It's too late. It might work, but the timings are off. Do you see the timings? Chad? Do you see the timings, how they're different?
Rally.
Instrumental, Matt.
Yeah,
that's one of the differences I've seen so far.
Now is going to keep using that rally, getting everybody here to the point.
Okay, desperation
Damn.
time for Crazy Raccoon.
That's probably it.
Looks like
I don't even think get back to point. Oh, Jumin can.
Jumin has to time this perfectly. Over the top, looking for a touch, whip shot.
There's enough time, though, actually.
Slap silly by the
Yep.
brig.
2 up.
And there's just no fight left in this Raccoon squad. Proper gets a death blossom.
Did you see the difference, though? Like, where Lip used the Reaper ult as the team fight was already engaged? Okay? What Falcons is doing, just to make it clear, is they're TPing in as, and it's not their TPing in waiting for Hanbin to engage and then out. What they're doing is Hanbin's engaging in, and as the engage happens, Proper's hitting the ultimate. And what happens there is they have to look at the Mauga, and then they have to worry about the Reaper. So you're catching them off guard. What happened there in that team fight was Lip waited till the team fight engaged and then hit the ult. So it was like a 2 seconds difference, right? It's like a 2 second difference. It's not much of a difference. So if you're the coach there, you look at that and you go, okay, listen, this is what they're doing. We can do the same thing. They're not going to be able to stop that. There's no way they can stop that play if you even do it remotely correct. There's even room for error, right? There's even room for a little bit of error.
Not running the C. Is it too
That's a good
overwhelming
example. If
for the
anybody
C
knows
or
the NFL,
something? Sorry for multiple questions.
you know how, like, when receivers have a certain route and the quarterback, and this is a good example, the quarterback throws the ball before the receiver even remotely turns? That's like the same play. Is you're trusting that it's going to work that way? So it's a really good way they're going about it. Okay, so
to identify where someone like Falcons,
I'm telling you, I've seen what's happened. It's where the Reaper values happen. Keep in mind, Lip is an unreal player. Proper is an unreal player. They are both insanely good, okay? But if they're going to keep having their Reaper timings be 2 seconds off, that is where the difference is. So, you said, wait, your quarterback does that? You're a Jacksonville fan?
I was waiting for you to come to me.
I'm sorry, CJ.
Down or ignore the Mauga entirely and hit the back line.
Chris, thanks for the 3 months of the Tier 1. Thank you. Appreciate it.
For that, we have our experts on.
It's okay. I was at the football game against the Rams, and I got to watch them have a miscommunication on an interception at the end of the game, so makes you feel any better.
Sitting here with their eyes glued on the screens. I mean, we've got to be real, right? In the current meta, it can be very hard to really identify those little moments that turn the tide in those big team fights. It's not just, let's all dump our ults and see how we end up with it. No, it really comes down to those individual
I think CR should keep the mirror or try their most comfortable comp with Wrecking Ball.
To execute what they want to do. And Falcons have just shown absolute dominance in that regard. They've been able to, you know, read the game 5 steps ahead.
Truthfully,
I know exactly what they're
I think it's really hard to find value on maps where ball can't. Like, ball benefits from wide open spaces. Spaces. What am I, Gollum? Where's the ring at? All right. Anyway, with wide open space, right? So you're looking for, like, you need more map, right? Like, you need more map. So that's why Ilios is a good map for that. There's not a lot of good maps for that. Like, even if they, like, pick Gibraltar, it's still too many places where the ball can be isolated out and there's not enough opportunity. So, where's the ring at? That's saying, like,
Rally's not available, but Shu is trying to drop that orbital ray as well. So Chorong, a lot of pressure on him to perform here, but Proper is just playing so well around him on this Reaper.
I feel the neutral game for Falcons is really elite right now. Crazy Raccoon is starting to look, frankly, a little bit desperate, and I don't blame them because some of these moments are just so perfectly timed from Falcons. I feel they really understand.
Why not
try
picking Gibraltar and force
the perfect location, the place where
a Winston dive comp? I did start the ad to make sure. Yes.
Reaper duels, a lot of
do you want my take on that? Honest opinion? I can tell you why.
Or you don't.
I got one word for you.
To really play
Smurf.
this character at the highest level. Sometimes these
when you have
down a 100 HP,
quite possibly one of,
and
if not the best, Winston players in the game,
gambles their life,
it ain't gonna be. It's not gonna go as well as they would hope.
and that just completely
they're actually better off going with the Mirror because Smurf is just such a
he's
good,
got the Reaper gene, guys. It certainly looks like
such
that.
a good dive tank that like
that's exactly the thing with this team,
the
right?
Smurf is
Nekron
just
touched on this as well. The fact that
you
both
don't
of the
want
DPS
to.
players can just switch over to
It's just hard.
Reaper.
It
just goes to show how much.
It's not,
talent
and the
is
thing
there.
is Jumin's
Here's the
an
map
unreal
stats.
tank.
Falcon
It's just
walking
Smurf is
away
so
with
good.
this one.
So,
What have we
City can't wait to
seen
use
here?
all my tips when you face off against Falcons.
Say that, Team
You got
Falcons
this.
are
Good
looking
luck.
Quite clinical here, able to deal with all the damage coming their way. But I feel like, we've seen Junbin, for example, be under a lot of pressure on that Mauga so far. And Junbin's positioning is something that Falcons really have abused. Mitch talked about it before, throwing over Joss's course. So Junbin could be a Mauga player to keep an eye on if Team Falcons are exposing his position.
Well, keep in mind, Anastasia, I'm saying like one of the best, right? If not the best. So don't get me wrong, there are really good Winston players, but
decide to engage in those.
I just think they'll
actually
not
manage to grab a very particular moment in the game to highlight that.
Yeah, so last map we looked at Oasis, we looked at a spot where Falcons played it passive, they played it slow, the map favored them, they counter-engaged. Here, it's the complete opposite. They read that this is a forward choke that they can really hold. They cap point, but they don't stay there. They move right up to the next choke, get up close to the enemy spawn.
Falcons are very good.
On the high ground off angle, and look where they're taking the fight. I mean, Crazy Raccoon wants to rotate. They're not sure what's happening. Now proper Wraith form all the way to your backline and just absolutely dives in. I mean, they're fighting very far from the objective, and this fight is incredibly scrappy. Crazy Raccoon traded out. It looks good for them. It looks like
I like
man,
maybe
they clutch
stuff.
this out, maybe have Falcons overextended, but because
Galway thinks of the $8 and I don't know what currency that is.
They regroup to their
Hope I'm doing well.
and
Quick
despite
question,
this fight
why aren't they
looking like
running
it
scans like
Raccoon,
Cass?
in
Is the meta
end,
too fast for
Falcons
him?
is in
Yeah,
control
Cass
that
would follow.
entire time. They hold on to that
Cass would
cap,
have
and they
literally,
close
in
out
that
from
comp,
there.
if I played
And that's
Cass,
Falcons'
you know what the
willingness to
kill
find
feed would
these
be?
moments where,
Cass
what,
is
it's
dead
time
every
to go,
time.
like,
You would
when
have no
Proper's
chance.
Wraith forming into your backline, there is no retreat.
The reason
Go
why
ahead.
Reaper
Like, if
works
there's
really
any
well in this
gap
comp is for
the trust in
multiple
the team,
reasons, but one of the
if any
major
player
things is
says,
that
"Hey,
Reaper
man, I
has
think you went too
lifesteal for
far, maybe we should-"
self-sustain.
No,
So when you pair that with like the Brig and like the Juno like right clicks, you're able to get a lot of heals. On top of that, you have a survivability tool. Cassidy would just follow. Cassidy would literally just follow.
So far in this series.
So,
dude, your amount of happiness
that's
when
why.
you see dominant performances like that, that's
And the ultimate can help.
It feels like Christmas over
The
here, right?
the ultimate helps in multiple ways.
The
So like
we still
the
have
Reaper
full
ultimate,
year and what the
if you haven't
right
noticed, a
is.
lot
I
of
know
Reaper
you're wanting to
ults
see that
are
Gibraltar
happening
is
inside of
now
like a
the time.
Mauga ultimate. So the idea
The
is
thing about picking Gibraltar
it's
is
hard to
I think
follow up on
strategically
people
it
inside
makes
of the
sense. It's
Mauga
like,
ult,
look, it's a
and
map
if they
that completely
do,
change the tempo.
you can break the
Probably
Brig
gonna be
shield if the
dive
Brig is
mirror,
already
Winston mirror
bashed,
on
right?
Brig, maybe
You can
Tracer. So I
Gibraltar, we're getting it. Okay, there you go. So like Brig, like you can. I wouldn't doubt if they bring Smurf in for this map. And then like it helps break the Mauga shield, which can be important, obviously. It kind of peels for the team. It's like it's a really good ultimate. But I think what's making Falcons so good is they're not doing that.
This series is going to be decided by the Mauga Reaper.
Like Falcons isn't.
Gibraltar is big, but now it's like you
How do I
really
explain
have to
this?
win. This is your
They
big moment.
aren't doing like the
this map,
typical.
this is
Let's
gonna
just save
be,
Reaper ult for
I would
like
say,
the
mentally
ultimate. They're going. Let's use Reaper
unrecoverable
ult for their
Crazy
backline
Raccoon.
aggressively with
They're
teleport.
staking their claim that
They give her another
Tracer
$3. It's
meant
Australian
for Liquid
dollars.
to
Okay,
show
that
up
makes
and
sense.
show
Okay,
us
perfect.
Why he's the role MVP.
This is
why he's
first of.
so many MVP awards. Over
This
the
is
course
first
of
of
his
4.
career, so many championships. This
Keep
is
in
what's
mind the
moment
reason why they don't
two
call
as
it
well.
best of
These are the
7 is
guys
because
to
you
watch
can
here in the
technically
server.
draw on some maps. So if you draw a map, it just doesn't count as a map win. So they call it best or they call it first 2 a score rather than best of, because it could technically go 8 maps if there's a draw.
Right, so you may have
CB.
seen her in Calling All Heroes as well as the World Cup. It's CB! All right, let's go ahead and break this down, Steves, because, you know, this is a wild result that we're seeing right now. Falcons up 2-0, but for people who probably haven't watched Overwatch, coming in for the World Finals here to watch these two teams clash, is this a surprise result, or is this something that was written in the stars the whole time?
Oh, no, it was written in the stars for sure. These two have
CB's
been
a
the
great
best teams
caster.
all season long.
Great caster.
No one else has come close. It's been these two back-to-back, blow for blow, going at each other's throats left and right, and no one else has come close, except for, you know, a couple others in Korea, but, you know, here it was these two, and it was always going to be these two.
Well, now we're going to Gibraltar, and you were hearing Jake pretty much just like call the entire thing, play-by-play wise. This is a last-ditch effort here for Crazy Raccoon.
Would I
Is
ever
this
be a
going
caster
to
if
be
they offered me the
doable?
role?
Can Crazy Raccoon manage
No.
to come back, maybe force that game
I
forward?
like
Get that
streaming.
reverse sweep happen?
I mean, it's got to happen now. If it's this map pick, this is their map pick. The only one where you can get lip on a hit scan. You can maybe play the ball if you really pull that out. Up to you. You know, you got some options, but it wasn't working. And if they don't break from the meta, they're done. And it's their only map pick they're going to get that's going to actually, like, play to that.
Well, makes sense. All right, well, we do have one more special thing as well. If you happen to see CB walking around the venue, I gave her a couple of battle pass codes. So
oh, okay.
Go ahead, find CB, take a picture, get an autograph, because she's awesome. She's going to be tearing things up in the Overwatch competitive scene commentary-wise. Guys, give it up one more time.
Battle pass.
And let's send it back over to your casters.
I like how they have the battle pass on like these little small papers.
Yeah.
Did somebody just have a sign, by the way, called Good Kitty? Did you see that?
Falcon in the hand is worth two in the bush, brother. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
did you see like the thing with like the Good Kitty, like sign in the front there?
Raccoon, but they are in desperation mode. Right?
Oh yeah, she does a great job.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
if you've ever listened to her cast, it's
down 2-0
she is really informative, really good. I wouldn't doubt it if you see CB be a part of more like of
to be clear though.
OWCS cast going into the next year. She's really, really good.
Going to a different map, so Smurf comes back in, and I wonder,
it takes one match to know how that's going to go.
Potential lip scan.
Yeah. So when we heard the subs, it's a little bit
it's
different.
Happy.
So we get Happy in for proper. So Happy, we know he's a tremendous hit scan player, phenomenal Widow. Coming in here now, potentially to play something along those lines here on Gibraltar.
When asked about it, Coach Junkbuck said, I mean, Happy was actually supposed to play, in theory, in the APAC final.
All right, here we go.
There was just no occasion that allowed for it. There wasn't really, like, the maps didn't quite come up, but he was ready to go. He was waiting in the wings here to have a chance to turn up and show hit scan. So we get a
I just did a risk-reward timing.
Likely hit scan door on this map of Gibraltar. And this is what I mean. There's no guarantee that this gambit pays off for Crazy Raccoon.
But what else do you do? I mean, you have to kind of take this opportunity, right? You know, you're getting to pick every map here. You might as well pick a map that maybe you can play something a little bit different than Maga, because obviously on
so Happy's in, by the way. Happy is in because of Widow. Just to make that clear. So the reason why you bring in Happy is because first and third point especially is really dominant.
It is something more dive oriented.
Is really dominant for Widow. So it makes sense to bring in a Widow player to be able to, like, even though Proper has been playing like unreal, Happy has been known as one of the best Widows like in the game. And this has been for years like this. Like even during like the peak of like Overwatch 1 Widow, Happy was like unreal on Widow. You didn't get to see it as much because Happy was on a couple different teams. But it was always well known that you did not want to go up against Happy's Widow.
Yeah, so much is going to come.
You just did not want to go up against Happy's Widow. So.
And a lot of work needs to be done from the Tracers. They're the ones that want to follow up this Winston dive when possible. Fielder is on his best roll. Shu's probably on his best hero as well. Let's go, folks, off to Gibraltar for a wild ride. As Crazy Raccoon come on the attack side here. Tracer Widowmaker, mirrored comps.
Yeah, I mean, you can't sort out a win, right, with Lib on Widowmaker and Shu on Ana. I don't know what else you can do.
Also, you notice who else Falcons brought in? Chat.
Pops into that side room there, shield up, knows Lip is likely.
What tanks do they have? Oh, was that Smurf?
Down here from both our tanks. Smurf is currently looking for an opening and waiting for Smoker to be.
That's what I was saying, chat. That's why a dive map would have been like. Now, the Happy swap is going to be. This is going to be a good 1v1. Yep.
Going to allow Smurf to take control of that top ridge.
This is going to be a good 1v1. The reason why nothing's happened, by the way, do you see why we call Widow the server admin right now? Do you see how much the game slows down for a while? Because everybody's afraid of getting one shot by Widow.
Because he holds the high ground, can lob those down and connect onto one or more targets. He's also going to be really hard to dig out of this position.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah,
here's the pick by Happy.
But it feels like if you're going to hit these bio nades constantly from Fielder, eventually Smurf is going to be able to follow it up. And now Smurf coming through with 2 kills here.
All right, I got to start.
So there's one player. We always joke, like, bringing in players who are cold in the back. There's one player you could probably bring in and just kind of play Widow.
Is benching Proper really the play? Happy's a very good Widow. It's a part of their strategy.
That's deflating for Crazy Raccoon. They get stopped in their tracks here. Basically, in the first fight, it's a pick that starts it off right. This sees Chorong taken down, and then Smurf looks to get involved. He's got Primal.
And you said that, and what you said, by the way, Alexander. What I will say about that,
here as well for Falcons. So
what I'll say about that is sometimes it's also the teams you're on. Like, if you're not getting, like, the proper protection or you don't, like, your team's constantly getting rolled, etc., it can be a lot easier to have, like, a hot and cold type of style. You know what I'm saying? I hope that's making sense. Sorry, I maybe didn't explain as well as I could have. Okay, so...
he tries to chase. I mean, yeah, sure, he chases Happy all the way out, but the rest of his team is just getting
Dude,
by Smurf.
Wow. That's not even the nano use there for Team Falcons.
I mean,
precise. And also, it's Stalker doing a great job. Just
all right, Nano, Winston, both sides. Get ready, chat. Oh, what a stick.
Okay, that's going to catch on a Happy. Big opening there for Crazy Raccoon. Rally comes out from Chio, though. As Chorong goes down, he hit by a bio. Smurf follows it up. He almost had his rally too. Just as Crazy Raccoon looked like they'll be able to get started. They get knocked down.
Nano for both Winstons.
Played by this bridge the entire round. He's not been forced out of this position whatsoever.
Jumpman's going to die with Nano. Oh. That was close. Lip finally gets involved, picks Smurf off. Jumpman had to get a Nano there from Shu. Chio is the one getting Nano this time. That's very, very hard to kill this brick, but a bio is going to help.
Okay. Finally seeing CR take it. Nice.
Finally, Crazy Raccoon get going.
Bit of an unlucky go there.
Falcons. It's just you need to keep Fielder and Stalker alive. As you end up losing Fielder here, you're not going to have a ton of healing now.
Crazy Raccoon push up. There's a good chance we see.
Hey, looks like my Winston gameplay right there. Good job by CR. A little bit of a slow start, but good job recovering there. Now we get the Widow duel on second.
There's no way you're going to be able to keep Smurf topped up.
There's a chance the Widow swap off on second if there's like a weird like standstill that happens, but
control, and that's going to be a good way to do it as the Widowmaker duel goes in favor of Happy.
Happy waiting for his opportunity to get to the stage here. Looks like he's been well and truly warmed up already. Stalker did fall to a Bionade here, but Falcons adamant about maintaining this shuttle position. If they get forced out of here, things get a little dicey. Infrasight from Lip here.
Wall's got to back up for now.
But Lip's being forced out of position. Smurf gets in his face. But gets the job done. Picking Fielder. Oh my goodness, how?
Good luck.
Is he allowed to get away with this?
I mean, that's all three repair packs from Chorong used onto the Widowmaker.
How is he able to get away with that? Because it's burst heal from Brig, and Widow's hard to kill even with... Yep.
All the Falcons looking to group up on that left side.
Honestly, I think it could be a good pulse bomb opportunity here.
That's going to be a problem for Falcons as Heastang goes.
Oh, Heastang has the health HP too. There's the Brig armor pack though, the burst heal. Honestly, that pulse bomb made sense though. Tracer has the 1v1 bottom left. Ooh, Lip! Okay. Smurf has to ult backline to even make this a possibility. But the problem is, might have to go back point too, so... This is a unique one because if Smurf gets off card, there's a chance they end up losing it. But I think the Brig was holding the point for now. So, good reset. Good ult. You're going to get a Brig ult out of CR here in about 5 seconds on card. They need to get into a position. There it is. This is just to get map control. They know there's not a Winston ult. There's a Nano on Winston. What a kill. Gets the Brig. Widow's getting...
And then
yep.
it's slowed up, dispersed. Lip doesn't have an opportunity to take the shot. He's being pressured down too heavily. And what a bubble dance from Smurf. Shu didn't know what he
Holy crap.
And just the pressure.
Why do they mirror? A lot of the comps are like solved comps that work. Like it's not like a rank game where the teamwork's all over the place. You're trying to one-to-one the other heroes like counter swaps. It's like, for example, you run on a Brig here because on a Brig is a really hard backline to kill. And it's only really killable when you nano Winston. How do you do that? You keep your Ana alive with the Brig, rinse and repeat. Winston then builds up ult really quickly, you rotate ultimates, and then you do this. So
flattened already by Smurf. On that left side high ground, Crazy Raccoon are trying to set up, but they're being disrupted constantly. Nice bio under pressure there from Shu. Chio is brought down as a result, but Lip is gone yet again. Stalker holds a pulse here if he needs to stop this attack. The momentum is already draining away. There's 15 seconds left.
Yeah, you're leaving
good sleep, but then the Brig. Good purple. Oh, the ult timing! Oh no. The backline's unkillable now, but they gotta make sure they have point presence also while not dying. They have the Winston on point, they're fine. They can take time here to heck with Smurf. They can take time to kill Smurf. Good peel. They're trusting that they can survive on card. Brig out. We got a Nano though. They're gonna be able to dive the Brig. There's the Brig dive. With the bubble isolation, forces the Ana out, gets the kill on the Brig. Now the Ana's stuck bottom left. I would say go for the Ana now in the back left, but you gotta stay on card just in case. Have the Tracer go. Have Winston stay there for bubble. Good sleep. Hits the Nano on point.
The card's so close. Overtime almost ran out there, and Smurf will not be moved, but a big fire is going to put pressure down.
And Winston's won.
He's 1 HP. Eventually,
And they get the point. Holy crap.
far from done.
Oh my.
And there was a little brief moment.
I don't know if there's a list of stuff on there.
Like, oh, we've seen this story before, right?
That's why I wanted them to dive the island sooner, because the Nano.
They end up coming out on top. And
CR has a slight advantage here with Brig. It's going to slow down for a second because they want to get bridge control here. So the reason why you get bridge control is to create space with the Widow to be able to get a good angle. Lip wants, you see where the Smurf just went? That they're gonna dive there to try to control that high ground to set up Lip. The Brig out there, the Brig will be fine. Yep. Huge pick. Now Happy will have or Lip will have high ground control above. You'll see where Lip ends up at. Huge pick. Lip's gonna start taking map control after these kills. Good trade on the Brig, but. Lip can now set up too. They're going to be aggressive with Winston ult, and then they're going to nano the Winston after. Good job by Stalker to just stop the cart. Start with Winston ult, don't use nano. Also maybe use nano as a survivability tool for the Brig. You don't have to use it on Winston. So don't be surprised to see a random nano on like the Brig when they get the deep dove. Well, missed the nano, so. Worked out anyway. Pulse the Brig. Yep. We got a game, baby. We got a game. Ended up being a good decision to not save the Brig with the nano. So giving it to the Winston is exactly what we said was going to happen when Junbin. Like go into the back line, pop your ultimate, and then get nanoed. Worked out. Let's go. We got a good game here.
You saw where Falcons, a lot of those players playing in those corners, contesting, that's because Lip has that huge sight line that they do not want to walk out directly into his view onto the payload to try and contest. Trying to force those players out onto the payload. They do that towards the end. Even there, they do a nice job with Shu really pocketing Lip, keeping him alive on that Widowmaker with Smurf putting all that pressure.
Crucially, he also provides an infrasight for Junbin, who's trying to find the right doorway to block the supports from coming back out. So he knows exactly where he needs to place his bulk and get amongst it. Make it impossible for Falcons to properly reinforce for that last fight. Okay, it took everything for Crazy Raccoon to finish the map, but that is a good sign. Now let's see them back up that offense with a staunch hold on defense.
Well, especially because sometimes these Widowmaker comps, right? It takes a lot for things to develop. Time comes off the clock. Lip gets a kill, right? More time delayed. So this is a scenario where maybe they're not as worried, right? You know, your Widow starts to get some kills. You're in a good spot to take the map.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hog hook off high.
Smurf on the hog. That's
really the whole idea. I like how Smurf's just laughing, like did miss by a mile. All right, here we go.
For just a moment before we're back to business.
And remember on the defensive side how...
Oh, also, just to save chat from getting into any arguments there, John's just trying to bait people into the Juno thing. So, don't fall for it.
Junbin stakes his claim to that causeway. Does not want to let Smurf just chill and get healed up.
Now, it also helped for Smurf,
here we go.
Right? That, Fielder is landing, 2-3 player bios all the time, and another 2-player bio there. That's like to the high ground. Hasn't even hit that. That connects on Junbin and Shu.
Junbin's having to find Geo though, at the very least here. Happy trying to protect Fielder.
Okay. Okay, I'm loving this. I'm liking this.
Widowmaker, and that's a successful first fight for the defenders.
A little sneaky Junbin 3K there. Backfire from Shu. Will be Stalker putting some pressure there. On a Lip, they want to get this payload moving. They want to get under that underpass.
No.
All the way to the server room.
I wonder where he's been. Hope everything's well with him. It's been a long time.
Playing through the underpass now. It's Junbin set up looking for the Widow. Yep, that's a dive over towards Happy. It's going to be a while before Heasan can join them there. But Lip has plenty of room, and it's going to be Geo going down first.
Here we go.
Anti-heal, but Heasan
nice pick.
Taking the game over. So much so that Lip can just sit back and wait for his moment to come alive. What a slap! Stalker reeling after that one, and Happy he's trying to get out of dodge. Oh,
good start so far.
That's a pulse bomb. Yeah, I saw it.
He just killed everyone. Just quietly.
Sick pulse bomb there. Connection.
It says, isn't it easier as Winston to defend or attack?
Look, Fraser Raccoon in a great spot here on defense. Primal now.
Some advice I've given in spectating is play defense like you would play on attack.
Starting to come alive, right? You don't want to give these players confidence.
Map control. Worry about the objective occasionally. Ooh! Nice shot by Happy.
Likely is waiting to use this until Lip uses his field of falls, though. Despite a Bionade connecting onto Shu, they're not able to get rid of the Raccoon's Ana. And Junbin once more is busy.
Holy crap.
Off of Happy.
Look at the ults on CR. They're going to be able to rotate this quickly. So you're going to see CR probably go for an aggressive backline pressure. I wouldn't doubt it if they try to trade out nanos here. So, like, Smurf's going to go in to try to disrupt the high ground. That's going to be the first step.
Falcons has been dominating Crazy Raccoon all day long. It'll be insight from both teams. So both Widows going to have that knowledge. Everybody on the field as well. So you're not going to see much happen here for a little bit. But actually, it's going to be Smurf there.
End up doing the...
Going to get two.
Just the Primal, really.
Yep.
There's an Infraside here in this fight. Smurf does so much of that work. Shu had a nano. No chance to use it. Now Raccoons just hope they can group up enough to have...
The problem is that when CR tries to regroup here, there's going to be a nano on Smurf. So I think CR can actually... Yeah, you can Primal point. And Lip came back as Venture, so you have that opportunity. Winston's going to be nanoed soon. Ooh! Did they get the nano off, though? No? No? Oh, and you can see that failed or tried, too. But Smurfin went a little bit too deep into the back line. So that's what happened.
Right to get on the point, get a touch, and now below 30 seconds, right? Primal here still available for Junbin. Happy over to Cassidy here, just kind of counter that Venture on the other side. Smurf's gonna have to go crazy with this nano.
One last fight for the...
Well, I mean, this could get a kill in the back line. You definitely need to get the nano onto Winston. There it is. Brig bashed away towards server, but that's going to isolate the Tracer to the Brig. But the Ana gets server control now. Gets the kill. Nice. If the Brig dies here, this could be huge. This might get really close really fast. They're going to have a Venture on point, though, because Venture got picked off really early. On his one. Smurf gets ult, but it's a little bit like a more of like a I need to ult this, not a I want to ult this. We got a game, baby. We got a game.
That's more like it.
Torong and Junbin stay alive there. Smurf not able to get the Brig out of the way.
Hey!
For Crazy Raccoon.
Hey, you weren't wrong?
And they have a great spawn advantage, right? I mean, they just walk right out, get back onto the payload. They get themselves a
Thanks for 300 bits, Rooster. As someone who played Overwatch at the beginning, what's so different about each playstyle that has a team?
As someone who has played Owcs since the beginning, what is so different about each playstyle that a team should have 2 to 3 different tank players on their roster? Like why can't Hanbin play Winston instead of Smurf? Is each tank that difficult to learn at this level?
It can be difficult. It also depends on how much time you have for stuff. So if you're scrimming like, say you're scrimming 6 hours a day on a professional team, if the player isn't, you don't want your player to go and have to go practice 8 hours more of scuffed rank to like be able to mechanically get better. So some teams, for example, just like the option of being able to go, we have a player who's like a absolute beast. Let's have them go play. And then, on the flip side of that, you have someone like someone on Toronto who can play every single tank. So I think you'll see some teams kind of opt for that one tank, but sometimes it's just good to have a player who, like, for example, Hanbin is unreal at his heroes. Why make Hanbin go practice Winston when you can have Smurf and have Hanbin go and dominate on the roles that he dominates on? Like, play to the strengths there, right? So, like, it just makes sense to do that, right? And some of these players, you know, we're off-tank players and main-tank players in Overwatch 1, which are completely different roles. Like, for example, I suck at Reinhardt. I'm okay at Winston. But but I'm really good at off tanks. Like I can play Zarya well, I can play Queen well, I can play Sigma well, I can play Diva well, right? I can play Hog well if I want to play Hog. I'm not going to do that, right? So there's certain tanks that can like resonate with me. Even Orisa nowadays, Ramatra, etc. But I suck at like I suck at the traditional main tanks. So it just makes sense for some teams to be able to be like, we have a player who is good at these roles, and then we have a player who's dominant at this role. I like that idea. So that's why. Anyway, I'm going to go grab water. I'll be right back. Actually, let me just fix one thing. I kind of hacked on my chat. You're going to see
Falcons did full hold Crazy Raccoon just a month ago.
I think that.
Now this time around, Crazy Raccoon come out on top like they did in the Asia main event grand finals, of course. So an incredible back and forth, Zoe.
Absolutely, and you mentioned him as well as we just started looking at those highlights. Hisang had a phenomenal performance, and he was going up against Stalker, arguably one, if not the best tracer we currently have in the world.
Yeah, he's saying outperformed though. I mean, for me, like a lot of these fights open really strong for Falcons. It's like fielders finding these bio-nades, sometimes even picking off a backliner. But the trades come in, Junbin and Hisang, not only do they get the kills, but they stay alive, they keep the resources high, and they are those players that you want in the clutch when they keep delivering this way. They're the last ones alive, they're closing it out, and that defense was spectacular for Crazy Raccoon.
Absolutely, and I think the stats will very much mirror what we just got to see on the server.
That's what that full hold does to you, Zoe.
It does, it does.
That's what it does to you.
Low numbers, not good.
Low numbers, not good indeed. Yeah, I mean, Team Falcons, you gotta say, this is what they do so incredibly well, though. You know, Fielder was so good on the Ana, like you said, Jake. But on the other hand, you have Shu. These are the two best Ana players in the game. Then you have Smurf on the Winston on one side. Really trading back and forth, Zoe.
It really was. Another player we mentioned during the highlights was Junbin, and yeah, look, that dive composition is just right in their wheelhouse, and Junbin really shown here, Johnny.
Yeah, there's a specific clip here that I wanted to showcase, of course, from Gibraltar as well on third point, when Crazy Raccoon really got some momentum. Stalker here, double blinks, forced to recall, and Ananate comes to Chorong, but he rallies to stay alive, and Crazy Raccoon going to capitalize with Junbin and then Hisang as well, following him up, getting Stalker because he committed 3 blinks and the recall immediately, and then they take this 5 versus 4 advantage to just keep steamrolling here. That is going to give lip positioning on the high ground, of course, as the Widowmaker as well, and Falcons forced to commit to the card to try and stall out the payload. But this was just an amazing counter dive from Crazy Raccoon. Chorong popping the rally to stay alive as well.
And then
Hisang capitalizing. When we talk so much about Stalker's tracing being phenomenal, in this case, Junbin on the Winston, closing out the third point especially, with the help of Hisang there to follow up on Stalker's committed blinks.
Mup, thanks for the British Prize. Thank you, Arrow. Thanks for the 2 months average prize. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it.
He really knows the limit of the character.
All right, give me one second. I'm seeing
It's easy, not easy, let's say, but it's a lot easier to play a more passive style of Brig and to hold back and defend your teammates, you know, heal as you're supposed to. But Chorong finds these moments to essentially bait his own life, to dare the enemy to try to kill him and then, you know, slip out by the skin of his teeth. That tiny little difference, you know, if you die, if you overstep your bounds, it's a huge mistake. It could lose your team the game. Even if you succeed, you bait the dive and you live, it might not be enough to pay off and actually be worth it. But Chorong is so consistent with knowing that line, knowing the limit of what his opponents are capable of, and just sort of daring them, baiting them in, making them overextend. That creates a lot of opportunities from for his teammates. So spectacular performance on the Brig. I think especially in the Ana Brig comp, Chorong and Shu are just about the best to ever do it.
Fair indeed. Now, the great
Raji, thanks for the 10 months.
Pick worked out.
With the British Prize. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Got to see the dive. Yay.
You can't pick it again, Zoe.
That's right. That's a conundrum here. Let's take a look at which maps are still available for us, because where are we taking it is now? It's likely going to end up back in the Mogam mirror.
Well,
like, did they avoid it?
Certainly want to go back to Mogam mirror. And I like this King's Row pick. The one other map I was thinking about in the pool, we didn't see it at all this tournament, but Hollywood, sort of, there's some hope to play dive on second. I don't think it's actually good, because like first and third are so good for Maga. But in the end, King's Row is at least closing out the hybrid pool. This is a great pick for Falcons. I hope they do keep the Echo, though. I feel this Genji, proper as good as he is on the Genji, I think it's a bit of a bait this meta. I think the Echo's too critical, and Falcons has to roll swap when they do their
Casa, thanks for the 22 months average prime. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I think they should stick with the bread and butter, the Reaper Echo. That's what they've been winning with. That's how they close out this.
Yeah, especially when you're rolling with the Echo. Like, there's no need to swap away from that. We've seen them, of course, have individual moments, like proper with the Dragon Blade, of course, getting some sick value with that. And the deflect comes in handy in this kind of meta as well. You do gotta stay away from the Echo, though. The focusing beam is lethal since it goes through the deflect. But yeah, I agree with you. I'd say just stick with the Echo for this time being.
Right on. Well, we're going to see very soon what they have in store for us. But of course, I want to hear it from our former pro players. What's going through the minds of those players right now? Do they have their sights already set on, like, well, maybe if we lose this one, the next one? Like, where is it really just map to map, like, figure it out as you go?
I feel this is do or die for Crazy Raccoon right here on King's Row. This is a place they need to get a win, right? You just got a little bit of at least emotional momentum winning that last map, feeling that, you know, we are good players. We can actually make this happen. For Falcons, though, I don't think they're going to be affected at all. You can just toss this result that, okay, whatever, Gibraltar, you win the Winston Mirror. Congrats, guys. Back to the meta, back to the
I think they just focus on this map. I think sometimes you don't want to look, to the question there, is sometimes you don't want to look too far ahead. You know what I mean? Like, if you get in this like loop of like, okay, I need to, you know, I need to keep looking, you know, really far ahead and like, you know, let's think about the next map. It's one map at a time. You got to win this map first. We're caught up in ads. We should be good for now. Yes.
The trophy is really in play. If they fall here,
if for some reason they extend this out, I can probably do one more just to make sure, but we should be
good. Even if you get off to a good start, that could be a huge boon for this
I don't
team
see
as
this
well.
stuff, so.
Because you won a map now, and then if you happen to get some momentum in the first round of King's Row, if you get some momentum then, that could be,
King's Row will absolutely be Amalgamera,
yeah. Communication, maybe you can communicate better.
It's just you can't dive against Malga.
The difference is bigger.
It's just impossible. It's okay. I say impossible. You know, anything in Overwatch can be possible with a comp, but with these teams, it's going to be nearly impossible to be able to run a dive comp against a Malga comp, unless they have some like crazy strategy that we haven't seen yet.
Indeed.
Right?
Raccoon
King's Row just isn't a map
that
you can run that comp on. But you know what? Maybe they do try something dive heavy, right?
We'll find out very soon as we're heading into our next map. But first, we're going to send it over to Alex by the stage.
Thank you so much for that, Zoe. Yes, so I'm joined by a special guest. Go ahead and say your name. Where are you from?
I'm Jasmine. I'm from Virginia, United States.
All right, give it up for Jasmine. Fun fact, I met Jasmine at Toronto.
Rosie, thanks for the 6 months out here. Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you.
League event, and now here we are for the first ever OWCS finals. So look at that, history repeats itself. But you're a Crazy Raccoon fan. You've been cheering on the boys. What do you make of the series so far? They were able to get the win. How did that make you feel in the moment?
Oh, it was so exciting. I think they're playing amazing. I really think that this map was so crucial to their win that they're gonna get.
All right. I like the positivity.
Yeah, I love it. Let's go.
This is going to be a tough matchup for sure. Do you have a prediction of what you think Crazy Raccoon are going to be able to do here?
I'm not entirely sure what they're going to pull out of their pockets, but I know that they're going to do something wild up there, and it's going to have everyone cheering.
That's right. It could be a 4-2.
Heck yeah.
We'll see. Now, Jasmine, is absolutely
Heck yeah.
to have you here.
Let's
We're
go.
here for the last. We're here for the first, and we'll be there. I mean, who knows, right? As far as we possibly can go. Guys, give it up for Jasmine. First time in Sweden here.
Let's
She's
go.
awesome. And let's send it over to Danny with another special guest.
Let's go.
Thank you so much, GB. Hey, we just heard from a Crazy Raccoon fan. We have a Team Falcon fan here, Psycho from SSG. Psycho, we were just talking about that, who's gonna win this match. You told me that it's gonna be Team Falcons. Do you have a reason why you're rooting for the Falcons?
Well, I'm rooting for Raccoons, to be honest, but I feel like Falcons will win the game. Because
who am I personally rooting for? Also, I have a time in chat. I'm taking it. So that would be guaranteed no King's Row.
What to do is pick as many non-Malga maps as possible. So you'll probably see them go for Ilios next. But to be honest, there's not many non-Malga maps left.
Can you even go Ilios?
Falcons will end up winning.
Well, I mean, you did say you are rooting for Crazy Raccoons, but it's going to be, you feel like it's going to be Falcons winning the match. What do you think Crazy Raccoons can do in this situation to, I guess, overturn the result?
I mean, Malgamir is a pretty ult-heavy comp, so it all depends how you use your ults. And I feel like Raccoons.
Oh, map 6. Okay.
Because they've been layering.
Okay, good call, chat. Good call.
They've been using like 4 ults at once, and Falcons have just been doing a better job with that.
Yeah, great point, Psycho. Thank you so much, everybody. Give it up for Psycho one more time. Thank you guys so much. That is it. Casters, take it away.
I did the timers. I got the time in chat. I took opportunity of the time in to make sure that we're good for this match. Scoopsy, thanks for the 14 months of the Features Prize. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, one of the.
You're right. That is almost the year. Thanks for the 14 months.
But he makes a great point. So we got a lot of fun. I'm having fun. Hopefully you all are as well. We saw Gibraltar. We got to go back to a bit of our dive mirror with the Widowmaker action. It's high-flying stuff. But there's still the question of whether or not Crazy Raccoon can actually eke out a win in this Malga meta.
Yeah, I think, obviously, as Psycho mentioned, I think they need to do a better job just kind of like layering their ultimates and whatnot. But I also feel like, I mean, that map was so huge. Obviously, you don't want to go down 3-0. But to go into the back and to down 0-3, I mean, the vibes would have been horrific back there, where You win a map, right? They make some subs. We go to King's Row. Like now, you're feeling like, hey, we're working our way back into this one.
Yeah, it's something that's less tangible, I guess, than what we're sort of seeing strategically out on the stage. But the fact is that Crazy Raccoons only have like
your first time watching
match
finals. It's fun,
them, right? They lose here, they get to choose a map. They have to win that map, and they won't get to make any selections after. So they might have something in the chamber. But for now, we're going over to the classic battleground of King's Row, a map where we should still expect to see a lot of these Malga comps.
Yeah, and I think for Crazy Raccoon as well, you're looking for their DPS line, right? Like, can they bounce back and continue to play at a high level? We saw Happy for just a little bit. Now we go back to the proper show.
Yeah, the prince that was promised stubbed back in. Looks like he was determined
We're chilling,
not to
chat.
lose over those first couple of maps. A huge part on Reaper of why Falcons were able to look so dominant in that matchup. See Han Bin here as well, stubbing back in. I guess not a noted Winston player, right? Back, you know, he played alongside Fearless, right?
Billy, thanks for the 7 months of the tier 1. Thank you, appreciate it. Thanks.
With, you know, the flex tank play.
Katie says, dropping some Black Cat skin mega bundle codes in the chat. First person to redeem them on Battle.net gets one. Good luck, chat. Thank you, Katie. Grab some codes, chat, quickly. Cloudy Days, thanks for the 2 months of the Finish Round. Thank you.
There's another option they feel like
That's the Black Cat bundle.
Here, we've actually seen one or other of these tank players be the preference.
And Cringe, thanks for the give us up. Thank you, appreciate it. There you go. Thank you, Katie, for the couple of codes right there. Congrats, whoever gets them. I'm sure somebody was quick with it.
Has maybe more flexibility, or shows us like the Wrecking Ball option. The Malga's
There's 2 of them in the chat.
We also
Thanks,
saw
Katie.
that great Winston play from him on Gibraltar.
Hey, have a good
so I'm
night.
excited to see
You're not at
what
your
they look to
PC?
do here.
Aw.
Every team has that extra tank player in reserve, and these two are some of the few. Like even SSG would like to have had their tank in reserve, but it was Vistola from where to go for them.
Yeah. I mean, right? You would love to have the luxury of 2 tanks at this caliber of play on your roster. There's not many in the world that can do it. They're doing it now, right? Somebody like Toronto, right, where someone can play really like all of the tanks that we see in the meta at like an extremely high level. That's obviously just a one-man show there for them, but. A lot of teams you look across like EMEA, the rest of NA, right?
All right, here you go.
A little bit more flexibility.
Yeah, Vistola chase, right? KSA comes in alongside Hardy on that SSG team, as I spoke earlier. Pardon me. King's Row.
You said, is Max better at Brawl? Here's what I'm assuming is happening. They just need to try something else. That's what's happening. They're realizing that they're not quite winning on the timings. So I think with Max, they're just saying, you know what? Maybe we get better timings. Maybe there's a little bit more synergy in this comp. It's not about the skill of gentlemen. It's more of like, you just need to try something. They haven't won a Malga Mirror yet against Falcons, so why not? Why not?
Because the desk is pointed out, right? And we've
you know?
About it, right? The positioning maybe
I think that's what it is. It's just they need to try something.
Just have a different individual, different flavor here on your tank role. Also could be working to something later on potentially, but this is a good start here.
All right, they traded out. They did lose Juno though. That's not good. That's not good. What were the codes for? The Black Cat bundle.
Been a little bit of a difference in terms of tank, but for me, I mean, Proper has been so aggressive on the.
Is it try out what NRG did? I think it's too late to do that. This NRG had practice on that. That takes a little bit more. You need some practice on that comp. Good job, by the way, by CR to like lose their Juno, but then win this overall team fight. What a start! That was looking rough because they lost their Juno, but they ended up winning it. Ooh, Stalker's been playing lights out.
The cardiac overdrives, but they're able to deal with Hanbin early. That kind of eliminates all Falcons' staying power on the point.
He's not back yet. Nice little pick there on the back foot by Stalker means that Crazy Raccoon have to play off the point entirely. So in the choke and through the hotel.
Yep. Juno ultimate out of Falcons though. This is going to be where they can really win this. I do like what Max did though. Got really aggressive. They ended up trading out on the Junos, counter with their own, making it 4v3. If they can kill the Echo, they won't get Reaper ulted, but there's this huge bash. Damn. Wow, that was almost one. That was almost one. Holy crap.
You get from Stalker getting that Reaper in play. Like, obviously they make changes to Duke a very long time ago, right? In terms of like max HP you can acquire, right?
Like 300 is the most.
Oh, you're talking about the codes? Yeah, I mean, people probably claimed him pretty quickly. Yep.
Get an extra cardiac overdrive.
What a start.
But with 2 Reapers on the other side, they're still not able to deal with Stalker rather quickly. He's able to get tons of value.
Yeah, copying the Malga definitely feels like the less optimal option. Probably some edge.
Snowman, thanks for the 9 months of the tier 1. Thank you, appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah, you're almost better, you know.
Yeah, CR has no ult, so what you want to do is you want to hold at the archway there.
Emongg, do you think we will ever see a rain meta again? I need more big slams in my life.
Truthfully, probably not with 5v5, only because of the pressure that DPS is now. I think you'll see Rhine spots on maps, and I think you'll have certain areas where you see Rhine, but they've already overtuned Rhine now, so I don't see them buffing Rhine a ton. Now, if they tone back on other tanks, and yeah, like you might see like a mapper here, like you don't want like first point Eichenwalds, third point Eichenwalds, you know, you can see Rhine teams. Like, I don't think we'll see a Rhine versus Rhine like we do Mauga versus Mauga type of meta. But there could be a moment in time where we see Rhine like in some of the meta comps, right?
So it's going to be Stalker going over the top. The Reaper yet again. As expected, that means that Max is going to be under the pump.
Lip has ult soon, so if Lip, Lip's dead. Saw that coming.
And adds it to the mix immediately. Lip there can't do much about it. Death Blossom and another Reaper looking at him.
I gotta give credit to Proper. Proper
And the momentum looking good for Team Falcons here.
is like been unreal this tournament.
They've now built up ahead of steam. And they're in
If for some reason Team Falcons wins this, I don't. Who gets? Proper's been popping off, but so is Stalker.
So Team Falcons makes quick work of that second check.
Like it's like who gets like the like who would get it? I don't know.
With that double support ult, you got to use it, right? Get up to that corner.
They're both been unreal. When you have your DPS players both playing at like an S tier level, it's.
Max coming in to relieve. Jump in. There it is. Okay, Proper trying to spin to win there, but the orbiter ray for Crazy Raccoon comes up most of that Reaper damage. Now amidst the beam.
Good job by CR, but my concern starts again with look at the ults.
But a chance at least to breathe.
Yeah, it's an absolute
CR, please play aggro.
Shu using the orbital rate early on. Proper comes in with a Death Blossom. That Death Blossom has Shorong pop that rally.
Yeah, Fielder's been playing well. I agree.
Fast, but Falcons at that point probably is okay with the result. Right, never want to lose.
Juno, well, if they don't.
Support ult's gone. So it's probably okay with it.
Reaper, Proper not quite ready for it, but he's saying has to back away. There's an orbital ray in play for Team Falcons, and
they
flip the map. Tracer Raccoon on the outside looking in. Need to find a way to stop this card. He then goes for the high ground first, but he's doomed here. He's eventually going to drop down.
So they kind of.
Here, and he's back in Echo form. There's a cage fight active though for Max now, and he's then can just play around the fringes of it. It's Geo for Chorong. That's the trade, but a later cage fight for Hartman now. He's a Death Blossom of Lip. Struggles to find value, and Falcons eking out these small value trades.
Yeah, the duplicate comes.
I mean, if you're Falcons, you get aggressive with Brig Ult here in about 4 seconds. Never mind, no Brig Ult. They're gonna lose this. Good play. And this right here, by the way, is what's making Falcons so good. They recognize real quickly when the fight's over, and I think that's it's very interesting because usually you see really good like ult economy, but like CR just they always expend their ults in these like, oh, we can win this situation, and Falcons is like, you know what? Let's just wait a second. We have an advantage. Let's go in with our ults. They're gonna go in with Brig Ult. They're gonna copy Reaper or Mauga.
Extra Mauga coming in for Stalker. Fielder's gonna hold the front line here with that.
Fielder has ult. Yeah.
Blown to smithereens. Ooh, that is rough stuff. Proper gets in there, knocking heads together, and Team Falcons.
Damn. Yeah, well, exactly. But they also, and someone in the chat said, but they also recognize when it's winnable, even when they are down 1. Exactly. So it's just, it really feels like ult economy is a thing. But I also think they're definitely not using Reaper ult in the same way that Team Falcons does, and that is where I'm seeing the make or break with the team, is that the Reaper value ult is going in favor of Falcons every single time they play the Mauga Mirror. And once it's the same play. I explained it on Suravasa. This is how it works. Or yeah, Suravasa. This is how it works. They teleport the Reaper in, the Reaper starts ulting. As the Reaper starts ulting, the Mauga's charging in. They don't know where to look. They get a free kill. Even if they lose the Reaper, they get the Juno most of the time, and they just win the team fight. And then even if they don't, the ultimates that are needed because the Juno's dead,
to be honest.
CR ends up using more of their ultimates, and then Falcons struggle. I mean, not Falcons. CR struggles after that because they don't have the ult economy. So it's like, it's that one simple play that I'm seeing happening. And if they can fix that, like in real time, I think it's going to be a lot closer. But until they fix that, if they even do, that becomes the problem. Does Darker's echo different? I mean, I'll say this much: it's a lot easier to echo diff when everything is working across the board, though. You know what I mean? Like a lot of what's happening is that CR ends up on their back foot, and it's just hard to make the plays. So
2 minutes and 3. That's quite a climb. They're gonna have to be quick.
Yeah, and considering, right, Falcons, they just kind of ran through that second part of the map. So it's gonna be Crazy Raccoon here on offense.
That's what I was saying, Paragon. It's not even like that's why I'm trying to explain. Like, it's not like what people would consider a diff. It's like when your team is losing some of these team fights, how can you even do anything to your fullest when that's happening, right? Good start. Really good start by CR here.
A good start here.
He couldn't ask for a better start, right? No, Falcons, it took them a little bit to take that first point, but then they kind of cruised through the second part of the map. Here for Crazy Raccoon, you end up taking point A pretty much instantly. Not even really a full fight. Just kind of like,
oh yeah, Starker's had some great moments, but I think T-Sang's had some really good moments too.
Parlay that into a fight win. So
okay, good start. Best start you could ask for, and now CR is going to be able to.
You're in great shape.
Absolutely. Falcons don't want to take that fight.
I want you to watch Proper during these team fights and how he sets up.
The wings for this cart to move close. Despite losing that first fight, Falcons still have pretty even ult charge here. Prop's hoping for a little bit more now for a big death blossom for the Orbital remains. He can play amongst it. There's the blossom. Lip has one of his own though, and Prop's just seems to be supercharged.
And the Orbital Ray in those chokes. And then the death blossom there.
That's where the value's happening. The Reaper ults. See? See, like it. Do they have to use the same characters? No, it's just what meta is. They're gonna play the best possible comps they believe is best, and then usually mirror. A couple changes here and there, but nothing extravagant.
Hi, Arnie. But I don't know if they're going to be able to finish him off.
Looks like they fought the fight on the corner to Crazy Raccoon, but that cage is now down. He stays stunned up briefly, looking for a shoulder charge connection, but doesn't find it. Would have been Stalker his intended target. He's able to slip through and get Shu with the Death Blossom. A TP to the backside. He'll be ready with the echo cooldowns when they're needed. And in we go. Stalker pops out now. Sticky Bomb's deployed. Looking for Heesang just a tickle. Falcons here have still managed to maintain this position.
Hey, bud.
Max is too low. Those stickies are going to end him.
But, you know, when Crazy Raccoon go around the corner and they use that cage fight, and you get Hanbin in it, but you do not get that kill on the Hanbin. And also, like, Fielder doesn't even pop that rally during that, right? So then the cage fight goes away. You come back, you use the rally, then you have a healed up Hanbin. You push right on through with the Death Blossom, then the Reaper.
Arnie just tried jumping up on the computer from there and did not hit.
Early there for Crazy Raccoon. They don't win it.
He tried jumping up on the computer from here and just whiffed. I got you, buddy. You're good. So I picked him up and put him on top of it.
On the Reaper. I mean, just doing work. I mean, the cage fight comes on.
Just staggering.
Max here. He's not getting out. No way.
He's all good. He's up there now. I picked him up, put him up there.
Now, I mean, look at how bad this is, right? They got 2+ minutes off the clock, and Robert just goes in way too deep. Because here we're going to have double support ult, right? You could have still just played in this choke.
Honestly, if Lip can get on point here and they can stagger out this Mauga for as long as possible, this is a good... Also, the reason why Proper pushed up there was because they wanted to push up there as a team. Proper just was one step ahead of him. That's what happened there. It wasn't Proper was like, let's go in 1v5. They were trying to go in together as a team, but Proper was a little bit ahead. A little bit ahead.
Minutes on the clock as Crazy Raccoon were pushing into that first choke. Great defensive effort here from Falcons. With the Falcons done, of course. Stalker, passive to start, but then a dive into the backline.
They stopped the Reaper ult. There we go! See, there it was. They bashed the Reaper ult, and then they won the fight. I'm telling you, it's been the Reaper ults. That's been the difference in this game. It's Reaper ults. You find that value, that's what happens. So great job to bash that ultimate, and that enables that. I still think Lip needs to do what Proper's doing in those other type of team fights that aren't as straightforward as that, though.
Well, even if Stalker goes up and starts to put down some
He's saying he's probably going to go either Mauger or Reaper here, depending on the situation. Definitely not going to go that now after what a nice shot by the Juno.
No Juno here for Falcons defensively, but their DPS are still firing in all cylinders. Look at the TP forward here, or rather back to his team. Is now losing that one player, they're losing the Echo, slows them up.
Yeah, you lose a player early there for Crazy Raccoon, but it also felt like...
Okay, here we go.
Ilip is the one who kind of has to make a play there, right? Up on that high ground, needs to try and find a pick onto a supporter of the Echo.
All right, 2 Reapers in play. Heastang goes for the Duke now.
Good trades. Both Juno's dead. Heastang gets the Reaper ult, and they win the team fight.
Both caught out by that one, and Crazy Raccoon still have a chance to have a time.
Ults are even. Stalker has ult though. That's the difference here. This is a neutral fight outside of Stalker. I think they just need an early pick. Straight up, they just need an early pick. Those shots there actually might give them some ult charge.
On and off angle, could be caught out of position here again. They're looking at
Mauga versus Mauga.
Max is able to charge away. Hanbin can't catch
Good disengage. That is a proper disengage, but it's not going to be enough. Oh no, the Brig ult. The patience.
Fielder's able to use his to full effect. Crazy Raccoon would have forced back, but this is likely just a bluff. They're still lacking that 5th player in Chorong. The Moira, okay.
The Moira was the fade forward and then switch back. Here we go. Lip gets proper though. Gets out to survive. Okay, please do this aggressive play. Oh, please.
Still come out on the bad side in terms of the trades. Those are scenarios you absolutely need to win. Like Psycho was talking about, layering their ultimates, not playing it properly. That's an example right there. You use those 2 ultimates on the spawn, you don't even get a full team fight win.
Yes, 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 I love this, I love this! I still love the aggressive play from behind, though. It was a little bit unlucky on the timing, but I love that, like, aggression.
Raccoons have lost Chorong here. No one's answering Lip, though, for the time being. It's Hanbin trying to get out. Finally, Crazy Raccoon inch forward, but they have no chance.
Like, that's what, like, we need to see more out of. Oh, the Juno, be careful!
From Heastang, he's going to go for the break just to try and stay alive.
It's worked out so far. A rally can be built up.
Pop rally.
8 seconds of Duke still to work with. Maybe superfluous, maybe unnecessary.
I mean, this gives them a little bit of overshield. What do they have? They might get Brig ult in time. And that's good luck, Brig. Yeah, back up, back up.
That's brutal. I mean, he's got rally.
Damn, what a good ult. Grass, thanks for the freeze round them. Thank you.
And they've been reset. They've been sent back to Lumbridge.
And you can see through the X-ray, right? Hanbin's kind of like lurking on that corner. And then as soon as he sees Strong around him, he's like, thank you, just traps him in the cage.
Just an absolute free kill there. Running for Crazy Raccoon, they've got to go for it. Stomp comes in, Hanbin's going to be knocked out, but choose the one that falls for the sticky bombs. The defenders imperious right now. Falcons do lose Hanbin though. Frontline missing. Stalker trying to replace him in the meantime with his dude, but my god, it's worked. Now charging into the fight.
It's just the picks by Stalker onto the Juno is just like, you can't, it's just, there's nothing you can do in that situation when you're in CR's position because you just don't have one of the best ultimates in the game.
Chorong going on the Lucio, trying to get there.
Okay, Max does get out, but he needs a long time to get healed back up. Time is ticking. Touch here for Chorong, but he has to give up his life now. It's going to be a dupe use there. Stalker switching over to...
Oh, there's some more codes in there. You said there's a soldier mythic weapons? Well, that's a pleasant surprise for people who got it then. Yep. It's just, well, you said they keep killing Shu. But the thing is, the truth is, it's not like... It's not fully on Shu at that point. Because what's happening is Stalker and Proper go into the back line way more than CR does. The way that CR does is they play as a death ball and they just kind of shoot at Mauga, right? So what's happening is they go into the back line aggressively, right?
Using a lot of these ultimates in fights.
They go into the back line aggressively, and then they pressure the Juno. So when that's happening over and over again, at a certain point, you need to be able to do the same thing. But they're not making that adjustment. They're like, okay, we're going to shoot Mauga, we're going to get into this brawl, we're going to hope for the best. Meanwhile, Proper's like, I'm TPing into the back line, okay? And Stalker's like, if you're not doing it, I'm doing it. It's just a difference of strategy, that if they can make that adjustment early, they still have time. No, the series isn't over. It's first to 4. It's first to 4.
2 minutes available to their opponents. A lot to talk about here, but one thing is for sure. Team Falcons are, well, they're far from done. Let's head to the desk and talk about what lies...
Yes, because the difference in strategy is they want to all in the Mauga, while they're like, okay, all in our Mauga all day long. We'll kill your Juno. Who's going to win this? We'll take the odds. And more often than not, when you lose your Juno, especially first in a team fight, you probably lose the team fight unless you have the ultimates to go with it. So that's why I'm saying, and that's what I've wanted from CR, is just more backline pressure on those supports. Otherwise, it's going to be the same rotation. That's why Proper keeps doing the same play.
Pretty good at the start. I mean, I don't think it's really up to just the tank to radically reshape things, but that's the hand you're dealt as Crazy Raccoon. I think this makes a lot of sense. This is the position you're in the grand finals. Give Max a shot. See if this adjustment can be enough. It looked pretty decent, but man, this guy...
By the way, Arnie, I'm so proud of you for trying to go up with a computer from that distance.
Yeah, I mean, going into this match,
I'm talking about you. Can I show you a cat? I'll be honest with you, I usually don't like go out of my way to go grab them if they're like sleeping or just chilling. You know, if they're nearby and they want to be here, I can bring the cat on stream. But I'm not gonna go just pick them up out of bed when they're sleeping, right? Like Sully, I think, is in his little bucket over there. Arnie's on top of the computer. Like, I'm not gonna interrupt them during that. If they walk over here, or they're nearby, I can grab them. But yeah, I'm not just gonna like go and like heckle them. It
really is clinical from Falcons. They're in control of this match. They feel it. They know it. These are players who, they're not only they're hungry for a world championship, for that trophy, the title, but they're also patient for it. They're not forcing it. They're playing it really slow sometimes in these engagements. Their aggression, when it's warranted, is immaculate and honestly wild to watch how aggressive they are, how hard they commit.
You don't know why Blizzard made Mauga meta?
Advantage swings against them.
I mean, it wasn't really like they tried to actively make Mauga meta. I mean, even though like I meme about it a lot, that's not really what happened. It's, look at it this way. When a new meta happens, players automatically, including myself, will complain about the next meta. So, what was the previous meta to the Mauga meta, out of curiosity? Doctor, thanks for the 43 months of the Friedrich Prize. Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you.
Without the proper ults here in this final fight, you got picked off like 2 or 3 times
on
the spawn. That is not normal. That is not something we expect.
Okay, now before Orisa, right before the Orisa part, what was the meta? What hero was it?
This guy, he feels it.
Yeah, as we're looking at our stats here,
okay, Diva. So what hero was meta for about 2.5 weeks when players wanted that hero not to be meta anymore?
What we're seeing here reinforced.
And what was the one hero that could counter Mauga to make Mauga useless in these team fights? Diva. So it started with the Diva nerfs, went into the Orisa. Orisa then got nerfed, and then that leaves Mauga.
In these Death Blossoms as well, you pointed it out, Jake, as well, that the lifesteal in the orbital ray especially, there's still so much healing going on. And
so once they nerfed Diva, that was opening the door for Mauga. The reason why they initially buffed Diva was to prevent the Mauga meta, but then players recognized with Juno you could just die to the backline. So after they made Diva's basically paper mache now and sucks against most comps, that opened the door for Mauga to come back into the meta.
There were many occasions where it looked more like desperations. And
you said they buffed Mauga this patch?
Yeah, it's
no, they buffed Mauga next patch. This buff here where they do like an extra second to like the fire damage, that wasn't going to make or break that. This is before the buff. So I want to point something out. This patch you're watching is not the patch we're currently playing. So what happens after this patch that they're playing on right now, Mauga gets buffed, Junker Queen gets nerfed, Juno gets a little bit of a nerf on Ultra. So keep in mind, after this patch, they nerf Junker Queen and buff Mauga. Yes, this is before the Mauga buff. Wait, thanks to the 31 months of the Features Prize, and thank you, appreciate it. And Snap a Unicorn, thanks to the 23 months Snap Features Prize, thank you.
I mean, they're so proficient at this kind of composition, right? And here goes the second clip that I wanted to showcase as well. This case, Max uses his overrun as well, and that has to peel backwards.
No, Diva was meta for a while, before the Orisa one, because it was the remember you Juno ring in, you backline pressure, but people weren't happy with Diva being meta, so they got Diva nerfed in like 2.5 weeks, and then they buffed everything else. Keep in mind, just to reiterate this, I know I play a lot of Diva. I was okay with the nerfs. I felt like Diva got too oppressive on the backline. I'm not going to be like one of those people like, my hero is good. Like, it's more along the lines of like, I recognize that was a problem. I think they went a little bit too overboard, because what ended up happening was they nerfed Diva and then nerfed armor. So they nerfed D.Va quite a bit, but then they also nerfed armor, which then made D.Va even worse, which is why D.Va kind of sucks now, is because D.Va's like more of a paper-mache tank, while Winston can ignore armor, so Winston becomes the better tank. So now you don't have there's nowhere to fit D.Va into these comps. There's just nowhere to fit D.Va in. D.Va can DM Mauga stuff, but you can't do enough. You're too paper-mache. Right? And they have the break. You can't do anything against any of the comps. So D.Va, and you can't kill Winston because armor is still good enough.
I don't think that's
so it's just one of those things.
Anymore as we go to Esperanza. I think this is Proper's moment in the sun.
So
Proper looking to catch his first World Finals Championship trophy. Probably the
Wait, thanks to the 100 bits. You said OWCS would be way more interested, in your opinion, without these meta comp mirror matches. I'm going to give you a counter argument to that. There's been a good amount of variety when Orisa or Mauga isn't meta. That's all I got. That's all I can say.
We're heading into all the action, though. We want to throw it back to an interview that Danny actually got to
We see it every time. Anytime those two heroes on meta, there's a little bit more variety. Actually, well, there's one more meta that didn't have that variety. Overwatch 2 beta.
Everybody, Danny Lim here. Welcome to OWCS World Finals.
The Brig Lucio Jungle Queen comp was really hard to not
these
do.
three gentlemen. Hi,
Yeah.
everybody. 박수 있다, 박수.
That was the only other one. But outside of that, it's usually a lot more hero variety. It's just tough because what makes Mauga and Orisa so good is that you can't really prevent the damage reduction, right? So like, as Orisa, you just hit gold, and no matter what, you have damage reduction. You know, even as like Doomfish, you have to put a block up, and they can hack you, they can sleep you, they can do all this. Like, so these active damage reductions are what make these heroes so good. Because in a game where like there's a lot of damage output, you need your tank to be able to survive. Because you know, as we've seen, Blizzard we're back into the flow of making tanks a lot worse. Season 9 they made tanks terrible, then they got them better again, and then now they're starting to bring them back down again, toning tanks down. So what happens when you start to make all the tanks really bad for a while? It makes it so you have to have the other tanks with survivability be your viable tank, which is why these tanks should be in play. So it's just a back and forth thing that you really can't ever shift that. It's just how frequently you do it and what heroes you allow to be strong. Even then, let's talk about this in like, let's ignore the OWCS meta side of it. Orisa's win rate's horrible in ranked. What I mean by that is not based off of win rates, but when they sit there and they look at everything and Orisa's at a 40% win rate all the way across the board, they're like, why would we nerf this hero? But they still did. They did it with D.Va, who D.Va had a lower win rate than 50%. They nerfed D.Va. And then you have these other heroes who also struggle across the board. So it's a weird, just like, it's just back and forth. It's just, you got to find ways to make it so Mauga and Orisa don't end up in meta, because otherwise it happens every single time because of their survivability.
그때 그 전 스테이지에서 그 코리아 스테이지에서 저희가 팔콘한테 졌었는데 그 다음에 제가 복수를 하고 나서.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. They're talking about the pro play here. Like, I haven't even touched Mauga in ranked.
MVP가 나와가지고.
I haven't even touched Mauga in
갑자기
ranked.
생각났다. MVP 받고 after you won MVP, you got a special watch, right? The Porsche watch, was it? Are you actually using the Porsche watch that you got from Dallas?
You said they just need to add another tank. I'm gonna be real with you. That doesn't. It doesn't change the. Never mind.
계속 찼어요. 계속 차고 다니던데.
Never mind.
장난이야, 장난. All right, let's talk about your rivals. Is it Team Falcons?
유럽 팀 아니면 북미 팀이 좀 더 낫지 않나? 네. 제가 해봤을 때 제 개인적인 생각, 일단 좀 팔콘이 좀 요즘 많이 못 하고 있고.
진짜? 오.
북미랑 이제 유럽 팀을 많이 보지는 못했지만 확실히 아시아 팀들보다는 약간 색깔이 좀 많이 다른 것 같아요.
좀 더 뭐랄까.
When will the season 14 trailer drop? Probably the week before.
I
think a good timing for the season 14 trailer drop, they'll probably aim for like December 6th, is my guess. I don't even know why they would do it on December 6th, but that feels like a day that would be a good day to drop a trailer for Overwatch to get people hyped up for the new season. So my guess is December 6th.
약간 아시아 쪽은 약간 무조건 히트 스캔을 넣고 조합을 일단 굴리고 싶어 하는 것 같고.
It's only 3-1, Crispy. Yeah. Julie, thanks for the tier 1. Thank you. Appreciate it.
히트 스캔을 꼭 써야 되는 거 아니면 좀 변칙적인 영웅들을 좀 쓰려고 많이 시도를 한다.
All right, everybody. That is it for the question. Thank you guys so much. Fighting. All right, bye.
Bye. Yep. who will get the Mythic? Rumor has it, because it's been already 2 years since the last Kiriko one, Kiriko is going to be the Mythic probably.
For Crazy Raccoon, after a successful Gibraltar, things weren't so clear on King's Row. We see Falcons now at match point.
And the Mythic weapon.
Point here. It's been a long year and a long climb, but the summit is just around the corner.
Yeah, and hearing Lip talk about Falcons saying they're now
I have no idea. It's going to be one of the heroes that hasn't gotten a skin yet.
Will come in for Hanbin, or potentially what could be our final.
I have no idea. We'll see.
Falcons. And for Crazy Raccoon, we will have a sub yet again in terms of tanks. So we went to Max there for King's Row.
I think everybody's going to want it to be a tank, and it's probably not going to be a tank again.
Reset to their initial permutations that came out at the start of the series.
I have no idea what it's going to be.
That question still lingers. Can Crazy Raccoon stay alive in this series and find a way to succeed in this kind of metagame? We're moments away from finding out, folks. Let's strap in.
I can see the announcement trailer now. Introducing Mythic Sequels, where we give you we give you a new Mythic for Kiriko. For extra prisms.
That's right, folks. This could be it, and history could be made here and now. Falcons has an opportunity to lift this trophy, but can Crazy Raccoon stop them? Let's get the countdown on the screen and get into the action.
Yeah, let's go. Let's get that countdown going to get to the countdown, baby. Come on.
Here we go. As it comes up, I'm going to need you guys to count with me. Let's do this. 10, 9, 8, 7, 2, 1.
Into the map to get another countdown. Let's go, baby. All right. All right, get your second countdown going, chat. Let's go.
We're doing so good at counting today. I'm blown away.
Yeah, we're teaching people how to count. Two things Overwatch fans love: counting and pigeons. And Overwatch as well. But no, that's
three things.
Yeah, as we head over to Esperanza, I mean, who's really counting?
Get ready, chat.
But as we head over to Esperanza, we saw the come in, right? Junbin for Max the last time, I know, and now Junbin back in. Didn't really seem like there was any.
Dude, I'm disappointed.
So I feel like they've been running Junbin.
If I was the crowd, I would have 100% did another countdown. Please do another countdown. Please do another one just because. I'm going to be pissed.
The fact that we're headed over to push might allow them to find an edge, but really it doesn't matter where they're fighting. The battleground, less important than the flowchart, the structure and protocols of how they played these fights.
Thank you, crowd. Thank you for the second countdown of this.
We're out of the gates onto Esperanza.
There we go. They got it, chat. They got it.
For Team Falcons. And the Raccoons are going to leave it
We're
all
good.
out there.
We're good.
Way or another.
Yeah, and first fight here is massive, how it usually always is on push. You see he was proper.
Come on!
He's getting that
Come on, CR!
Like we've been talking about, doing a tremendous job, taking these off angles, putting pressure on the supports. Chu and Choro.
Now he's creeping up. He's staying noticed him trying to get in position, so he's able to stave the flank attempt off for the time being, but Proper is never one to be kept down.
Yes, competitive push is 10 minutes, quick play is 8 minutes.
Knocked to the ground as Lip will make sure he doesn't get up.
Yeah,
good trades.
It'll be Crazy Raccoon picking up Smurf right away. Now they should get in control of the bottom. Few players still here though for Falcons, so not entirely over just yet. Is you're gonna lose Chio, but Proper is still on the loose.
Jumping though so healthy here.
Proper again.
A little bit of a problem. Proper's actually able to get him to get out of there. He'll have to double back himself and be topped up.
So you get rid of Smurf early, and you don't even turn
Damn.
into anything, right? I mean, it's just 1 meter of progress here for Falcons. It's just the bot taking 2 steps away. But I mean,
you killed the Malga.
Quite the slow play here.
Proper just, again, always asking for a little bit more.
Okay, watch Proper now. Proper is going to TP in at a certain point, or is going to hide with Reaper Ult. It's one of the two. Yep. Do you see how that is, by the way? And this is what I've been trying to explain a little bit, okay? Do you see how the way they do Reaper Ult is not stand in front of you and make it apparent where you are? It's I'm going to ult and then trust that we do the rest. Do you see the difference there? How like Proper was hiding and then just goes with the ult without showing it's going to happen? CR, it just makes it really obvious they're going to Reaper Ult. And that's been their problem. It's like you see it coming from a mile away, so they can prepare and make it a lot better.
Right, running it back now. Both teams did make use of those orbital races, so no huge disadvantage for Raccoon in that metric. It's the dupes here that are going to be the difference makers. Spurb looks like he was starting up briefly, and Jumba's going to get a cage fight down.
A lot of, there's a Venn diagram going on there. And then there's an ult, and then there's the they're doing this and they're doing that, and I think CR should take this. There it is. Yep, I predicted that right from the get-go. It was pretty obvious. Mouse, thanks for the 6 months with the Phoenix process. Thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah, typically those later support ults
Thank you.
always better, right? If you can kind of time it perfectly, right, where you want to be using that rally a little bit later, but keeping everybody alive.
No ults for CR. No ults for Falcons. Proper will be able to get it mid-team fight, so this needs to be a convincing one. They need to set up for the backline. Remember, the way to win this, the key to success for them is to not all in the Mauga, is to kill the Juno in the backline or release pressure. Look at the backline. You see Juno? Proper would be teleported back there in a couple seconds on them. Or Stalker would be set up in the backline. Okay, Lip tried. I will say, Lip tried. Okay, Lip did go for it. That was good. Yep, and there it is. Just a surprise Reaper ult. Am I streaming after the matches? Honestly, I probably won't be because this is the day I watch football with my dad. But I will make sure that whenever the matches are over, I will, and like all the stuff's done, I will raid someone who has drops also, so you can continue to get your drops, okay? If you want to play it safe, they will do a rerun of the esports stream, so you can always just leave that open for when they go back. But yeah, this is the day I usually hang out with my dad and watch football. So.
Grim tidings for Raccoon's fans. Whoa, not expecting that.
That's why I usually take Sundays off. I either hang out with Lonnie, or I watch football with my dad and hang out with Lonnie. So, yep. Damn, that's tough. I mean, hey, CR does manage to kind of take that back a little bit. The YouTube quality one, that's just an issue with my OBS is lagging. I'll try to fix it this week. What's my football team? I'm from Massachusetts, so this should give you an idea.
They're going to have a rally where both support ults used here by Falcons on the other side. It's a little bit of a window of opportunity, right? If Falcons takes this fight fast, you pop rally, you can come back.
When's my sponsored stream? Tomorrow.
This one up.
And again, they can maybe take this high ground now, but they're going to have to fight for it. Crazy Raccoon pushing up another Malcolm Duke here by Stalker. He stayed over to the back line, and Chigo just did a great.
Good pick. Very good pick. Lip does have Reaper ult, does not need it. Do not use ults. You win this. No ults. No more ults. That ult, that was Echo ult. Did Proper? That's a window. There's a window right there.
These ultimates, almost like we were talking about Crazy Raccoon, right? Laying these ultimates together, not using them in winning scenarios or winning fights.
I haven't heard anything, Tiki. If I missed something, that's on me.
They end up using their dupe, they end up using their blossom.
Lip, please get to a spot with this Reaper ult. I'm telling you, you'll see success. You're an unbelievable player.
Plus Death Blossom available.
Just go through a doorway. Do it. Ready? Set. Do it. Okay, that's fine. Go from behind. Lip gets a kill. No more else. No more else. All right, now watch all of Team Falcon spawn up immediately. Ready, set, and... Oh, wait, no, that was a checkpoint. They had the checkpoint already. Here we go. How was the pack games I had tickets for? Oh, it was great. They got me like club seats. It was an amazing experience. Hi, Leak. Thanks for the Freendish Prime. Thank you. Appreciate it. I mean, good for him. That's awesome, though. Good for him.
Looking for these bursts of impetus and unexpected moments.
He's probably going to wait for the support to come out early.
Okay. He forced a right walk. He might have to use one of his own, but he goes forward with it instead. Okay, offense is the best defense apparently, but Falcons again are ready for it. They fold back and snap into action with an orbital ray to keep them topped up here. They were ready for that.
So for Crazy Raccoon, you get some progress.
Yak, thanks for the Freendish Prize. Thank you. Chat, what went wrong there?
Falcons, because Lip is such a threat right on that off angle, and now you're allowing Chorong to come in yet again with another rally, right? So
it's just go to the back line. Go to the back line. I'm telling you. No, I know we got bashed because you can see it's coming. That's been the difference. That's why Proper hides with Reaper ult. Now keep in mind, Proper did just have a bad Reaper ult, so like it's possible. It's just watch what Proper will do here in this middle of this team fight. He's hiding to the left of the Echo. Boom. See? Question chat. Did they see it coming? No. Because Proper hid in the room to wait and then out from the angle. See?
Plus Blossom, everybody trapped in there, taking so much damage. It's Falcons now getting closer.
It's not an obvious ult.
Look at to work with here.
Oh, this is going to be confusing fight.
Stalker and Proper have been so good throughout this one. Proper in the last fight. Can Stalker come up big here?
Falcons close now to getting into the
great play by Falcons here.
The guy is absolutely rabid. Stalker ends up duping the Malka here and just sort of falls away from the fight, leaving Heastang in his wake. Crazy Raccoon still have that slim lead and look to stop the Falcons in their tracks. Then Proper's playing it carefully. KG skews the partner around the enemy Malga as he wants to go forward. Lip let the bot away for a brief time, but Falcons are dominant.
Ooh! Okay, Lip! I see you!
Really awesome to see that type of POV, right? Because we're there with Smurf and Proper. Smurf uses the charge, goes on in, and he puts up Chorong and Chu. They're so far away from each other. Chu uses his mobility to get in the air, go away, but they just kind of leave Chorong out to dry. They deal with Chorong. It's a dupe on the Manga onto the bot, right? So Stalker is able to live there with his supports, play a little bit defense, and that's how Falcons gains an edge.
The edge and the lead. The Lip was trying to lead the bot away, but the fight was already lost. Here's Fielder with a rally. They're going to try and start the fight again.
They're going to go for Lip.
I think they see blood in the water, man. They can taste it. Lip and Heastang broken and bleeding out on the field. Fielder's able to turn around and make sure the Falcons come out of this fight cleanly. 100 meters on the table. And under 2 minutes left.
And you're going to have the orbital rate plus Blossom. Potentially, right? There's going to be a lot of like poke here early on. You could even get up towards that cage fight. These Falcons not only want to win by meterage, they want to slam the door home.
What a statement to make to end it here. Junbin charges in, but
Proper has ult. Lip has ult.
A bit of a late orbital race here, but no harm, no foul. Crazy Raccoon still have 5 to work with. Dead Blossoms come out now. Proper and Lip going to find 1 inch, and Lip will fall. The Reapers are off the table.
Okay.
Both teams now operating with 3. Falcons, of course, still in an aggressive stance, but he's staying from the above with a focusing beam. Can try and even the ledger. Chio gets
what a last-second shot by...
managed to get the Juno, though.
Okay, that was... It's clutch mode now. I mean, this CR needs to win. I mean, they need to win these team fights.
To play perfect from here on
I agree.
For Crazy Raccoon. You're below a minute. You're down in terms of meterage. You're probably going to need at least 2-3 fights here to get back in it. Falcons, they know that, right? You're going to push up that spawn advantage. Take a fight here on the bridge. You probably have another fight over the next checkpoint. You're in a great spot here of your Falcons to secure the world championship.
Echo ult, Echo ult. Echo ult. Went Reaper, good job. Good kill on Smurf. Use the Reaper ult. Huge.
Or it'll be all over for the brave Raccoon.
This is crazy.
Crazy Raccoon, at least for now, below 10 seconds.
Team Falcons on paper has this team fight. They need to set up their teammates on an angle. You need to go for this play.
You gotta get value with this cage.
No, it's not lost yet.
The cage for Junbin. You gotta have Lip in there to follow it up.
Here's overtime. Junbin with a charge in already.
Oh no!
Oh, Falcons might have got it done here. An overextension.
The bash.
Might have cost them everything.
That's it. That's it. Hey, good for Falcons. You know, good for Falcons. You know, you got to give them credit. They play that comp well. You know, and it just shows you that there's a lot of really good teams. You could see where the difference was. It's just strategically, they knew how to play the comp to the best ability. They constantly made the proper adjustments. They constantly did the best plays they could do. You got to give credit where credit's due. Just excellent gameplay. Straight up, just awesome. Awesome Overwatch. I didn't even mean that with proper adjustments, but true. It's that backline pressure play. It really is that backline pressure play. It's just, I think if like, and I mean, I don't know if I'd watch the match back if I was on the team either, but if CR watches that back, you know what they're going to probably notice? You know what they're probably going to notice? That they just needed to do more backline plays and more risk-reward plays. So, good for them, though. That was awesome. That was awesome. Good for them. They played it very, very well. They played it very, very well. You got to give credit where credit's due. You got to give credit where credit's due.
Come here, let's go.
That was a really good job.
Coach Krusty, where's Coach Krusty at? Grab the trophy. Hold on 1 second. Coach, please hold this for me. Team, please join me this way. Guys, give it up one more time for the Falcons!
Yeah, real talk, by the way, chat. Thank you for hanging out with me during this whole weekend for matches. I really hope you enjoy the commentary today. In general, this is how I always do co-streams, so my question is, will I see you for the next co-streams if we're allowed to in January?
You did it. You
Are y'all gonna be returning for more of these co-streams?
How does it feel?
Heck yeah. That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. So apparently matches return in January. I'd love to be live in person for one of them, but we'll see if we get invited to it. I really enjoy doing it. It's something that it's fun. It's a different change of pace, and it allows me to, you know, talk about Overwatch and also explain what's going on. Because sometimes you can watch the match, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you can know what's going on with it. So I give you some of the tools to understand it, and maybe you can learn something too. So it was fun.
And it just feels really great.
And imagine where Overwatch Esports would be. Well, I talked about it yesterday. Someone was like, "Oh, I can't believe, you know, where the viewership with esports is at." Like, you know, let's talk about, like, the thing is that you have to remember that for like basically 7 years, Blizzard said, "Hey, we're not going to allow any player personality. We're not going to allow player personality. We're not going to allow, you know, you to co-stream stuff. If you do want to co-stream, we're going to give you 1,000 rules of things you can't do." OWCS is the start of esports again, so it's going to take time to build up. But these are the type of experiences that build that up. You let players, you know, you let the players have storylines, personalities. You let them do things. You have a good time. You let the streamers co-stream. It mutually benefits everybody, and that's how you build up the esports. This was a good first year of OWCS, and I hope in the next season of OWCS they continue to do that. Because this is how you do it. This is how you do it. It's a really, really good start, in my opinion. So.
저희 팀을 미드하는 입장이니까 힐러여서 미드하는 입장이어서 좀 한 번씩 꺾일 때도 있고 좀 이상한 데 흐를
And I'll keep doing the co-streams.
저희 팀 믿고 하는 게 아무래도 가장 중요하고 그 믿었을 때 기분이 많이 좋네요.
Definitely, because I'm a support player, it is my job to support my team in and out of game, and it definitely feels great that all my hard work, along with my teammates, it really paid off at the end.
Awesome stuff, but there's still one more thing for us to do. And where is Stalker? Stalker, come on up, my friend, because
MVP?
You are the tournament MVP!
What deserved. I want to say, Proper played extremely well too. This was a 1A, 1B type of MVP, but Stalker had some clutch plays, and those clutch plays really mattered. Proper didn't heck anything up, but when they needed that team fight, Stalker stepped it up every single time. Whether it was a pick in just one pick, whether it was winning a team fight, Stalker stepped it up. But credit for Proper too. They both were right there. Together, they made that happen. So.
일단 다 같이 열심히 했는데 이렇게 좋은 결과가 나와서 되게 기쁘고요. 그리고 한빈이 형과 얘기 많이 했는데 정말 한빈이 형이 고생 많이 해줘서 제가 이렇게 좀 약간 잘 가는 모습을 더욱더 보여줄 수 있던 것 같습니다.
I was able to absolutely pop off thanks to all of my teammates. I talked a lot with all of my players, especially Hanbin as well. I think it was
that's a team right there.
That led us to our victory.
Well, that communication gave you MVP, my friend.
That is a teammate right there. That's how you do it.
I'm gonna let you guys have the floor because this belongs to you, your 2024 World Champions, Team Falcons!
Congratulations to them. Well played. Great match. I love that. That was awesome, chat. That was some good Overwatch, some good everything. I love that. Hey, I'm excited for next year's co-streams, chat. Also, if you haven't followed my channel yet and you're watching right now, hit that follow button, okay? I stream a lot. Hey, what's up, Arnie? Boy. All right, chat. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna find somebody to raid so you can continue to get your drops. Does that sound good, chat? I'm gonna go hop off. We're gonna go check out the house because we've been building a house and I haven't checked it in a week and a half. Lonnie's parents are also here, so we're gonna go to an open house they want to look at because they might be buying a house nearby. So we want to go look at that for them and see what they think. So I want to find somebody to raid so y'all can continue to get your drops. Real talk, chat. I want to thank you again for hanging out with me throughout these whole co-streams. I really hope you had fun. I hope you learned something. I really hope that you enjoyed just everything today. It meant a lot. Thank you so much, chat. Seriously. Thank you so much. Give me a minute to find somebody to raid here. I'm trying to find a way to make it so... This is going to be a tough one because I know normally I could raid like Flats, but I also know Flats has a sponsor stream today, so he's going to have to back away from the section at some point. Is ML staying up or is he getting off early? Okay, ML? ML staying up? Okay, I'll raid ML. ML's a safe pick. Cool, I'll raid ML. Because I know ML will be in the section for a while. ML's awesome. If you've never seen ML stream, worth the watch. Great streamer. Always a good dude, so. I haven't met him in real life yet, though, one of these days. So, anyway, I'm going to hop off. I'll see y'all later. Chat, will I see you tomorrow? Tomorrow we're going to go over some Hazard stuff, do a Mythbusters video, play Hazard. And then we're going to, after that, we're going to do a sponsor stream tomorrow. So, does that sound good, everybody? Chat? Out of curiosity. One second, let me get the music on. Will I? See you tomorrow?
Stars like ladders in the sky keep burning.
Heck yeah, chat. Heck yeah, chat. Let's see. Half area. Thanks for the 5 months of the tier 1. Chat, thank you so much for all the love. Hit the follow button if you haven't. Thanks for all the subs, all the bits. I hope you all have an amazing day or night wherever you're from. And I will see you tomorrow. See you later. Peace.